Okay. Greetings, one and all, to the One Piece Grand Tournament, not part 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 or 7, but 8! Part 8! Which is going to be the final of the preliminary tournaments. Yeah, we're almost done with this. So we're going to be doing this tournament today. It's going to be an outright just fight. Do you want to just see power scaling crap? Do you just want to see Goldie Roger get his ass kicked by Whoop Slap? Well, this is the tournament for you, right? We're going to get into this, and then the winner of this tournament will be the last entrant into the final Ultimate One Piece Super Duper Grand Tournament, which will be whenever that happens. And that'll be all the winners of previous tournaments together. This has been a long time coming. This has been well over a year at this point with all the tournaments we've been having. Oh, please, Granny Kokoro. You know, I don't think Granny Kokoro is on the list of the... We'll have a moment where we add in extra combatants, where you guys can give me recommendations and I can check to see if they're on the list. And if they're not, I'll add Granny Kokoro in right now. Because why not? Come on, Granny Kokoro. It's not a guarantee she'll be in. But okay. But, very important. Kevin, this one's for you. Because I did a stream a few days ago where I opened up some fan mail, and a fan of mine named Kevin was like, I sent you mail back in December. I hope you got it. And it was buried. It was underneath another box. And so I opened some fan mail during the charity stream, and I put that box on top of that box, and I thought that was already part of the fan mail I opened. But yeah, don't worry, Kevin. I got your box right here. So I thought that would be a fun way to open it up, and it's actually a really, it's some cool stuff. So hold on a minute. I have a letter here, which says, teching, please read last. Actually, it says, please read first, and then it's scratched out and says, please read last. So, yes, Kevin Levin. Kevin 11 from Ben 10. Is that Kevin's actual full name in Ben 10? Kevin Ethan 11, so it's Kevin 11. All right, that's clever. Man, Ben 10, that was some clever writing. That was like the last cartoon I ever really watched on Cartoon Network. Like, Ben 10 came out when I was like 12, and I remember watching it and actually being kind of made fun of a little bit in middle school for watching it. I remember I told my friend Adam I liked watching Ben 10, and we were like in 7th grade, and he was like, you watch Ben 10? My little brother watches that. I didn't really care because it was a cool show. Yeah, and then Ultimate Alien, and Alien Force, and then Ultimate Alien was basically just like an anime. It was just, the animation style was really good. That's why I didn't really care for Omniverse too much, because Omniverse was a little bit too more cartoony for my taste at that point. But anyway, okay, so opening up Kevin's package here. So I give to you the newest member of the Revolutionary Army. You've seen Lindbergh, right? Lindbergh is like a steampunk cat, right? And you've seen Karasu, right? Who's like a plague doctor kind of person. Well, now we have ta-ta-ta-ta. This is so cool. This is such a unique plushie. This is a squishable, the mysterious plague doctor. It's a mini. And so you got like an official little plague doctor lantern here. And you got the plague mask, and you could see this character as a One Piece character, like 100%. He kind of looks like an owl, or maybe a bear, perhaps an owl bear steampunk doctor that works for the Revolutionary Army. I knew it the moment I saw it. This looks incredible, and plus the hat is perfect. This isn't supposed to be a One Piece plushie, but it looks like a One Piece character plushie, right? He looks Irish. Yes, Irish. Okay. So that's that. There he is right there. And then we got some other stuff here. These are all packaged impeccably, Kevin. Thank you very much. These are all wrapped very well with bubble wrap. And we even have thread. We have little twine. So I'll actually use, like, we're opening a package from the 1700s here. This is perfect. Like, this is great. This is like Hagrid's birthday gift to Harry, the way he wrapped it. All right, we have some snails. We have some plushy snails here. They're also squishables. Let's see if we open this up here. Please be sure to read the tube first. Oh, man, I'm already messing up. Hold on. We got a tube. For Your Eyes Only, Burn After Reading. Oh, okay. That was a good movie. Burn After Reading. All right, let's see here. I don't know. It just said for my eyes only, so I don't know. This is top secret, like, Revolutionary Army correspondence here. It actually does says, from the desk of Supreme Commander of the Revolutionary Army, Monkey D. Dragon. Holy shit, Dragon's writing to me! Dragon wants me for the cause! The Revolutionary Army thanks you for your continued coverage of our activities, helping to carry the cause of freedom and liberation to the four corners of the world. We would never ask you for something without good cause, but to the recent actions of Chief of Staff Sabo and the events on Egghead, the time has never been more... I think I just got drafted into the Revolutionary Army. Shit, I don't know, man. I don't know. Okay, yeah, put me on, like, I'm cooking. Put me on cooking duty at Kamabaka. I don't know. Can I work with Inazuma? Can I be like Inazuma's like steward? I'll be Inazuma's like personal chef or steward. I'll work under him. It'll be cool. It'll be fun. It'll be fine. All right. We'll just all work out. Yeah. I cannot confirm or deny that we are the ones currently setting fire to Marijois, but our operatives are now in more danger than ever as the world government prepares its counteroffensive. And no location is truly safe given what happened to Lelucia. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what Lelucia is. No location that is except for where you are, which is why we have sent our operatives to you. Ah, cool. Got an operative from the Revolutionary Army here. Keep them out of enemies' hands. We've lost too many in the war already. Oh, man. Inside this package, you will also find 2 Den Den Mushies, which will allow you to operate to contact us here in case of emergencies. It'll take everything to win this fight across many different worlds, and we cannot ever thank you enough for your help. Okay, I'm on my way, Dragon. As soon as I'm done with this 5-hour tournament on my YouTube channel, I'll head right over, hop over to Blue Planet, go over to Kamabaka and hang out. Oh, my God. We got this one Den Den Mushi, this cute little Den Den Mushi plushie. Little snail with little wings, little like fairy wings, like yay! And then we have one more, I think. Yeah, we got one more here. Yeah. Emu's right back there too. Emu didn't leave. Emu just needed another chair. Emu's chair was not comfortable enough, so Emu had to get another chair to sit back there and be very intimidating. All right. Hey, what's this tournament about? It's going to be about characters fighting, but hold on. We're just opening some fan mail first, and then we'll get to it. It's the same thing. So it's like we got 2 little Den Den Mushies with little wings. Yay! All right. And then we have the letter here. The last letter. The letter of the last. It just says Elbaf, like in really big letters here. Thank you for humoring me on the Revolutionary Army bit with the steampunk plague doctor. Oh, yes, of course, always, Kevin. I love how he just assumed I would do that. Like, I assumed I would just read the letter and be correspondingly drafted into the Revolutionary Army. Of course, you know me so well. You've talked about before your love of steampunk on the channel, so as soon as the doctor became available, I knew I had to send it your way. On top of that, I had to send these 2 snails as well because they were just too on point. They really are. You can really use them as, like, little baby Den Den Mushies. Like, hello there, come on in, Baltigo. Baltigo has been taken. Baltigo has been sacked. All right. Once again, I'm sending these in appreciation of how much enjoyment you've brought to my life as a One Piece and anime fan with your analysis videos and reviews continuing to enrich the world beyond measure. By the time you're reading this, I'm not sure if we'll still be in Elbaf or if we're going to be still in Loki, I mean Harold, I mean Rox, I mean Davies, I mean God Valley's flashback. We just finished. We just wrapped that up, actually. Now actually back to Loki's flashback, or maybe we got one layer deeper and now we're in a Biblo flashback. You know what I mean? I really want to see. We don't know what's up with Biblo right now. Biblo's in a burning library. I really want to see Biblo. I don't think Biblo is going to be very happy about the library burning down, so we're going to see how that goes. If we have jumped back to the present by this point, I hope Luffy arrived on the scene in Gear 5th. Well, we just started. Give Luffy some time. He'll be back. And made Gunko/Emu's eyes pop out in rage, shaped like daggers, akin to the Judge Doom at the end of Who Framed Roger Rabbit. I remember that movie. Okay, Who Framed Roger Rabbit is one of the few movies that, like, now granted I saw it when I was a little kid, literally made me laugh so hard I puked. I literally puked on our living room floor when I was like 7 years old when I first watched Who Framed Roger Rabbit. And my parents were like, really? I was like, really? It made you laugh? That movie was so funny it made you puke. I'm like, yes. It was the opening scene when Roger was he was actually doing his job as like being a cartoon character with the baby, and he was doing the sketches where he was just getting like flung around the area, the room, and getting in a bunch of wacky shenanigans. I just was laughing and laughing and laughing and laughing, and it just kept building, and I eventually puked. And just there you go. Yeah. Because that would be hilarious. It would be also nice as a bit of serendipity by the time you read this. Ooh, good use of serendipity. Have we gotten some kind of update on how the present-day Revolutionary Army is doing? We have not yet. We have not. But maybe in 2026 we'll learn some stuff. Yeah. As always, I look forward to seeing where the story goes, and thank you for being one of the best guides for the rest of it along the way. Sincerely, Kevin. P.S. Once again, I did not plan on a name for the steampunk plague doctors, so I'll leave it to the community. P.P.S. I've been wanting to send you these for a while. This year has had a number of different ways, so better late than never. Yeah, no worries about it, man. Thank you. Appreciate it. Sorry I missed it last time, but I'm glad I could finally, glad I still had it, because you messaged me like, did you get my mail? I hope you didn't lose it. And I'm like, oh shit, I hope. I go downstairs and I'm like, oh, here it is. It was also upside down, so that's how I missed it as well. But thank you for this, Kevin. Really big help. What's going to be the name of the Plague Doctor Revolutionary Army member? The leader of the Calm Belt. That's the only, because Ivankov is the Grand Line, Karasu is the north, Morley is of the west, Lindbergh's the south, and Belobetti's the east. So the only other region left is the region of the Calm Belt. Not a lot of islands to liberate in the Calm Belt, but this dude does his best. There's like 3 islands that are inhabited in the Calm Belt. One of them's Amazon Lily. We don't need Amazon Lily doesn't need liberated. Although maybe after the events of what just happened, maybe it does. Reginald. I like Reginald. Reginald is fun. Reginald. All right, let me put this all back here. And then we're just going to organize some stuff. Push that over to the side, and then we have these 2 little Den mushies I'm going to put up here. And then we'll keep Reginald back here. Okay. Alrighty then. Well, thank you again for that, Kevin. And if you would like to send me some fan mail of yourself, there is a P.O. box in the description below, as with all of my videos. Okay. So, with that now being said, we can now move to the One Piece Grand Tournament, Part 8. The final part. Alrighty then. Here we go. Now, coming in from tournament number 7, the winner was Kuma, and our legacy admission is the king of the pirates himself, Goldie Roger Matey, and he's got a real positive attitude about this whole thing, because the thing in the last tournament we did was we rolled for buffs and debuffs for the entire tournament, and Goldie Rogers was like, he was basically really motivated by the spirit of like Joy Boy the entire time, which is basically what he already had, but just understand, Roger is going into this extraordinarily motivated. Now, the other one I needed to roll for was, as you saw the thumbnail, was Law, because I needed another character for the thumbnail. So I rolled and I got Law. Thank God Law is finally in one of these. It's the 8th tournament. Law finally managed to roll in. I think the only other character that we really would like to see, like barely any of the Admirals have been in these. Big Mom hasn't been in any of these. Buggy has not been in any of these. So we really got to see where this is going to land, okay? But we got Law. Law and Kid and Luffy were at least all members of the tournament, all right? So we got that at least. Now, other than all the there's something different from all the other tournaments we've done up until now is that we are not going to be doing the special condition thing this time. We're not going to be doing like who would win, Trafalgar Law or Goldie Roger in a ballerina contest, matey. No, it's just going to be fights. We're going to do fights because, you know, if you want to get the last spot in this super duper ultimate God Emperor tournament, you got to fight for it. You got to bring it on. Now, there will still be factors here. We are going to roll. I don't think we're going to do it as a base for every single one. Roger's going to be an exception to that because he's coming in from the last tournament. But I think every single round we're going to roll on the buff table and on the debuff table, the handicap table. And we're also going to roll for locations. I thought about having a weapon roll, but I don't think we really need that because the vast majority of characters in One Piece have weapons, either Devil Fruits or Haki or some standard weapon. You know, I mean, I guess maybe if we roll some character that just absolutely does not use a weapon, maybe we can include a weapon roll for them. We'll see. But we'll encounter that when we go into that. Now, I really went through and I added some crazy buffs and some crazy debuffs to these. So don't think that just because it's a fight tournament and Goldie Roger's in here, like, well, why even bother having this? Roger's going to win. He's the strongest character ever. Roger might roll a thing where he just becomes an average Joe. He just gets a handicap, a debuff, and he's like, all special abilities and powers are taken away. He's just a guy now. And just like, yeah, well, I guess he gets his ass kicked by freaking Granny Kokoro. There you go. Okay. That could totally happen. It is not fair as the way these tournaments go. There's also possibilities that you guys could vote or select another member to join. We can bring back a Straw Hat. There's some interesting characters there. So for the beginning here, I think I'm just going to ask you guys, throw me some suggestions for anybody that you would like to be in this tournament that I can add in. Because the list has actually shrunk quite a bit since the last time we've done 7 of these up until now. A lot of characters have already been used. Some of them haven't, though. Like I said, Big Mom's never been in here before. Law is just in it now. Yamato is on the list. Let's see. Mr. 4. Okay, I'll put Mr. 4 on the list, but I'm including Mr. 4 with Lasso. Mr. 4 and Lasso. I think that would be a good companion for Mr. 4 there. Let's see. Saturn has already, I think, been in one of these, but the other Gorosei are on the list. Yeah. Ragnar. Yeah, no, Ragnar. I should include one of the members of One Piece D&D on this. I really should. Can we add Rustage as a buff? There are buffs that are not Rustage exactly, but similar. Loki. See, I hesitate to put Loki on here because I just don't know the fullest. I think it's just, especially with a fighting contest, we're just going to argue too much about what he's capable of doing and not capable of doing. Bogart. I can put Bogart on here. Yeah, Bogart's not on here. Let's see. And if you already named somebody that's already been on here, obviously we can remove him. Garp was already in one of these. Garp was already in one of these tournaments. Usopp kicked his ass in a sketching contest. I remember that. Yeah. Chess is on the list. We got him. Can we add Tekking 101 to the list? Nah, that'd be too biased for myself. Let's see. Gaimon may appear in another capacity on this. All right. Let's see. Lord of the Coast. Uta. Yeah, fuck it. I'll put Uta on here. I'll put Uta on there. Orochi is on the list. Virgo is... So, I think I will bring this up now. One of the buffs that you can get is an ally. And I broke up the allies into 4 different categories. Low-tier allies, mid-tier allies, Yonko commander allies, and legendary figures. Like Shanks or Whitebeard or something like that. So depending on what ally role you get, it isn't just one role. You could get like a certain thing. And then I have a separate tables that I'll roll on that. They're all D6s. And so I have a dice right here. I'm going to roll for that. We'll see what we get there. So there's possibilities that we could get other characters. Baccarat has already been on here. Mihawk's already been on here. Leo is on the list still. I think the Supernovas that haven't played yet are Rouge and Bonnie. And Hawkins, they're on here. Let's see. Ripley. A lot of people just want a giant lady. Okay, fine. I'll put Ripley. I don't think Ripley's a biology teacher, and she's a giant, but I'll put Ripley on there. Let's see. Prince Groose? I don't think Prince Groose is on here. Let me check. I think, was Prince Groose already... So that's the thing. We've done 7 of these, and we've done like 12 participants each and every time. I don't think Prince Groose has ever been part of this. I don't think he has. Yeah. Okay. Prince Groose. Okay. Now, Chess Guy, we all get the bit. It's really funny and hilarious. Stop spamming or I'm going to time you out for 5 minutes, all right? Like, we all get the bit. I know you're here. Stop spamming the chat, please, all right? Or I will block you for 5 minutes, and then I'll bring you back, and if you keep doing it, then we'll have to move on to further punishments. But seriously, stop. All right. Then we have... Oh, should I put Biblo on here? Biblo the Owl. Nah, we don't know enough about Biblo. Biblo might turn out to be a magical time-space being that is stronger than everybody else on One Piece. So there you go. Yeah. Okay. Anybody else? I think Saul has been in one of these before. I remember. If not, he's still on the list. Zeph is on the list. I would like to see Zeph. Yes, I would like to see Zeph on the list. Yeah, he's still doing it. Okay, one more. Okay, you're just gonna. I feel like it might just be like not even him doing it. It might be just like an automatic thing at this point. But yeah, we're gonna block you here for a minute. Timeout for 5 minutes. I'll do 5 minutes. I'll be nice, but there you go. All right. Let's see. Baskerville, the 3. You know what? I'll put them on there. Judge Baskerville, just because there's 3 of them. There's 3 dudes. There's 2 dudes standing on or sitting on a big guy's like knees, and that's Baskerville. But fine, fuck it. Why not? Okay, there we go. Shockey is on the list. We could do Spondum with Funkfried. Spondum with Funkfried wouldn't be bad. Spondum and Funkfried. I'll put them on as a companion. All right. Kaido was already in this. Kaido was in the very first one. He fought against Kobe. I remember that. Stussy is on the list. Beppo has already been in these before. Beppo's been actually, I think, in 2 of these. I think Beppo was a legacy at one point. Usopp, all the Straw Hats have been part of this, but there is a thing to bring a Straw Hat back. There's also a thing where we might roll on a D10 to determine if a bad timeline version of the Straw Hats might be on this. So that's another one, too. Wiper is on here. Magellan. I would love Magellan to be on here. Magellan has never been in one of these, but Helmeppo has. I think we're good. I think we have enough. We're going to select 10 more. We already have 2 participants, so we're going to roll for 10 more. I think we're good, though. I think we're all right with this. So I think I'm going to close open entries right now, and we're going to go to selecting the participants. I think that's a pretty good thing. Also, fun thing. I learned that you can change the colors of the tabs in Chrome, so now it's way easier to organize the different lists. So I didn't even know you could do that, but now it's like, yeah, there we go. So we have like blue, green, red, yellow. I'm learning the little stuff you could do to organize your shit. That's pretty fun. All right. All right. Here we go. This is going to be an all-out battle. Whoever's going through it. This might be the shortest tournament, too, because we don't probably have to. I mean, we're probably going to argue a lot because it's power scaling crap, but we're not going to have to, like, sit here and, like, you know, oh, man, who would win in a chess match or who would win in a ballerina contest. Paulie was in the last one. I remember because Paulie got really sick Sea King armor as his, like, buff in the last one. All right. You ready? Here we go. Who is the 3rd participant in the 8th tournament? Smoothie! All right. It's always good to have a collection of, like, because we usually get a bunch of dudes, but there's always, like, the sexy lady that'll, you know, be out throughout the entire tournament, and everybody's going to kind of sort of, but we want the sexy lady to win. So we always have to have, a sexy lady. So Charlotte Smoothie is going to be our 3rd participant. As Oda always said, she's strong. She's strong. So Smoothie, half long leg, half human, big lady, one of the sweet commanders, and has the power of the Shibo no Mi that allows you, it allows her to suck you dry. Exactly as I said that. Yes. Charlotte do nothing Smoothie. She did stuff, okay? She did stuff. She never had like a straight up like one-on-one fight with Jinbei or anything, but she had done stuff, all right? Yes. All right, so we got Charlotte Smoothie, participant number 3. All right. I don't think I'm going to do the buffs and debuffs for the whole tournament. I think I'm going to change it every single fight, so we're not going to roll for that yet. I'm voting Smoothie because she never got her time to shine. She could have in Wano. It was like Oda was like, okay, the Big Mom Pirates have to get involved at Wano. They have to at least go there, but he was just like, yeah, but they can't get too involved, so I'm just going to keep knocking them off the side of the damn waterfall. She fired a Getsugaten show at the Sunny. I mean, that's something. That's something, okay? All right. She's a Yonko commander, guys. She's not like Snack, all right? Now, I think with that being said, I think Snack might be on this list. I know Cracker is, so that'd be funny if we just got all the sweet commanders in this. All right, here we go. Participant number 4. Bogart. Okay, it's over. It's done. We got my man Bogart here in the tournament today. All right, Bogart is the right-hand man of Garp. He has been the right-hand man. This is a veteran of God Valley. Bogart is a veteran of God Valley. I used to think he was only like, I used to think he was quite younger than Garp. Like, Garp's in his 70s. I used to think Bogart's like in his 40s. No, they were both at God Valley. Garp was around 40 during God Valley, and Bogart was there too. So I'm thinking Bogart is maybe like 10 years younger than Garp or something around there. So Bogart's probably like in his 60s, maybe late 50s, maybe 10 to 15 years younger than Garp, something like that. Because he clearly was not like a child or like an apprentice when he was at God Valley. He was clearly like a Marine officer at that point, so he had to have been at least in his 20s. So, yeah, I'm going to say at most he's 20 years younger than Garp, which would put him in his 50s. But I think he's a little older than that. All right, but Bogart is taking the dub. By the way, I love the fact they included Bogart in the live action. Such a side character that really doesn't, like, I thought that, like, if for a live action, I thought that was one character they wouldn't include. But they included Bogart. He has some presence. He has some lines. The actor that plays him does a really good job. I don't know if he'll be showing up in season 2, but, like, damn, dude, they did a great job there. All right. Yeah, we're doing a battle tournament. We're doing a straight-up battle tournament, but there are going to be conditions for buffs and debuffs and things like that, right? Oh, which, by the way, I actually have to include another, before I forget. Hold on, let me do that now really quick. I forgot to include a, if they are going to get a buff or a debuff or neither, because it's not a guarantee they'll get one or the other. Hold on a minute. Let me just add that really quick. Just buff, and then handicap, and then neither. Okay. That's better. Okay, just to have that there. Yeah, that's all good. And then I can also change the color of that to let's go with purple for that one. Let's go purple. Okay, there we go. All right. Now we're good. All right, going back to this one. All right. So, that was the 4th participant. All right, number 5, participant number 5. Van Augur. Okay, shit. He's pretty powerful. I mean, he has the warp fruit. He has a gun called Thousand Lands, Seiren, I think, and he's the sniper. He's the captain of the 3rd ship of Blackbeard's fleet. He's a Titanic captain. He's one of the original members of Blackbeard's crew. He's obviously going to go up against Usopp in the final battle, clearly. That's a little ways off, but we don't know. He's probably also one of the smartest and most tactical people in the crew. So having him on there is scary because he's like a smart guy and he knows how to warp around and get the best shot with that sniper. One shot with that sniper rifle might be all it takes, right? Might finish somebody off, seriously. So, yeah, Van Augur is the next best Blackbeard Pirates member. I mean, in terms of, like, the one that might make a better captain, maybe it is Van Augur, if I'm being honest with you. Maybe Van Augur or Shiryu, because Shiryu is very devious. I don't think he's as smart as Van Augur, but he's, like, devious and very underhanded, right? Yeah. Sekai. Is it just Sekai? I thought Sekai meant world. I think his gun means thousand lands. So I think it's a little different. He can literally shoot you from kilometers away. Exactly, he can, which makes him scary. It makes him very, very scary. Lafitte being the wild card. I could see Lafitte as well, yes. All right, we got a representative of the Blackbeard crew here today. All right, so we have a representative of Big Mom's crew and Smoothie and a representative of the Blackbeard's crew in Van Augur. So, they'll be cheering on them. If Big Mom doesn't get in here, Blackbeard and, Blackbeard's already been in this, but he'll be cheering on Van Augur from the side. Yeah. All right. Sekai is in just the thing he says during Egghead. I thought you meant that was the name of his gun. No, during Egghead, yes, he was just like, the world. All right. Participant number 6. Yes, Caribou is on here. Caribou is on here. Thank you for the hours of entertainment. Do keep it up. Well, thank you so much, 7-star. Thanks for the 5. I couldn't plan it better, ladies and gentlemen. It's a random list. Right out. Van Augur, I guess, is also bringing along Caribou along the way. Oh, man. Oh, wait. Was Caribou already in this, though? Oh, I think he already was. I think I forgot to remove him from the list. Because he fought against Hibari a couple tournaments ago. I remember that fight because it was Hibari and Mr. Krabs fighting against Caribou on Kaiba's blimp. All right. So what do we do, ladies and gentlemen? Do we allow Caribou into the tournament for a second chance because I forgot to remove him from the list? Or do we kick his worthless ass out and bring somebody new in? I'll leave that for a poll, actually. I'm going to leave that up for a poll. I'm going to do that. I'm going to let you guys decide on that. Do we let Caribou in. And that is so Caribou, by the way. That is so Caribou to weasel his way back in. Right when you think he's gone for good, he weasels his way back in. Do we let Caribou back in? We kicked him out of the club. He already lost. Now he figured out a way to swarm his way back. He put on a fake mustache. Okay, fine. If he's allowed back in the tournament, he's wearing a fake mustache the entire time. You kick him out of the bar, and he shows up 15 minutes later wearing a fake mustache. Like, hello there, sir. My name is Caribou. My name is Caribou, sir. I am a different guy. It's like, I don't know about this. Oh, no. I think we're kicking his worthless ass out. I think we're kicking him out. I think the bouncer's kicking him to the curb, ladies and gentlemen. Put him back in the barrel. Dealer's error. He's got to be allowed in. Well, that's up to you to decide. Yeah, or he's just Gangster Gastino. We just make him Gangster Gastino if he's allowed back in. But I don't think he's allowed back in. I think we're kicking his ass out. Yeah. Ragnar is not included. Neither is Loki. Their abilities are too new, so I don't really know what they're fully capable of. All right. I think that the crowd has spoken. Democracy has spoken. I'm the bouncer, and I'm just like, I rip off the fake mustache, and I kick his ass onto the street. Caribou, get the fuck out of here. All right, but you know what? I'll leave him on the list, but I'm changing him to Gangster Gastino. If he comes in the third time dressed as Gangster Gastino, I'll let him in, because there's a lot of people on this list. I'm changing his name. He's no longer Caribou. He's Gangster Gastino. All right, there he is. Yes. All right, there he is. All right, if he comes back in now, we'll see what happens. All right. All right, our true fifth competitor is Bad Timeline Vivi. Vivi's back. And yeah, hold on. Oh no, this is our sixth competitor, sorry. Bad Timeline Vivi. Alrighty. So, in case you're curious, I actually went ahead and finally pulled all of them. So now we get to see what they're all look like. So here we go. This is from the most recent SBS. This is from SBS 113. We have Vivi if she was aged 40 and 60 in a good universe, and then 40 and 60 in a bad universe. So we're using the Bad Timeline Vivi age 40. So we're actually going to use... Let me crop this. We're going to use this Vivi. Right here. This is the Vivi we're using. Okay, so this is Bad Timeline Vivi, age 40. And she's a pirate in this universe, as you could see. And what she's actually saying is like, you know, I'll make you dizzy. You know, which might imply her ability to, you know, do the dance, like the super seductive dance to make people dizzy. And like, you know, that was how she fought when she was a member of Baroque Works. So this is basically like Vivi if she kind of remains as her persona as like Miss Wednesday and just goes into being a straight up just like a criminal, and she lives a life of crime, and she becomes a pirate, and she's a pirate captain, and she's, as you can see, a little bit more rough. She's got a scar down her forehead, you know, and this is a Vivi that'll kick your ass in a bar fight. This is a Vivi that if you talk shit to her in a bar fight, she'll break a glass and like stab you. All right, like this is a Vivi you don't want to fuck with, right? Okay. So, does she still use her peacock slashers? I imagine she would. She would still, I mean, does this not look like a Vivi that could kill you? Like, straight up. I think it does. I think she's a rough and tumble pirate captain in this universe. I don't know if she has hockey or not, but like, or a devil fruit or anything, but like, she'll kick your ass. Yeah. Now, I don't know about Karu. I don't know what happened to Karu in this timeline. Karu might be dead. Karu might be duck dinner in this in this timeline. Vivi might have killed and eaten Karu at this point because their crew was starving and they needed emergency food, right? Yeah. Yeah. So There is a version of Vivi when she is a celestial dragon, and that is when she's 60, and she is basically just a celestial dragon at that version. But yeah, she ate him. Yakaru is canonically dead in this timeline. All right, he is duck soup in this timeline. Sorry, Karu. Yeah, I mean, think about it. This is Vivi in the bad timeline. Some shit had to have happened to get her to end up at this point. All right? The entire Alabasta Kingdom burned to the ground, and Karu is dead, and all the Straw Hats are dead, and this is where she's at right now. Okay, yeah. Oh, dude. Okay. Anyway, that's Vivi. I will keep that on standby whenever we have her fighting somebody. Okay, we have bad timeline Vivi. All right. So that's our 6th competitor. And moving on, who's going to be competitor number 7? We're bringing back a Straw Hat, which I guess we'll have to see how this goes. But, you know, like, usually the Straw Hats win these. All right? So maybe not always, but sometimes they win these, right? Now, we got to go through which ones we cannot bring back because there's some that have already won. If a Straw Hat has already won the tournament, they don't have the ability to come back. Robin has already won. Usopp has already won. And we actually brought back Brooke in one of these tournaments, and Brooke won. So that cannot be Brooke, it cannot be Robin, and it cannot be Usopp. So I'm going to roll a D10. I have some D10s here. Actually, can I just pull up a D10 on the computer itself? That would probably make this a lot smoother, and you can actually see it that way. I'm just going to go to Google and, like, roll D10 here. No, not a D100, a D10. Okay, here we go. We could use this. Okay. So if we roll a 4 for Usopp, a 7 for Robin, or a 9 for Brooke, we're going to re-roll. Okay? All right, we're going to bring back a Straw Hat. All right, here we go. That's Robin. We already had Robin. Roll again. That's Frankie. We already had... No, we didn't get Frankie. Frankie's back. Frankie is back, ladies and gentlemen. Super. Frankie is back, and he has a shot. He's got a chance for glory. Frankie fucking is back. I can't... My favorite Straw Hat and Bogart. Oh, my God. Who am I going to root for if it's Frankie versus Bogart? I don't know. We already got bad timeline Frankie last time. Yeah, that was bad timeline Frankie. No, this is good timeline Frankie. This is Frankie as he is right now. And you know what? I'm happy for him. Frankie could win it all. He could win it all. So we got Frankie. Oh, man, we got Frankie, man. He's back in action. Frankie, you got one more chance. And this is double elimination, by the way. This is double elim. So everybody has 2 shots to win. We could do this. With the original VA, okay, sure. Peak Frankie with Kazuki Yao's voice. Peak Water 7 Frankie. We'll use that. All right. The show is on now. It's on now. All right, so we got that. Okay, all right. Damn, we brought back a Straw Hat. Okay. Shit. This last tournament, man, we got to get in as many people as we can because this is it. After this, we just got the final. We got 5 more participants possibility. All right, here we go. We already had Charlotte Smoothie. We already had her. Stussy. Okay, we got Stussy. All right, now I'm using Stussy as we know her from. I'm using the clone. I'm not using the original because we honestly know way more about the clone than we do about the original, and I think the clone is just honestly more powerful and more of an interesting character. So we're using Stussy, who has the power of the Bato Bato no Mi Vampire Bat, and also is a Cypher Pool Zero agent and has all of these different techniques. She has a tube of lipstick that has a piece of sea stone in it to immobilize Devil Fruit users. We can't forget about that. She has a version of Kamiye that basically is like the after image technique. She was able to one-up Lucci. She was able to like use anti-Lucci tactics in order to bring him down. She brought down Lucci in like 2 maneuvers. She used an after image and then a sea prism lipstick and dropped Lucci's ass in like 2 seconds. All right? She is scary. All right? She is scary. The clone is better, yes. All right. Yeah, where's Karu? VV ate him. The crew was lost in the northern seas, and they had to kill and eat Karu for emergency food. Ranged finger pistol, the Shigan. Yeah, she's got a suite of abilities, okay? She's got it, yeah. She has the range Shigon. She knows what to do, and her bite also like injects like some kind of like not antiseptic, some kind of like anesthesia to like knock your ass out too. So she's scary. She is scary. She can drop Kaku and Lucci, 2 awakened users like that. Now, granted, she had the element of surprise on her side, but still. Yeah. All right, and Van Auger's in this too. Yeah, nice. Okay, we got 4 more participants. You know? All right. I'm glad we have a decent number of ladies that are in this tournament. It's not just a bunch of dudes. It's not a sausage fest, at least. So that's nice. All right. Who's next? Oh, man, I'm excited now. We got 4 more participants. You know what? I'm okay with that. Judge Baskerville. We added him on the list. Judge Baskerville. Hey, look, every tournament needs an underdog. Every tournament needs the underdog. You know what? In case you don't know, in case you cannot remember what he looks like, let me pull up Judge Baskerville really quick. Let me pull up the geography is everything on Ennie's Lobby. He would probably be in that. Ennie's Lobby. Where's Judge Baskerville? There he is. This is Judge Baskerville. The guy on the left is named Bass, and then the guy on the right is named Kerrville, and then the dude in the center is named Princess. They're 3 different dudes. They are best friends. I don't think they're brothers. I think they're just best friends, and that's how they look. That's how they all look together. Are they strong? They're strong enough to beat up, like, the random low-level members of Galila and the Alliance that the Straw Hats brought. They're not strong enough to beat, like I think, like, Pauly kicks their ass. Like, Pauly was the one that kind of dealt with them. So, Pauly, they're on, like, maybe an even kill, maybe a little bit weaker than, like, the foreman at Galila. So, they're not super strong. They don't have Devil Fruits. They don't have Hockey. But it's 3 guys in a trench coat, basically, is what we have here. We have 3 participants in one, but they're best friends, and they're helping each other out, and that is Judge Baskerville. That is Judge Baskerville. Okay, yeah, Pauly and Zombie beat them. So basically they were there so Oda could have somebody for, like, the boss, the heads of the Frankie family and the heads of the Galila foreman to deal with while the Straw Hats were dealing with the Cypher Pole 9, which was, like, the main threat, right? They were there for that purpose, okay? So they're on the level of, like, Pauly or Zombie. We'll go with that. We'll go on that general level. They're about as strong as a Galila foreman. Okay, cool. All right, so we got Judge Baskerville. Fantastic. Very handy. I'll keep Judge Baskerville here in case we have to pull up his image for anybody. All right, he's got a sword. We'll give him the sword that he uses there. Okay. Yeah. All right. Okay. All right, Judge Baskerville. All right, who's next? Queen! Zuma, 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 Zuma. Queen and Frankie! Father and son! Oh, man, why would you tear them apart? Father and son facing each other off in a tournament. And I don't even know if Frankie knows that Queen's his dad or Queen even knows that Frankie's his son. I don't even think he knows that. Man. We gotta have that Queen and Frankie fight. We gotta have it. It's probably gonna happen. We're gonna randomize the order of this. Oh, man. Okay. Okay. Father versus son. Now we just need Tom. I don't think Tom's on the list, but, like, damn. All right, we got 2 more participants. Just 2 more. 2 more. All right. It doesn't matter if it is just a normal fight. It does open up with a dance-off. It does open up with a dance-off before the fight. Yeah. All right. Random audience member chooses. Yay. Okay. All right. So this is the way this works. I'm going to, you guys spam a bunch of characters. It can be anybody, really. It doesn't need to be somebody. It can even be somebody that's already been in the tournament before. I would say, okay, I would override if it's already somebody that won the tournament, as long as it's not somebody that already won the tournament, okay? So what's going to happen is I'm going to shut my eyes for, like, 10 seconds or whatever. I'm shutting my eyes. And then when I open my eyes, the very first person I see in the chat, that's the person that gets to be in it. All right? So I'm going to open my eyes right about... Not now. Wait. I'm not feeling it yet. Hold on. Okay. Now. Whoa. Holy shit. That went by quick. I think I saw Bartolomeo. I think Bartolomeo was the first person I saw. Bartolomeo. Gandhi. Gandhi. Thank you, Gandhi. All right. Bartolomeo is back in the tournament. He was in the very, very first one, was Bartolomeo. So you know what? He's back again. He was in the very first tournament. He has the power of the barrier fruit. Bartolomeo is back. All right. Yes, he already fought. He never won. Like I said, you could pick somebody that's already been in the tournaments before, but they just can't be a winner because, like, that already defeats the purpose because we're already doing the grand tournament after the final tournament after this. All right. No, I haven't seen the video where PewDiePie goes to Wit Studios, but I have seen like the artwork of like him in like Attack on Titan. I've seen that. Yeah. All right. Well, that's it, ladies and gentlemen. We only got one more left. We got the final participant for good. And then after this, whoever wins this tournament is going into the final tournament, right? To face off against the heavy hitters like Karasu and Vegapunk and Kuma and Dr. Kureha and Robin and Usopp and Brook are in that too. Oh, it's going to be wild. All right. This is the last one. The last one. I almost don't want to click the randomize button. I almost want to keep going on forever. All right, here we go. Big Mom! Yeah! Big Mom crashes through the door. She crashes through the ceiling. Mama! She was like the only Yonko that was never part of this. Buggy was never part of it either. Sorry, Buggy is left out in the cold. It doesn't matter. But, here we have Big Mom. She crashes in at the last minute. You never thought she would be in this. But here she is. Oh, Big Mom needs a win. I don't think this is post-Magma Big Mom. I think she is pre-Magma. Old Big Mom or hot young Big Mom? I think we're going with old Big Mom. We're going with Big Mom at Wano. Yeah. Damn. All right. Finally, Big Mom gets a shot. The last participant of all of these. Wow, weighing in at 5,000 tons, Big Mom! Dude, she might have to fight her own daughter. That's kind of messed up, but also I don't see that outside of the realm of possibility for Big Mom killing her own child, because she almost did that with Moscato and Opera and Perospero on many different occasions. So holy shit. We got Goldie Roger. We got Trafalgar Law, Charlotte Smoothie, Bogart, Van Auger, Bad Timeline Vivi, Frankie, Stussy, Judge Baskerville, Queen Bartolomeo, and Big Mom. Oh boy, this is gonna be a fucking, and that's all gonna be fights. Straight up fights all the way through. Oh man, this is gonna be a slobber knocker, it is. Oh, fuck. Yeah, Big Mom killing her kids, that's nothing new. That's old hat. You know, yeah. All right, Zeus or Hera? I'll give her Hera. We'll go with Wano Big Mom. So that's part of her power set. You gotta give her homies. Big Mom's gotta have her homies. Right? That's her ability. That's what she does. She has Napoleon. She has Zeus. Not Zeus. She has Hera, and she has Prometheus. She can use Cognac. She can use the Maser cannon. She can make the 3,000 Leagues of Mother's Misery. She might fight Law again. Like, oh my God. Yeah, slobber knocker. That's a word. Yeah, sure. I fear for Bogart. Who do you think the weakest person on this list is? Probably Baskerville, honestly. Yeah, Baskerville's probably the weakest. Bogart, I think, could beat Baskerville. Bogart is... We actually do not know his rank. I'm assuming, given that he's been in the Marines for so damn long, and he's the right-hand man of Garp, and he's been the right-hand man of Garp for at least 40 years, Bogart is authoritatively a vice admiral. If he is not a vice admiral, he is therefore the vice admiral level. But I'm pretty damn sure Bogart is vice admiral, okay? No, I would honestly say Bad Timeline VV is even stronger than Baskerville. If Baskerville's on the level of like Pauly or Zombie, I think a Bad Timeline version of VV could kick his ass. I honestly think that she could. Bad Timeline Vivi is going to be a little bit of a... She's going to be the one that's going to be the most contentious, I think, because she's an SBS character. So we're going to have to make some assumptions with that. But then again, we also have the bonuses and things. But remember, Baskerville has the power of friendship and 3 extra bodies. And 3 bodies total. That is true. It is the 3-body problem we have with Baskerville, yes. I don't think Bad Time... So this Bad Timeline Vivi is not a Celestial Dragon. She's clearly a pirate. Oda draws her clearly as a pirate. And at age 60, she's a Tenryubito. Don't ask me how that works. But clearly she is a pirate here. She's wearing a pirate hat, for God's sake. She is not dressed like a Celestial Dragon. We're using whatever we have to base off of this, like, one sketch that Oda did. So it's going to be a little confusing, but we'll figure it out. All right. Well, anyway, that's what we have. We have all the competitors. So now I am going to roll on this D20 we have here. And then I'm going to click the random button that many times. And then we're going to figure out, that's going to determine the final arrangement for the tournament. How many people are going to fight who? Yeah. Okay. Here we go. 6. I rolled a 6. So we're just going to click this 6 times. Nice and easy. All right, here we go. This will be for the final tournament bracket layout. 1, 2, 3. Why did it not go? Hold on a second. It only changed once. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There we go. 6 right there. Okay. Goldie Roger ended up as one of the seeds, so that's actually kind of nice. That's really nice that we have that. Okay. What do we got here? We got Goldie Roger, we got Bogard, we got Baskerville and Van Auger as the seeds. And then we have first round, we got Frankie versus Bartolomeo. So hold on, let me make a I have to write these down for the time codes that we're going to do. So let's see here. It's 51 minutes and 17 seconds into the stream. So let's start at 52. Let's do 52 minutes even. We'll do round 1. Yeah, we'll just do that. Actually, hold on. Let me write it like this, just to make this easy on myself. 52. Okay, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And we might have like 22, 23 rounds total, depending. Yeah. Okay. All right, here we go. 5 seconds. Oh. Okay, start the tournament. Bum, bum, bum. First round. Remember, double elimination, so it doesn't matter who loses here. They still got another shot. We got Frankie versus Bartolomeo, brought back from the dead via the chat. We got Frankie, the cyborg, member of the Straw Hats, versus Bartolomeo. And they're going to just straight up fight now. So we got to determine the buffs and debuffs. So here's how we're going to do that. First person up, we got Frankie. Is he going to get a buff? Is he going to get a handicap? Or is he going to get neither? He gets neither. Frankie is Frankie. This is Frankie that we're using as he currently is in the story. So, like, Egghead, Elbaf, Frankie. He's got his cyborg body. He's got all of his gadgets. I'm not giving him the Frankie Shogun because that's something extra that he gets from the Sunny. So I'm not going to give him the Frankie Shogun on this. He just has to fight by himself. But he's got all of his gear and all that shit that he has strapped to him. So there we go. Would Bartolomeo even fight a Straw Hat? Well, he is now. He is now. All right. Unless there's a buff or a debuff that affects that. Oh, he could still do Frankie Centaur. We could still have Frankie Centaur. So, no, it's never been confirmed that Egghead Frankie has hockey, so I'm not giving him hockey. It's just not, it's not something that's confirmed one way or the other, so I can't give it to him. All right. Bartolomeo, does he get a buff or a debuff? He gets a buff. Bartolomeo gets a buff. All right, so we're going to go over to the buff table, and we're going to see what Bartolomeo gets. Bartolomeo has peak mental clarity. They are calm and alert and absolutely focused for the rest of the tournament. That's from earlier, so it's just for this round. You know, we're going to re-roll these every match. Okay, so Bartolomeo is extremely hyper-focused. He knows what he has to do. Maybe originally he would have been a little conflicted about fighting against Frankie, but he has achieved Zen. Wapple had this status buff in the last tournament, and he did really good with it. And so the barriers are really focused, and he could just, he doesn't get, how like Bartolomeo was fighting against Cavendish and Hakuba almost got in through the barrier. He almost slipped in, and Bartolomeo was like, oh, shit. You know what I mean? He was a little bit, because Bartolomeo is a cocky son of a bitch, right? Like, Bartolomeo is the kind of guy that will taunt you, and he's not that anymore. He has now achieved peak mental clarity. He's like, I know what I have to do. I'm going to fight Frankie. I do not wish to I would not want to fight against a member of Luffy's crew, but I am focused, and I know what I must do. I have achieved Zen enlightenment, and this is what I must do, so this is what I must have to do, right? So he's fighting against Frankie. Where are they fighting, though? Because we have a location. We have locations. And I actually put some stuff like places in our world and a bunch of places in the One Piece world as well. Okay? Can Bartolomeo even lock in? Yes, he can. I am the ruler of this tournament, and I say he can, so he can. Where are they fighting at? They're fighting in Rain Base. Okay, we're inside of the Rain Base casino, and environments do matter because they might be able to use the environment to their advantage. So they're inside of Crocodile's casino at Rain Dinners. Rain Dinners is the name of the casino, Rain Base Casino. Frankie got neither, so he didn't get a buff or a debuff. He got neither. So it's a very classy fight. It's a very classy fight in the middle of a casino floor. Now, Frankie is going to have a really tough time busting through that fucking barrier. The barriers are indestructible, and Bartolomeo is focused as hell. So Bartolomeo it's going to be really hard to get Bartolomeo off. You can be unfocused, but the whole point of his buff is he is peak mental clarity, all right? So I don't know how Frankie's going to get through this, but Frankie does have a bunch of different weapons and tools at his disposal, and he has all of a casino at his disposal. Frankie could build some shit if he wanted to. Now, is there any reasonable way Frankie could bypass this barrier? Could Frankie figure out a way to... Because I'm trying to think about how the barriers work, okay? Because the barriers are not infinite. They don't allow anything past them, but there are limitations. Like, Bartolomeo has a set space he can cover with the barrier. He can't make just a giant barrier. It has to be a specific shape, and he has, like, only a certain amount of surface area to work with. So that's something. There are times where he makes barriers that are in the shape of cylinders, and then there's an opening on the very top. So that brings up a question. This is kind of a very important question. Does Bartolomeo's barriers stop air from getting in? Because that's kind of important. Because, Bartolomeo can just make a ball. He could just, barrier ball, and then just trap himself in a barrier. Frankie could then pick up that barrier ball. He can't hurt Bartolomeo, but if Frankie picks up that barrier ball and then coup de vent blasts it into the side of a wall, is Bartolomeo going to be like, bum, 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 like fucking knocked around the barrier ball and just fucking concussed from doing that? So there's ways that the barrier is indestructible, but there are ways that you could get around this. Remember, Gladys fought against Bartolomeo. And it wasn't like Bartolomeo just instantly won the fight because he had an indestructible barrier, right? There are ways around this, just like any devil fruit, right? It stops everything. It's the concept of a barrier. Right, but if he makes a barrier ball or something, it's still a ball. It rotates. Frankie can pick it up and throw it. Are these all battles? Yes, it does. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. We are going to do the same thing we did earlier when we're going to do the polls at the end. I'm just going to throw out my ideas. I'm trying to figure out a way here because Bartolomeo starts the fight, and he's just like, I'm going to throw out a barrier. It might be in the shape of a ball or a dome. It could be in the shape of a box. It could be in the shape of whatever. It can't just be a wall in front of him because Frankie could just go around it. It's a casino hall. It's a big... Bartolomeo will not be able to make a barrier so big it just blocks off, like, let's say the, let me grab a piece of paper here. Okay. So, like, doesn't this mean Big Mom wins eventually? No, because there's debuffs and buffs. Big Mom could get a debuff that takes away all of her abilities, and then she's fucked. Yeah, there you go. So, the Rain Dinners Casino is a pyramid. So, like, it's like the base of this. I know this isn't a pyramid, this is a square, but from the top looking down, right? So, like, Bartolomeo does not have enough space to just make a barrier like this. He cannot just, like, make a whole barrier where, like, Frankie's on this side and Bartolomeo's on this side, and, like, aha, you won't be able to get around it now. That's too... The building is too big. He won't be able to make he won't be able to make a barrier that fucking big. So he has to make, like, some kind of dome or something around him. And, yeah, Frankie could unload into that until Kingdom Come, but, like, that's not busting through anything. But then we have another question. Yeah, teching is far from a power scaler. Yeah, I know. The barrier even stopped collateral damage to the arena behind it from a king punch. The force and energy blocked the lot. Yeah, sure. So, yeah, Frankie takes out a rocket launcher and fires it, and it just blows up, and it doesn't do shit. It doesn't move him at all. I'm going to say Bartolomeo is focused enough that he just makes a box or something. Something that's anchored to the ground. Didn't Bartolomeo make a wall big enough to use as a ship after Shanks blew them up? No, that's not something. We don't know what happened to them after the fact. The ship blew up, and that was the last time we saw them. I think I threw out, yeah, like I don't think they're dead because of his ability, but we don't know what happened yet. We haven't seen Bartolomeo since then, yeah. Wait a minute. Frankie could take advantage of Crocodile's water tanks. Yeah. Underneath Rain Dinners is a whole subterranean location with there's a sea stone cage in Rain Dinners. Fuck. Okay, wait a minute. All right. Now, wait a minute. Hold on, because this is fucking, like, no, I'm not, okay. I'm going to say this, all right? You could shit on me for not being a power scaler, all right? I'm going to give you this scenario, all right? The battle starts. Bartolomeo sees Frankie, throws up a barrier. Barrier! You can't fucking hit me! Frankie unloads his whole arsenal into this barrier. Nothing is even scratching it, right? He's throwing missiles and flamethrowers and bullets and just, he's strong right, weapons left, nothing's hitting this thing. So Frankie's like, okay, stay in that barrier. I'm going to go look around and see if I can find something to breach that fucking barrier. Frankie starts scouring Rain Dinners, eventually makes his way down into the basement where he finds a fucking sea stone cage that then Frankie uses his wealth of engineering knowledge to repurpose into a giant sea stone buster sword, and then proceeds, or he could just flood the fucking place or destroy the floor. He destroys the floor of Rain Dinners, so Bartolomeo falls down into the basement. Now, you might be looking at me and you might be saying, teching, that's all bullshit. So I would like now for you guys to explain why Frankie can't do any of that. Because I don't see a single fucking reason why Frankie would not do any of that shit. If you can't go over it, we can't go around it, so no, we have to go under it. Yeah, that makes sense to me. Frankie's not an idiot. He's not going to be like, all right, I've thrown my entire fucking arsenal at this barrier. It's some devil fruit bullshit. It's not working. I got to get clever. I got to do something else. Frankie knows what the weakness of devil fruit users are. He knows they're weak to seawater, and he knows they're weak to sea stone and any water in general. So he's going to start looking around the casino. He's going to start trying to find it. There is canonically a fucking sea stone cage in the fucking basement, and Frankie is not a devil fruit user, so none of that means anything to him. But Bartolomeo is fully focused. Right, he is fully focused. So what would Bartolomeo do? What would Bartolomeo do in that case? What would he do? Collapsing the floor on top of the crocodile tank is very viable. Yeah, no shit. I think Frankie's going to look around his surroundings. He's not just going to sit there and try to punch through a barrier for 2 hours trying to break through it when he knows he fucking can't. He's going to find out pretty quickly it's a devil fruit power. It's bullshit devil fruit power. She's not busting through that, all right? So this is a case where in the situation where we're at, the location is really something very viable here. Bartolomeo knows that Frankie is a builder. He's clear-headed, so he won't give him prep. So Bartolomeo knows he's a builder. Okay, but how's he going to prevent him from giving him prep time? He could lock him in a barrier. Okay. He could lock... Okay, he locks Frankie into a barrier. Okay, now, here's the problem with that. Here's the problem with that. Have we ever seen Bartolomeo using his power on another person other than himself? Because that may be an awakening technique that he has not have access to yet. Because every time he uses the barriers, it's always directly in front of him or surrounding him. Even with Gladys, he trapped Gladys and himself in the barrier. So every time he uses the barrier, he never seems to lock somebody else in the barrier. It's always him. He's always the focus of the barrier. No, okay. So in that logic, Bartolomeo would have to run up and trap Frankie and himself in a barrier. But if he does that, because this is what happened with Gladys and Bartolomeo, they were both in the barrier together, and so Gladys's attacks could then hurt Bartolomeo. So if Bartolomeo is of clear mind and he's like, I got to make sure Frankie doesn't have time to go around and scavenge, I'm going to trap him in a barrier. But if Bartolomeo is trapping Frankie in a barrier, he's trapping himself in the barrier with Frankie, because that's canonically the way it works. Okay? So now Frankie is in a barrier with Bartolomeo, and now his attacks can fucking hit him. All right? He can't make a barrier inside of the barrier. That doesn't work that way. Yeah. He pressed a guy against a wall. Okay, but in that logic, he tries pressing Frankie against a wall. Frankie can bust through the wall because the wall doesn't have the barrier. I'm just saying, man. I'm just saying. We've never, if Bartolomeo has that ability where he can just use his powers and trap somebody in a barrier around him and then they just can't get out or they suffocate, he would have done that with Gladys. He would have done that with somebody else. I think that's probably an awakening technique, and I don't think he has access to that. We've never seen it. We never seen it. Didn't he lock Hakuba? No, he trapped himself away from Hakuba, kind of thing. He made a barrier around himself that Hakuba couldn't get into. Yeah. So there is no out of bounds. There is no out of bounds. The arena, this is the rule we've always done. The arena that they're in is like an invisible barrier itself. It's like you can't physically leave the area. Yeah. He threw a barrier at King Punch Guy. Yes, he's throwing a barrier. That's not the same thing. Yes, he can use barrier crash. He can create a barrier and throw it at somebody, and it hits them, or they have to dodge out of the way. That's not the same thing as I'm trapping you in a barrier and you cannot leave. He has never used that technique before. Or if he does, he's in the barrier with them. Yeah. I don't know. We've never seen him do that. You can make assumptions, but we've never seen Bartolomeo just walk up to somebody, use his powers, and like, I'm just going to trap you in an indestructible barrier sphere or cube, and you'll never be able to escape until I let you. We've never seen that. Yeah, that was Film Red, but the problem is Film Red also fucked up a lot of other abilities. I'm not using non-canon shit on that one. We're not using movie shit here. Film Red actually kind of screwed up a couple of different ways the barriers worked. They actually Film Red messed up a Devil Fruit ability really bad. I think they messed up Law's ability with the way that it affects by water. And I remember watching the movie, and I remember watching the movie and getting really pissed when I was like, "Oh no, that's not how it works. Fuck you," you know? Because yeah, so we can't use the movies for that. Can't use the movies for that. But anyway. That's how these fights are going to go. I don't know. Bartolomeo is usually a contentious one because the fact he has indestructible barriers at his fucking disposal. All right. So I'm going to say, oh, how much cola is nearby? Dude, it's a fucking casino. They got a bar. That bar has cola. If you've ever been to any bar, they have. I was in Vegas a couple of months ago. They have a big bar in the middle of this casino. They had soda, they had tequila, they had all the kinds of booze you could possibly want. Every drink you can imagine. They got to keep people comfortable while they're out there fucking. You want a smoke, you want a cigar, you want alcohol, you want soda, you want whatever you want, you can have it. You want good gourmet food, get back to gambling. We want you to stick around to gamble as much as possible. Coffee, tea, whatever you want, right? So, Okay, Bartolomeo. But the thing is, there's a limited surface area with the barrier. Okay, Bartolomeo blocks access to the bar. While he's blocking access to the bar, he's wide open. He doesn't have infinite space for barriers. He has a limited space. So it's either block the bar from Frankie getting there or block himself. You can't do both. Like Frankie, I feel like Bartolomeo has a really strong advantage here, but I think there are ways, especially if Frankie finds that subterranean area with a giant tank of water with the banana wannies. The banana wannies aren't really that big of an issue, but a giant tank of seawater plus a sea prism stone cage. I think there are some options here from the environment that Frankie could definitely utilize to his advantage, right? But is it Coke or Pepsi? I think canonically it's supposed to be Pepsi because Pepsi did a merchandising thing with One Piece once, and it was Frankie. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Well, anyway, I think I'm going to leave it up to you. I'll leave it here as a vote because we can't argue this all day and night. But I seriously think Frankie has a good shot of repurposing that sea prism, unscrewing the cage or keeping the cage and trying to trap Bartolomeo in the cage, or just probably repurposing it into a weapon, attaching it to his grappling hook or something, or figuring out a way to drop Bartolomeo into the seawater. Because if he drops Bartolomeo, if he destroys the floor and he falls into the... Bartolomeo makes a barrier and falls into the water, he's going to run out of air. And then eventually he's going to have to turn off the barrier, and then he would just be in the water. So this is going to be tough, man. This is going to be really tough, but Seastone needs specialized training to work. What are you talking about? Seastone needs... All he has to do is go down there, disassemble the fucking thing, and then throw a big chunk of it at Bartolomeo. You don't have to understand it. You just I got a chunk of Seastone metal. I'll just tie this to my weapon's left and then swing it around on a chain. That's all he needs to do. Yeah, that is easy. That cage was held together with, like, rivets and shit. He could just disassemble that. He's a damn engineer. He's a carpenter, for God's sakes. He has an entire toolbox on his fucking arm. He could do that easy. Yeah. Okay. Well, anyway, I'm gonna roll. I'm gonna leave it up to you. Now, the way that we're gonna do this, because I'm saying this now, because every time we go through this, because of the way that there's a margin of error. There is a margin of error with this. And there always has been with the way we do polls on YouTube. So the way this is going to work. If it is 50% to 53%, so it's 50, 51, 52, or 53, we do, I guess we're going to have to do a reroll or something. Or maybe we'll have to call it a draw. Ah, shit, I didn't really think of this because we're not doing challenges this time. You know what? We'll come across that problem when we come across that problem, I guess. I didn't think that far ahead on what that happens. Maybe, okay, you know what? Because of that, then, I'm just going to say it now before we do our first roll. Because there can't be draws. There cannot be draws. And we don't want to keep just re-rolling the same fights over and over again. So fuck it. If it doesn't matter, if it says 51% for Frankie or 51% for Bartolomeo takes it. We're literally just going with the final result. I don't even care if it's a margin of error, because otherwise we're going to have draws and we're going to have redos. This is the final fucking tournament. This is the way we're doing it. No, we're not doing challenges. I don't have the challenges stuff ready and to go. Fuck it. No. It's just whatever happens. Whatever. I don't care if it's 51% for Bartolomeo and 47% for Frankie. Whatever the final result is, we're going with it. We're doing it, because otherwise we're going to be here forever, because I think it's going to be more contentious, all right? And if it's 50-50, we toss a coin. Fuck yeah. I don't think it could be 50-50, but it's 50-50. We're tossing a fucking coin. I'll flip a coin on the internet. I'll do Google flip coin, so we don't, I'm not fucking fudging it or something like that. But that's the way we're doing it. Hell yeah, let's go. We'll do it live. Who wins, Frankie or Bartolomeo? We've gone through all of the options. I'm going to go get a fucking drink. Another drink. I'll be right back. All right, where are we at? Frankie, 68%. I think Frankie's going to take it. It is starting to snow outside, and it is very nice. It is very nice. Hey, guys, don't worry. Remember, Bartolomeo has another chance, and this tournament has always been unfair. So there we go. But no, I feel like people are going to be a little upset over that, but I feel like Frankie is a tactical man. I don't think Frankie's going to sit there and just bang on a barrier until Kingdom Come. I think he's eventually going to go out and figure it out. Bartolomeo could try to stop him, but yeah, like we've said, he can't just like, oh, Frankie's running away, I'm going to trap him in a barrier so he can't go anywhere. We've not seen him do that, especially from a distance. We've not seen him do that. Yeah. So, yeah, that's the way we do it. That's the way we do it. All right, Frankie wins this. I think it's good. I think that makes sense. I think Frankie figures it out. He goes downstairs. He finds the basement. He destroys the area. Bartolomeo falls into the water. And I don't even know if he actually needs the sea prism, because if Bartolomeo falls in that tank of water, he's going to run out of air, and whatever's going to happen, either the barrier's going to go down first, and then he's in the water, and then he's fucked, and then Frankie wins. Not all of these locations are going to have water or going to have access to, something of Devil Fruit weakness. It's just coincidental that Rain Dinners, Crocodile's base of operations, does in fact have 2 anti-Devil Fruit measures on standby in the fucking casino. So I think that actually kind of just saved Frankie's ass there. If it was any other location, I think Bartolomeo would have gotten it. All right, we got a super victory for Frankie. Yeah, 68% Frankie, 32% Bartolomeo. Okay, good job, Frankie. All right, he's going up against Roger next, though, so that's going to be fun when we get there. All right, we're off to a fantastic start. We're up to a super start. All right, where's my pen? Oh, the quest for the pen that I always have, but now I've lost. Oh, where did it go? Hold on. There it is. Okay. That casino has 2 brothers. There's too much water around. I'm with you. It's in the middle of a desert, but there is a giant water tank underneath the fucking thing. Alrighty then. So, round 2. Who's next? Let's see. We'll do... Oh, we're already an hour and 16 minutes. An hour is 16:30. Actually, no, let's just keep it an hour 17. Let's keep it even numbers to make it easy for when I make the chapters for these. So we got like 30 seconds in between. Our next round is going to be Queen versus Stussy. Okay. 2 Devil Fruit users in this one. I don't think we have serious debuffs. You keep thinking that. You keep thinking that. This is an unforgiving tournament. It really is. Okay, game face on, guys. Game face on. Round 2 of the One Piece Grand Tournament, Part 8. We have Queen, the Plague, one of the Yonko commanders of the Beast Pirates under Kaido. One of his strongest officers, second only to King. And then we have the clone of Buckingham Stussy, just simply Stussy. She's the queen of the Pleasure District. She's a member of Cypher Pole Aegis Zero. She's an ally of Vegapunk. She's Mad's first successful clone. She has the power of the Bato Bato no Mi. She turned into a vampire bat. She has a sea prism lipstick. She's got methods. She's got ways to fight. And Queen can turn into a brachiosaur. And he's been scientifically augmented, remember, to have all of the abilities that the Germa Double Six has. So he has Sparking Red, and he has the Dengeki Blue, and Winch Green, and Stealth Black, and does he have Reiju's poison powers? I think he has Reiju's poison powers. I think he has all of them. He has all of the augmentations that the Germa have, all folded into one body. He can launch his head out like a snake and crush people. Even people that have armament hockey, he can crush apart. So, yeah, did Queen help create Stussy? I mean, honestly, yeah, that's true. Holy shit, I completely forgot about this. Queen is fighting maybe 2 of his children in this. Queen is technically one of the fathers of Stussy, I guess. And then also Queen is the father of Frankie. And also he has the power of the ancient dinosaurs to crush you. So this is going to be a fight. This is going to be a fight. Yeah, okay. So, we have, we got to roll for, yes, buffs and debuffs. Okay. So this first one is going to be for Queen, What does Queen get? Queen gets a handicap. First one of these that we've seen in the tournament. So let's see how bad it is. Hockey disruption. Any hockey use is weaker and unreliable. So I don't really know if Queen super relied on hockey. Queen really relied more on the technological advancements. I'm sure Queen does know hockey. All of the Yonko commanders know hockey, but he's not really going to be able to rely on it too much here. Any observation that Queen might have had, any armament that Queen might have had, that's much weaker now, and it's unreliable and it's sporadic. It's his hockey is just disrupted. All right. Now, that's not as crippling as maybe some other characters, like I said, because Queen has a whole bunch of other ways to fight. He could still fight in his brachio form. He could still use all of his different scientific enhancements. But that would have been really devastating on another character. That would have been really bad. Okay. So, yeah, it's not as critical for Queen as it could have been, but that is going to be a factor because he won't be able to, like, sense people around him, okay? Stussy could go stealth and just, like, sneak around, and Queen really has no way of knowing, unless he has, like, a sensor or something, which maybe he might. He is a freaking cyborg dinosaur. He is. Okay. Now, Stussy, what does she get? She gets a handicap as well. All right. Stussy forgot the plan. All strategy discussed beforehand is completely gone. So, like, Stussy is basically going into this, like, the best way for me to describe it is the fight starts and she doesn't know up from fucking sideways. She's just like, all right, fight begins. Fuck, what am I doing again? Wait, what? Wait, what's happening? Wait, what's going on? She is completely discombobulated at the start of the fight. Any ideas or strategies? She is, oh God, she is screwed. Oh man, that's not good. That's not good. She is just really, she's not dumb. I want to make that perfectly clear. It's not like Stussy becomes an idiot all of a sudden, like a blibbering idiot. It's just that, like, any strategy she might have had, like, I'm going to take out my Sea Prism lipstick and I'm going to target him and I'm going to try to, knock him out of the dinosaur form, or I'm going to try to use, Rokushiki to dodge attacks or whatever. She just, like, brain freeze or just brain fart at the beginning of it. She's just brain fog at the beginning of the fight. Like, what are we doing again? Wait, we're in a fight. Wait, what's going on? She's just completely out of it at the beginning of the fight. Oh man. It's like she planned the presentation and she gets in front of the class and then she just opens up her presentation and she just completely forgets everything she rehearsed the night before. Just like, oh, story of my life. Oh, dude. She forgets who she's fighting occasionally. Yeah. That's the full reason she beat Lucci, so I don't know if she takes Queen here. Yeah, now, to be fair, the reason she was able to take down Lucci and Kaku is she knew full well about all of their abilities beforehand because they worked together. She never worked with Queen, although she did know Queen, you would assume, because she was created from Mads, and Mads was founded by Vegapunk and Queen and Judge. So Stussy would have knowledge of Queen, but that just goes out of the fucking, she just brain freezes at the beginning and just like, wait a minute, what am I doing? How do I fight? Wait, what does Queen do again? Like, oh, dude, this is rough. This is the opposite of locking in. Oh, she's locked out. Oh, man. All right, well, where's the location? Where is the location? We got to do location. They're fighting at Whole Cake Chateau, which Stussy has actually been there before. They're on top of Whole Cake Chateau where the tea party was held. They're at the tea party, basically. Big Mom is not there. We're not going to do things where, like, other people get involved and, like, disrupt the fight. We're not going to do something like that. We're like, oh, Big Mom is there, so she attacks. We're not doing that, but they're at the tea party. They're at the chateau, okay? It's not like Crocodile was not in Rain Dinners. We're not doing that. But they're at the chateau. Stussy is there drinking some tea, and then all of a sudden Queen shows up, and she's like, oh, shit, what? What are we doing? Oh, man, this is rough. So she knows the environment. She's not dumb. She knows the environment. She's been there before. Queen hasn't, but, like, I don't know if she's going to be able to. I think Queen is just going to bust out, like, his laser beams or his black coffee beam or shoot out the dragon and just, like, strangle her. And it's like, there's nothing that you can really do about that. Queen himself even said, like, this ability is strong enough to even crush those that have armament hockey, right? And he can't really use hockey. Are the homies there? No. There's not going to be any, like, third-party interference from, like, Katakuri or Prometheus. You could say there's, like, some random guests that are, like, running about, but, like, nobody's going to get involved there. No, Sparrow's not going to show up with a candy sword and help out Stussy or some shit. Or that's not happening. That's not happening. Yeah. Queen activates all of the Germa powers, coils her up, and shoots her and shocks her to death. And you know what? Like the Frankie versus Bartolomeo one we were discussing for a while, but sometimes, dude, we get to fights like this that just, like, right away, the fucking handicaps will do it. The handicaps or the locations or something will decide it right away, because otherwise we're going to be here arguing until the end of time. But, like, Queen just has, like, so many things to do. Queen has like 10 abilities off the top of my head that he can utilize. And Stussy is... So let's think about this here. Let's look at this debuff here. Okay. She forgets the plan. All strategy discussed beforehand is completely gone. So the way I'm interpreting this is she's just by the seat of her pants. She's just grasping at whatever she can in the moment. So Queen shows up and starts trying to attack her. She could still dodge, right? She still has all of her abilities. She can fly. She can use Geppo. She can, Soru out of the way. But she is very much reactive rather than proactive here. She's on the defensive rather than on the offensive. She just can't really form a cohesive strategy right away, which means Queen is going to have the upper hand at the beginning of this fight. And really what it comes down to is, will this advantage with Queen at the beginning before maybe she eventually deals with this and it maybe eventually starts to get her bearings? By that point, I think Queen's got her dead to rights. I don't think really, like, she might be able to come up with a plan if the fight goes on and on and on, if there's some way to, like, stall Queen out, but I really don't think that's the case here. I really don't. It's kind of like a surprise attack from Queen. Maybe it takes out Stussy in one hit. Maybe she's able to dodge or avoid part of it. Maybe Queen shows up with the laser and she's like, oh shit! And then she just, not because of a plan, but just reflexively, Soru's out of the way to dodge the attack and then maybe tries to counterattack. But, like, she gets a pot shot out on Queen or something, but, like, Queen's gonna counter with blinding lasers and invisibility. Queen can go fucking invisible, and it's like, oh man, she has no idea about any of that. She just blanks on that. Oh, dude, yeah. Queen will swat Stussy like a fly. I think Queen has it. Now, what about the Whole Cake Chateau in terms of the tea party, like on top of the tea party? There's really not much up there. I mean, like, there's tables, and I'm going to say there's, like, the candy structures that Sparrow made are still up there. But, like, other than that, like, there's nothing, like, Big Mom's not going to show up. There's no Sparrow assist or Smoothie assist or anything like that. It's just, they're at the top of the chateau. Yeah, I think we all know where this one's going. I don't really think there's a way out of this. Now, Queen cannot fly. Can Queen fly? I don't think Queen can fly. But Stussy can. That is an advantage, but I think just the surprise attack is going to do it, man. Surprise attack's got this, I think. Man. The brain fog, Stussy. The brain fog. The worst possible thing you could have in this situation, Stussy. Dear Lord, no. Yeah. It's going to be rough. Even if we want to say that, like, the chateau, you could push Queen off, which the way I'm imagining this is, like, there's the barrier to prevent them from getting kicked off. But even if Stussy manages to kick Queen off the side of that chateau, that's not going to kill Queen. Even if I'll allow that, which I don't think I am, but even if I were to allow the idea that one of them could get kicked off the side of it and they fall, like, 10 stories, a 10-story fall is not killing Queen. Queen already does that when he uses the Brachio bomber. He's way too durable. A 10-story fall is not killing him. It's not I don't even know if it would really hurt him all that much. Yeah. So I don't even think knocking him off. I don't think Stussy will be able to do that, but even than that, yeah, it's not going to do it. Yeah. Also, even if he did fall off, I think he would have methods and grappling hooks to grab onto the side of the chateau so he wouldn't fall all the way to the bottom. I don't think he would fall all the way to the bottom. Yeah. Yeah. There's not a lot of places for Stussy to hide up there. It's on top of the chateau. I don't think there's really a lot of places to hide. Queen's got it. Queen's got it. Yep. Sorry, Stussy, man. That was the handicap right there. And Queen's handicap wasn't great either. I mean, he lost all use of hockey, but he doesn't even really need it. He doesn't need it. Also, yeah, dinosaurs can fly, teching. All dinosaurs can fly. Have you not seen Sasaki and the mighty Triceratops? Yeah. All right, Queen's got it. Sorry, Stussy. All right. Where are we at? Okay, we'll do 1 hour 30 for round 3. Okay, so we got 50 seconds. We got 45 seconds. What do you think about this? Oh man, what do we call this guy? I completely forgot what we called it. Reginald. What do you think about the fight so far, Reginald? I concur. Yes, I concur. Yeah, that was a sweep. That was a sweep. What are you going to do? It's the environmentals, man. It's the handicaps. What are you going to do? Yeah. Reginald! Got like 20 more seconds. All right, round 3. I'll get that queued up. Oh my goodness. I didn't even see that at first. I was so focused on the other fights. Okay. All right, shit. We're fucking doing this. We're doing this. Okay. All right, here we go. Serious. All right, round 3. This is one that's going to be crazy. This is Big Mom versus Smoothie, her daughter, the 14th daughter of the Charlotte family. Charlotte Smoothie versus her own mom, Big Mom Charlotte Linlin, the matriarch of Whole Cake Island and the Big Mom Pirates. This, like, obviously you want to say Big Mom is going to win in straight up power. She's got her homies. She's got Prometheus and Hera and Napoleon. Smoothie's got her Devil Fruit, the Shibonomi. Big Mom has the Soul Fruit. You know, obviously Big Mom is stronger physically, but like, you know, what we say with those rolls, man, they could give you something weird. All right, so let's start with Charlotte Smoothie is up first. She's above that, so we'll do Charlotte Smoothie. What does she get? She better get a really good buff, and Big Mom better get a really big handicap in order to win this. Smoothie gets a handicap. Oh, that's not a great way to start off for her. She gets a handicap. What is her handicap? She has a heavy backpack. Okay, this one isn't so bad. For unexplained reasons, they are carrying a very heavy backpack and are not allowed to remove it. Now, the context of that is it's a heavy backpack proportional to the size of the character. So yes, Smoothie is really tall and really big and really strong. It's however big and strong she is, it is still an encumbering backpack. It might be a backpack of like 3 tons on her back, or however much weight even Smoothie would have a hard time moving. It doesn't completely immobilize them, but it's a heavy for her. It's a very heavy backpack, and she's not allowed to remove it. That's got to be a big-ass backpack. It is. It is a huge backpack, just stuffed with rocks. Just lots of rocks just stuffed in there. The most dense material, but it's like she's wearing a really heavy backpack, and it's like, oh, damn. All right, that's going to be hard to move around in, and she cannot take it off. She is physically incapable of taking it off. All right, that's what she's got. She has a big-ass backpack on her back. All right. I guess Smoothie is not dodging the Maser cannon now. I don't know. Oh, man. Okay, a bag full of Rocksteady Zebex? Yes. How many ever Zebex it needs to be? That's how many it'll be. All right, Big Mom, congrats on your win. Hey, we don't know. We don't know. Maybe Big Mom also gets a handicap. No, Big Mom gets a buff. Big Mom buff. Smoothie, you're dead. Smoothie, I'm sorry. I mean, you have another chance. You'll have another chance. A double elimination. But like, oh my God. Oh my God. Wait a minute. You know what? Okay. Well, we'll see what it is. We'll see what it is. This is brutal. This is going to be a brutal walk in the park here. Okay. This isn't too bad. She gets to roll on the ally table, but it's only a weak ally. You gain 1 weak ally who mostly helps with distractions and morale. So I have, actually, I don't have it on here. I have it on here. I have an ally table. Okay, this is just a D6. So I'm just going to roll a D6 really quick here. 4. She gets Gaimon. Big Mom, okay, it's over. It's fucking over. Big Mom and Gaimon teaming up to take out Smoothie. Dude, I don't think there's a single... Dude, if Gaimon was there to help Big Mom out, I think she would have steamrolled all of Wano. She would have killed Lawn Kid, then she would have killed Straw Hat Luffy, then she would have killed the rest of the Straw Hats, then she would have probably killed Kaido. Can you imagine Big Mom with Gaimon as her morale, boosting her morale in the background? And she's like, you go, Big Mom, you got this. Mama, I know, Gaimon. Thank you for your morale and your boost to my personality. Ah! Come here, Smoothie. Bam, bam, bam. Oh, man. Yeah, it's more like Gaimon gets help from Big Mom. Yeah. This is so rigged. Hey, man, it could have been the exact opposite, right? Big Mom could have been the one with the super heavy fucking backpack, you know? But she wasn't. Gaimon is in the backpack. Gaimon is weighing down Smoothie. Hey, I got her, Big Mom. Bring it on. Come on, I'm holding her down. Oh, dude. That's why it's so heavy. Gaimon does have the weight of 1,000 collapsed stars. Yes, he does. He has the weight of a white dwarf star inside of himself, yeah. Oh, my God. Okay. But what if Smoothie uses her backpack to block Big Mom's attack? Okay, so Gaimon is not canonically in the backpack. That's not what it says. That was funny. All right, now, okay, we still have to roll for location. Location. Where are they fighting? A grocery store. Wait a minute. Now, hold on. 1 minute here, okay? Smoothie is not completely encumbered. It's not like she is like so, like the backpack is so heavy she cannot physically move a single step. She can move. She's encumbered. Think of like the encumbered condition from D&D is basically what this is. So she's half movement speed and her reaction is slower. But Big Mom is in a grocery store, and this is hey, if they're in a grocery store, the grocery store has to be big enough to fit them. Smoothie and Big Mom are huge, so this is a huge grocery store. Otherwise, this wouldn't make sense. They are in a fucking giant grocery store, like a grocery store on Whole Cake Island, because you know there's a lot of those. Big Mom might go into a hunger pang. That might actually legitimately happen. They're in the she's in the grocery store. She's smelling all of the stuff from the dairy and the deli department and all of the baked goods. They're making cakes in the back and she could smell all that. That might actually mess something up here. Okay, we might have to do another roll on this. And also there's lots of liquids for Smoothie to use. Maybe Smoothie uses her ability to increase her size because Smoothie's not as big as Big Mom. But Smoothie utilizing... Well, let me just double-check on that really quick. Let me double-check something really quick. Because Smoothie's ability is to make herself bigger. And I'm going to say, if she starts the fight as she normally is, and she has the backpack, and it's really heavy, if she absorbs the liquids in the grocery store, she can get bigger, and maybe it's not as much of an encumbrance. It would still be one, but her ability allows her to make herself bigger. Okay, anyway, let me just double-check something here. One Piece Wiki... How tall is Smoothie? Because she is a member of the long leg tribe. She is 15'3". She's about half the height of Big Mom. She's 464 centimeters, and I know Big Mom is like 800. So Smoothie's 464, and Big Mom is 880. So she's almost about half the height of Big Mom. But using her ability, she could get about the same size as Big Mom. Is comparable there. Okay. It's a typical American supermarket. I said it was a supermarket on Whole Cake, so you know that Whole Cake is going to have a shit ton of giant supermarkets all over the place. I mean, that's the whole point of it's a food-themed archipelago. Oh, man. So this is going to be weird now. This is going to be weird. Now, you have to understand, even if Big Mom does go into a hunger pang, that doesn't necessarily mean she's easier to beat. If nothing, that might actually make her more difficult to beat because she's in a rage mode. She's not even focusing on, she's like, cake, and she's just going. She almost killed Pero Sparrow while in a hunger pang. So the hunger pang might just make it worse for Smoothie, but if you want to do a roll, we could do a roll to determine whether or not she has a hunger pang. Yeah. No, hold on. They're in a grocery store. Hey, look. It's the environmentals. We got to do the environmentals. They're in a grocery store. There's food everywhere. Does Big Mom have a hunger pang? I'm just going to flip a coin on this one. I think it's honestly a flip of the coin kind of thing. I don't think it's really like a D20 chance. I think it's pretty likely that she could end up having a hunger pang in here. Okay, flip a coin. All right, here we go. Okay, I'm gonna just hold on. Let me pull it up here. All right, flip a coin. All right, heads. She has a hunger pang. Tails. She doesn't. Okay, she's in the middle of. Okay, she has a hunger pang. She goes into a hunger pang. She's in the grocery store. She looks around and she smells all the food and she instantly goes into a hunger pang for pie or something that they're baking in the back. I don't know. Honey roasted ham! You know, she just goes into a hunger pang and she's just rage mode at this point, right? And I think Smoothie gets fucking destroyed. Smoothie could try to absorb the liquids in the store, and I think she could do that, but I think Big Mom's hunger pang is eventually just going to end up, she's just going to steamroll Smoothie. Yeah. Yeah, Snack's not here. Snack isn't here. Yeah, no. Yeah. Croissants! Oh, those nice, fresh-baked croissants or the cakes. Oh, my God. Honey roasted ham! So Big Mom's just going to destroy Smoothie and then go in the back and then just devour all of the honey smoked ham. Yeah. Can Gaimon snap her out of it? There is no snapping Big Mom out of a hunger pang. You're not snapping her out of it. It's the only way you're snapping her out of it is giving her what she craves. So maybe Gaimon might go out and be like Jinbei, try to find the honey-baked ham to give to her or whatever she's craving. Maybe that's what Gaimon could do while Smoothie is charging up, but I really think this just adds an extra little like flair to the fight, makes it more interesting. Maybe there's people running around like crazy in the grocery store. But ultimately, I don't think it really matters either way. Yeah. All right. I think we go to the poll. Yeah, Big Mom's going to fight. Gaimon grabs her food, and afterwards, Gaimon and Big Mom have a nice meal together. I think that's the best way to really imagine this fight going. Smoothie, I'm sorry you rolled your mom on the first round. You rolled your mom. I'm sorry, Smoothie. I also just think most of her attacks that we've seen, like, I don't think Smoothie's going to be able to drain Big Mom. I don't think Smoothie's attacks are going to be able to pierce Big Mom's iron balloon of a body. I don't think she's going to be able to drain her fluids. I don't think she's going to be able to use her. I mean, she can use her slash move. Maybe she causes like a paper cut on Big Mom. But it's going to be tough. Yeah. Get out there and vote. We have 460 people in here. Get out there and vote. Oh, this is going to be this is one-sided as hell. All right, I think I'm just going to end it there. 94% for Big Mom. Oh man, damn. Yeah, Big Mom's got it. So we got 142 for round 4. Okay. So Smoothie's going to get knocked down in the loser's bracket, but hey, she might be able to do really well there. Oh boy, next round. Okay, we got 10 seconds here. Yeah, Big Mom's going to win. There's just no way. Who voted Smoothie? Somebody. All right. Round 4. We have Bad Timeline Vivi, which in case you forgot, this is Bad Timeline Vivi, versus Trafalgar D. Water Law. The first time Law is ever in this tournament. Holy crap. All right. So what ability does Vivi have? So she has the ability of being a pirate with a scar. And I'm going to give her her peacock slashers, and I'm going to say she's a little bit more in-depth about using them. But I think we're going to rely mainly on buffs and debuffs for this one, because I have really no idea what she can do. We'll see what she can do. We'll see what she can do. All right. So first up is Bad Timeline Vivi. What's she getting? She gets neither. She doesn't get a buff or she doesn't get a debuff. Okay, that's pretty simple. So now it's just Vivi, but pirate. What does Law get? Law gets a handicap. All right, Law gets a handicap. The wrong outfit. They are dressed wildly inappropriately for this challenge or this battle. All right. So hold on a moment. That is going to, you might be, okay, you might laugh right now. You might be laughing. You'd be like, that doesn't fucking matter. No, it does, because it depends on where the fight is. All right? So let's see where the fight is really quick here. Where are they fighting? The zoo. Not Zoe, the zoo. All right. So what outfit Hold on. Before we get into the fight proper, what would be the worst possible outfit to wear at the zoo? He is dressed completely inappropriately at the zoo. What does that mean? What does that mean? He's dressed like a rotisserie chicken. No, he's wearing the fucking meat outfit. The fucking Lady Gaga. Remember when Lady Gaga dressed like a... she had the meat outfit? Oh my god. Hold on a minute. I gotta look that up. Lady Gaga meat dress. He's wearing the Lady Gaga meat outfit. Yeah, that's it. Yeah. Oh my god, it has its own Wikipedia page. The meat dress of Lady Gaga. It has its literal own Wikipedia page. That is hilarious. Oh my god, she's just... Was it actual meat? Was it made out of actual salami or some shit? Like, what is this? I remember this. Was it real meat? Or was it just designed to look like it? You know? I don't know if it was, but in this case, yeah, it was. It fucking was. It was? Okay. So Law is just wearing Lady Gaga's meat outfit. All right. Oh no, she wore a fake one later. So this is like a fake dress she made. But then there's also a real one that she wore, and it was actually made out of meat. Oh my god. It was real. Okay, holy shit. All right, Law's wearing a dress made out of meat. All right, at the zoo and fighting against bad timeline Vivi. Okay. So, the animals are going to be probably drawn to Law. Law's going to have to deal with that. But Law also has like one of the best devil fruits in the abilities in the story. He can use his room to like teleport around and stuff like that. Law easily gets embarrassed and Vivi talks him out of the fight. The animals, I'm going to say if he's dressed completely inappropriately for this, and he's at the zoo, and he's wearing a meat dress, and the animals do go after him, I'm going to say that is going to distract Law for a little bit, and Vivi has a shot at him, but, like, Law's abilities are just really good. They're just so good. Law could just be like, I'm being attacked by a bunch of lions trying to eat me. I'll just, boom, and then he could just, like, shambles the lions. But that is going to distract him for a moment. That is going to give him a little bit of an opening, right? Law can use his devil fruit power to switch with any of the animals. He could. He could use his power to switch with any of the animals. So, like, the animals, but he still has to pay attention to them while doing that. You know? So, like, let's just say the animals start, like, coming out of their cages or jump over their enclosures and start going after Law. But Law can just dodge them. But meanwhile, while he's doing that, Vivi's going to maybe use her peacock slashers or something. Like, haha. She also has the hypnotic. Could that work on Law? Could the hypnosis ability that she utilized at Whiskey Peak, could that work on Law? Is it capable of working on Law? I'm just trying to give Vivi a shot here. You know, like, that's what these are. Yeah. Of course. Yeah, I think it could work on him. It worked on Zorro very briefly. In fact, actually, it's really funny about that scene. I think it worked on Zorro, and then the only reason that it stopped working is I think Karu showed up at the minute and, like, slammed into Vivi. Like, some third-party thing happened that distracted them. But that is what's going on with the zoo right now. Vivi could try to, like, distract Law with her sensual dancing, and then Law is kind of like, what? And then all of a sudden a stampede of lions come out of nowhere and, like, go to attack Law or some shit. Oh, man. She does, the one thing we know about Vivi at this age is that she does say, I'm gonna make you dizzy. So, like, I guess she could still use the technique. Maybe her hips, I mean, she's 40. She's not 80. She's 40, you know? Yeah. I think Vivi is completely cooked, unlike Law's meat suit. That is really funny, though. Yeah, Law could also swap Vivi's, like, personality with, like, a bird or some other animal in the zoo. There's a lot of options here. Yeah. Yeah, I think we all know where this is going, honestly, but I think it is just funny to picture Law in a meat suit. Yeah, I think that's pretty much, that is funny as hell to see Law's immediate reaction to being placed in a meat suit. Aw, man, why did I dress this way for the zoo today? This is completely impossible. Why would this work? Why would I think this is the right way to dress? In Zoro's defense, it was an absurd technique. Yeah. Yeah. I don't think any animal in the zoo could slow down Law. I can think of one, and I'll tell you why. The polar bear. The polar bear could slow down Law, because Law, I think, would be seeing a polar bear coming at him, and I think for a moment he would think it was Beppo. Law would not want to harm a polar bear. He would not want to, Law would not, let's put it this way. Law would not take out Kikoku and stab a polar bear in the face to kill it. He wouldn't be able to do that. He would see it's like, aw, Beppo. Oh shit, it's an actual polar bear. You know, like, oh fuck, no, it's not actually Beppo. But he could dodge out of the way. He could, use room and shambles. He could separate the polar bear without actually killing it. There's a million and one ways Law could, dodge out of the way of the animals. I don't think the animals are a major concern for Law here. Yeah. Do they have polar bears at zoos? I have been to 2 separate zoos, and both of them have had polar bears. So, yeah, the Central Park Zoo in New York City has a polar bear. Yeah. Why are the cages of the zoo open? You think the cages are keeping the animals in, really? You think Law dressed in a sumptuous meat dress and the lions get a whiff of that? You think they're just going to stay in their cages? Nah, man, lions are going to jump right out of their cages on that one. They'll figure a way out. Oh no, the lions are breaking out of their cages. This was during the moment where they're cleaning out all the cages, and then all of a sudden Law and Vivi show up. Yeah. What are the buffs and debuffs? Law is dressed in a meat dress, and Vivi has nothing. She's just Vivi. She's just age 40, bad timeline Vivi. But yeah, anyway, that's the way it goes. I think we're just gonna go to the poll on this one. Who wins? Vivi or Law? Yeah. I'm pretty sure the Philly Zoo has always had polar bears. Yeah. I've never been to that one. The meat dress. That's what I mean, man. That's what I mean. Some of the debuffs are weird, but yeah. Law wins. He just wins while wearing a super ridiculous outfit. The dress, they are dressed wildly inappropriate for the challenge. The worst possible thing you could wear at a zoo. That is what Law is wearing. Yeah. But yeah, Law's got this. Law's got this. Yeah. Please keep the meat dress. Wouldn't it be funny if he just keeps re-rolling the same handicap over and over? It's a different horrible outfit each time, but he does win. Oh my goodness. Yeah, zoos are cool. I've been to the Pittsburgh one. I've been to the one in... No, actually, I think we did go to the one in Philadelphia, because when we were out there... No, I think we did go to that one. I think that was the one with the other polar bear. And then the Central Park one also has a polar bear as well. And there was also a little zoo in Japan we went to where I saw a capybara for the first time. Capybara. All right. So, yeah, I think Law's got this. Law's got this pretty handily there. All right. Going down to round 5, which... Oh, okay, we're going up here. All right, where are we at? 153. I was thinking this might be a shorter tournament because of none of the goofy challenges. It's just straightforward, but well, not super straightforward. But hey, I think it's probably gonna be as long as a normal one. I think I'm gonna order a pizza here in a moment. Pizza for tonight. Imagine Law just chilling with a capybara. I feel like that is a cover page at some point that Oda did draw. Law chilling out with some kind of animal. Excuse me. What toppings? Oh, we're going to do my standard pineapple chili. There's like a special pineapple chili kind of pizza. Oh, here we go. Sorry, got it back on the clock. All right. Round 6. We have... Wait a minute. Round 6? Did I mess this up again? Oh, man, I think I might have messed this up. Okay, hold on. Scrap it for a minute. Hold on. How did I mess that up? Round 4. Oh, no, so it is round 5. Okay. No, it is round 5. Okay, we're going to take another minute here to kind of... Sorry about that. Yeah. I messed up. Okay. Rustage would be proud of you. Pineapples on pizza. Rustage can't drink as much pineapple juice. It hurts him now. It physically hurts his soul and his mouth. I think he just drank so much of it that his mouth has grown, like, painful whenever he drinks pineapple juice. Yeah. All right. Now, here we go. Back to it. Sorry about this. All right, round 5. For real now. Okay, we got Goldie Roger, the king of the pirates, going up against Cyborg Frankie. Fresh off of his contentious win against Bartolomeo, this is going to be a fun one. All right. So, what is Goldie Roger? Well, wait a minute now. Goldie Roger already has his buff for the whole tournament. We've already done that. He's very, very motivated to win this. We've done that because he's the legacy from the last one. So we're going to keep him with that the whole tournament. He's the exemption. But Frankie, on the other hand, or do we do it the other way? Do we do that? Which one do we do? Do we give him the same one we had last time, or do we give him the buff debuff system as everybody else do? What do we do? Let's figure that out first now. Before I even roll anything, let's find out about that. Yeah. How old is Roger? Roger is like, he's like when he was fighting Whitebeard and he met Odin. He's like at that point. He's like end of his life Roger. Roger getting nothing but motivation is going to wipe everybody. Yeah. I think we roll every time. Yeah, I think we re-roll every time. I think that actually does make sense. It wouldn't matter. No, it would matter. It 100% would matter because there's debuffs that literally will just say Roger becomes a normal dude. And then Frankie beats his ass, right? So, like, there you go. Yeah. Does he have his sickness? He does. Although there is a buff that takes away a sickness, too. So, there's stuff that does that. I think we just do the same thing. I think we do the same thing as everybody else. I don't think we give him special treatment. I think we just do that. All right. Yeah. Yeah, I think he's too strong to have a... His buff is he's Goldie fucking Roger. There we go. All right, so here we go. Goldie Roger, does he get a buff or a debuff? He gets a handicap. All right, what's his handicap? This better be a good one, I swear to God. If it's not a good one, he's just going to sweep the floor with Frankie. What is Roger's debuff? The crowd turns. The public opinion has shifted hard against them. Oh, man, we're against Roger now. That's the general public. That includes you guys. That's why that's on there. That's me and that's you. That's everybody. Man, Roger, dude. Roger, fuck Roger. I don't think he's got this. I don't think Goldie Roger's got this, man. Roger might still be motivated himself. Okay, there you go. Oh, man. No, you don't understand. You as the chat now have turned against him. That's what this means. That's what this means. He is now a fraud. He is now the fraud that is higher than Garling. This is possibly the most devastating debuff on the entire list. All right? That is what this means. Because we're the ones voting. You're the ones voting. All right? Boo! Roger, you suck. Maybe Roger doesn't care. Maybe Roger doesn't care, but we care now. All right. Nobody wants your damn treasure. Hello there, mateys. Do you want to know my treasure? No, we don't. The Marines are awesome. Screw you and screw your treasure. Execute him, guy. All right. Yeah! And the Great Pirate Age did not start on that day. All right, everybody just went home and had a nice quiet evening, happy that Roger is finally executed. Okay, anyway. What is the buffer handicap for Frankie? Frankie gets a buff! They executed him before he had a chance to say anything. He's old D, Roger. Now you're getting it. Now you're getting the spirit of the debuff. Now you're getting it. Yeah, everybody just gathers together in the plaza and just like, Roger, you're a piece of shit. You know, you were a pirate. You killed so many people. We just want, he's like, do you want to hear about my trouble? We don't want to hear anything. You don't get to say shit. Kill him now. You know, like that's all that happens. That's all that happens. Right? Okay. Yes. Yes, the public opinion means chat votes against Roger. That's exactly what it means. What does Frankie get? Peak mental clarity. Now Frankie took a lesson out of Bartolomeo's page. Now Frankie is firing on all cylinders. Frankie got an upgrade to his brain, his CPU. He's upgraded his CPU, and now he's just like laser focused on the task at hand. All right, where are they fighting? Where are they fighting? They're fighting at the county fair. The county fair. So everybody hates Roger at the county fair. People are spitting on him. People are throwing tomatoes at him. And then you got Frankie. Frankie there at the county fair, which you might think that might not give him too many things to work with, but the county fair has tractors. They have a shit ton of tractors and farming equipment. Frankie, peak mental clarity, is going to make an Amish redneck version of the Frankie Shogun with that tractor, and he's going to destroy Roger. And now we're going to immediately go to the poll, and everybody's going to vote against Roger because that's the whole point of the debuff. Frankie wins. Who wins, Frankie or Roger? That's how this debuff works. That is literally why I put it in there. It is the most unfair bullshit on the entire tournament, but it's the one that Roger rolled. Frankie! 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 Oh, yeah. Frankie, beat that fraud. Beat him. Beat him down 8 ways to Sunday. I don't know, guys. The crowd turned against him, but I'm still seeing 33% voting for him. You guys aren't following the rules on this one. Tisk, tisk, tisk. That's not how this works. Okay, taking away the character for a moment. That is literally what the debuff means. If you're curious, the debuff means that person loses. That means that person loses. That's why it's in there. It is probably, I think there might be a couple of others that kind of would do that too, but this one is one of them. Yeah. Yeah. So, there, go ahead. Frankie beat Roger, dude. Frankie's going to go over to all those tractors and wheat threshers. He's going to tear them apart. He's going to form. You never see that episode of Johnny Bravo where Johnny goes to live with the Amish and he somehow creates a fucking monster truck out of spare tractor parts? That's going to be Frankie. Frankie's going to roll up in a monster truck that he turned out of but giant tractor tires, and he's just going to slam into Roger and kill him immediately. That's what's going to happen. Yep. Yo, Luffy, I just beat Roger at the county fair. Yes. Voting for Roger is a vote for his execution. Yeah, you either vote for Frankie to win or you vote for Roger to die. It's one of the two. It's one of the two. Yeah. All right, Frankie wins. Frankie wins. Man, it's a good thing we chose to give Roger the debuff. Otherwise, I don't, or at least give a, hey, he rolled on the debuff in the buff roll like everybody else. He got the handicap, and then he rolled on the handicap list, and he got one of the worst possible ones. So there you go. All right, there we go. To be fair, I will take that one off. I will take it off so nobody else can roll that. I will remove that one. To be fair, that one is so devastating. I will take it off. All right, now where is the, here it is. Okay, let me remove that one. This is the last one on the list, too. That was the last thing on there. Yeah, that's fucking crazy. That's fucking crazy. You can't hate on it. No, I'll take this one out because it might come up again and it might just ruin it there. But yeah, 38% voted for Roger to get executed. There you go. Good job. Thank you for voting. Hey, it happened. Frankie straight up killed him. Maybe I should just remove him from the whole tournament on that one, but I'm not going to. You know. All right, there are some others that do something similar to that, so we'll see. Roger got so downgraded on that one. Oh man. Go, Frankie. All right. Frankie won. I can't believe Frankie did it. Frankie beat the king of the pirates. Everybody turned against him. Everybody voted against him. Everybody voted for him to lose, for him to die, or for Frankie to win. Yeah. All right. So where are we at now? I just missed it. Okay. Well, we'll do 204. Gotta wait a minute. Yeah, I'm doing this, by the way, to make it easier to structure the live stream with all of the chapters, to just start the new rounds on a brand new minute, like even 0-0. So it's nice and simple to categorize. Oh, man. Oh, man. I was worried about Roger. I was worried Roger was going to be a pain in the ass in this tournament because everybody loves Roger. He's like one of the strongest characters in the story, but not anymore. Not anymore. All right, what is the next fight, though, to queue up? This is round 6. Oh, Queen versus Bogart. Okay. All right. Queen versus Bogart. Got a couple seconds here. Okay, round 6. We got Queen versus Bogart. Queen has all the Germa powers and Dinosaur, the Brachiosaur zone, and then Bogart has a sword. But you know what? Bogart has a sword, but he is also the right-hand man of Vice Admiral Garp. Bogart himself is easily Vice Admiral level. He was a veteran at God Valley. He was there. He has really good swordsmanship skills. We see him basically dicing up a bunch of guns like they were essentially like cheese, you know, like little segments of gun. He is a master swordsman. You want to see how good Bogart is with a gun? Let me show you actually really quick here. I think it would probably be in the Kobe cover page video, I think. What if you change that crowd hates him to it's actually Damalo Black in disguise? Nope, the crowd just turns on Roger. That's funnier for me. All right, where's Kobe at here? So, here's Bogart, first of all, in case you guys forgot. I don't know how you could forget such an amazing man. But there he is. And, oh, please tell me I have it in here. I might not. I might have to look it up. All right, hold on a second. Let me pull it up, because it is actually pertinent. It is pertinent because it does give you an example of how good he is with a sword. What chapter was that? 98, I think? Sorry, guys, I have to look something up. It's going to take a second. Yeah. Oh, wait, go back. I got to look up the website for the chapter, because I want to give it to you in the color page. Chapter 99. I saw 98. It's either 99 or 99. I'll check 99 first. Thanks, Amanda. Yeah, there it is. I got it. Thank you. All right. Okay. Here is how good Bogart is at using a sword. Look at that. So Kobe's holding these two guns, and Bogart moves in, and in one move, in one cool as hell move, he even does the cape flip, slices up each gun, does not hurt Kobe's fingers, does not cut the handle of the gun completely, slices each gun into like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 different segments. He's like a damn surgeon with that katana. He did that in one fluid movement with one katana. And he did like the sheath and unsheath, and he did that in like the fraction of a second. So that's where he's at. That's what he can do. He's easily Vice Admiral level. We don't know his official rank, but he's wearing the coat. He's with Garp. He's Vice Admiral. He's Vice Admiral. And he is fighting against Queen. So let me push that back up here. All right. So does Queen get a buff or a debuff? Queen gets a buff. And Queen's buff is chosen by fate. Coincidences constantly favor them in critical moments. So this is a hard one to overcome. This is Queen is now the chosen one. A light shines above him, and it's like right when you think an attack is going to really hurt him, that's like the final move. Queen manages to dodge it or move out of the way, or that this buff is broken. Yeah, it sure is. It sure is. So, what does Bogart get? Oh, he gets a buff too. He gets a buff too. What if they both become the chosen one? That would be so funny. Final arc power-up. They unlock a transformation or state they didn't know they had. All right, holy shit. So this is Duel of the Fates level shit. This is final battle power. Okay, Bogart and Queen are now the main antagonist and main protagonist of the story, respectively. All right? Bogart is now the protagonist. He has major protagonist energy. Queen is now the equivalent of Emu or Blackbeard, and now this is what the final battle of One Piece is not Luffy versus Emu. It is now Bogard versus Queen, and they have both been chosen with god power. How the fuck are we supposed to? Oh man, Bogard is beaten down. Oh, the good luck of Queen looks like he's gonna be beaten down, but fucking Bogard goes Ultra Instinct at the last minute. He goes Super Saiyan or some shit. Bogard removes his hat. Bogard, one of the most like background characters in the story, now literally achieves final arc power up Ultra Instinct level bullshit. All right, yes. Sun God Bogart. Yes. All right, where are they fighting at? I hope it's somewhere epic. A Chuck E. Cheese. Okay. Okay, just give me a second. I just need a minute there. All right. Oh my god. Thanks for the $10, Tarzan, man. You seem like the most genuine person ever. I've always loved your content. I'm drawing you as an anime. Oh my god. Well, thank you. I'll be sending it soon. Thank you so much. Yes, I still keep up with Daemons of the Shadow Realm. In fact, I'm probably going to check to see if the new chapter's out, because I don't think I read the chapter for January yet. I don't know if it's out yet. Oh my god. In the ball pit. The final most epic battle you can imagine in One Piece is somehow between Bogard and Queen in a Chuck E. Cheese's. I don't know, man. Actually, you know what's funny? I've never been in a Chuck E. Cheese's up until like last year. My dad's girlfriend has a daughter from a previous marriage, and she has her kids. So like my dad is basically a grandfather kind of. And they were having a party at Chuck E. Cheese's, and I'm like, all right, I've never been to a Chuck E. Cheese's. So I went in there. I'm like, okay, yeah, it's like Slinky Action Zone or like some other places I've been. The pizza was good. Pizza was good, pretty good. I was like, all right, yeah, this tastes like pretty good pizza, you know. So yeah. So arcade. There's a bunch of arcade games. There's like a little dance floor. I remember there was like a dance floor that like lit up and stuff like that. And there's a place where all the cake and pizzas are, and Chucky's walking around in the big suit. You know, there's crane machine games. There's a prize wall. You know, there's all that kind of stuff that you'd imagine at a Chuck E. Cheese. You know, yeah, we can include the animatronic band in this. Why not? Let's bring back the animatronic band for this alone. I think it's just on the screen now. It's like a television. It's like a animated thing now. But like, yeah, why not? Why not have it? Yeah. We're getting pizza today. Does Queen hack into the animatronics? Maybe he does. Maybe he does and turn it into a Five Nights at Freddy's situation. I don't know. All right, so what does this mean, though? Like, let's go through these again. Okay, Queen has... he has... Oh, I had to... Okay, so Bogart has a final arc power-up. So Bogart achieves the kind of power-up that a character would receive in, like, the final arc of an anime. So it's got to be something powerful. We can't just say maybe his sword becomes the god sword that cuts through anything, or you know, like the laser sword or something. He gets something really cool with his sword, or he gets stronger. And then Queen has chosen by fate, the chosen one. This is a battle for the ages. I think the only way to really say it is both of those buffs cancel each other out. I can't really see any other way of looking at it. Like, the buffs are kind of equivalent in how good they are. I think they just balance each other out. Queen shows up, starts beating the shit out of Bogart. Bogart's about to die, and then all of a sudden, the sun god appears and gives him a blazing sword of light and radiant energy, and like, ah, you know, like that's basically what happens. I think that's honestly fair. So now they're kind of even. But Queen still has all this other shit. He has all this other stuff to do. And they're at a Chuck E. Cheese's, and they have the animatronic band that Queen could mess with. I don't know. I don't know if Queen could hack into them, but he'd probably pick them up and throw them at Bogart. But then Bogart would just hack them up. It wouldn't be a big deal. He gets the Master Sword. It's, yeah. All of a sudden, Bogart just... Oh, do 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 do. Bogard strikes an epic stance. Garp is in the stands of... Garp's eating pizza. Garp's just off to the side, not getting involved in the fight, just eating pizza at the Chuck E. Cheese's, and he's just like, you kicked his ass, Bogard. Go ahead, man. Oh, man, good fucking pizza. Garp is there putting his arm around Chucky. Chucky and Garp are in the background watching this fight go down, this Duel of the Fates level bullshit. Oh, man. Okay, how many power-ups can this guy get? Oh, dude, he gets the Galaxy Impact, the Galaxy Slash. He gets Galaxy Slash. We could call it that. Why not? We could call it that. Oh, man. Bogard might worry about collateral. I'm just going to say, to make it simple, there are no children in the Chuck E. Cheese's, because, you know, like it's just Garp and Chucky off to the side, hanging out, watching the fight. Chuck E. Cheese is probably going to go obliterated after the end of this fight, though. Yeah, the sword, Kobe and Hibari. Kobe is winning Hibari like a little, yeah, we'll do that. The sword crew is there. They don't get involved, though. Kobe wins Hibari a stuffed bear out of one of the crane machines, and Hibari's like, Kobe senpai, thank you so much. You won me a stuffed owl bear. Thank you so much. Kobe's like, oh, gee, I'm glad I could help you. Kujaku and Prince Cruz are there. Yeah, that's funny. That's great. That's fantastic. Okay. Yeah, this one is so ridiculous. I guess we just go to the poll, keeping in mind that they're both of their buffs kind of, if it was just Bogard's buff, he wins. If it was just Queen's, I think he wins. This is something else. This is like up in the air. I'll just leave it to you guys. This is up in the air, honestly. I really don't know this one. Who wins? Queen or Bogart? Holy crap, man. It's literally Bogart's mastery of one weapon and having like a god sword, and Queen's just general mastery of like a bunch of different techniques. This is the first interesting vote. This could really go either way, and I wouldn't be upset either way. I would not be upset either way with this. If you want to flip a coin for your vote, go right ahead. I mean, like, honestly, I think it could at this point. They're both universal level at this point. This Chuck E. Cheese is going to get obliterated. But, yeah. You can't beat the Chosen One unless you have a final arc power-up. That's the point. That's the only way you're beating the Chosen One is if you get a bullshit final arc power-up. Oh, it's a little bit more of a close one. It's a little bit more of a close one. Yeah. Okay. So, it's looking like Bogart's got it. I think Bogart ultimately has studied and mastered the sword as his one... he has studied the sword for like 40 years, just nothing but focusing on one sword style, training under Garp. I don't know how Garp would teach him how to use the sword, because maybe he got really buff under Garp and that makes him swing the sword easier, but he trained like crazy under Garp and he got mastery of the sword. And so Queen has all these other crazy abilities. And it's just the master of the one ability from Bogart. You could argue that, like, well, Queen has lasers and he can go invisible and all that stuff. But I honestly, hey, he's a vice admiral. He's got observation. So Bogart can, like, sense where he is. I think it's just that clarity of mind, man. It's the focus and the dedication to become a man like Bogart, plus his final arc power-up that really saves the day here. Yeah. Bogart wins. Bogart wins. He slices Queen's head off with a single maneuver of his sword. Holy shit. And unfortunately, it's not going to be Frankie and Queen in the next fight. But hey, man, I know that's how we wanted to do it. But hey, that could still happen. It could still happen if Frankie loses against Bogart, which could totally happen, and he goes down in the loser's bracket, then we might have the battle down there. We could have the battle down there, but we can't just say, oh, we want father and son to fight against each other, so Bogart just loses. No, he rolled a really good buff. They both rolled really good buffs on that one. And I don't know if the Chuck E. Cheese was any particular deciding factor on that one. But yeah. Yeah. All right. 219. Gonna be for round 7. What do we got next? We got Baskerville versus Big Mom. Oh boy, yeah. I don't know about this one, guys. I don't know about this one. This one, yeah, I don't know. Who knows? Maybe Baskerville gets the crazy buff power up. I don't know. All right, here we go. 3, 2, 1. Okay, round 7. We got Judge Baskerville, who, to remind everybody who that is. There he is. Yeah. 3 best friends all together wearing a trench coat. And then we also have Big Mom, no introduction necessary. All right. What does Judge Baskerville get? He better get a good one. He didn't get a good one. He got a handicap. That's not great. What's his handicap? Unstable emotions, anger and fear or sadness suddenly take over. Because they are 3 characters, I'm going to say it's each of those. One person is anger, the guy in the center is fear, and the guy on the right is sad. It's anger, fear, and sadness all at once, and they have to deal with that. Oh, I'm really angry. I'm afraid, guys. It's Big Mom. She's going to kill us. Oh, I'm really sad. We're going to die. So that's all 3, all at once. Oh, that was perfect. That was the perfect handicap to roll for 3 of them. Their greatest advantage, having 3 people at once, literally having 3 heads working together, is their greatest disadvantage now. That is hilarious. That is hilarious. All right, what does Big Mom get? She gets a buff. Man, Big Mom is rolling these buffs today. Who's she going to get? Another ally? Is she going to get Gaimon again? Crew support network somewhere off screen. Wait a minute. Wait, what is that one? I feel like that one got cut off somehow. Hold on, let me check something really quick. Okay, somewhere off screen, allies are cheering them on and feeding them morale. Okay, so she has a morale. She has more morale boost. Big Mom's just getting a boost of morale. All right, so wherever this fight takes place, the Big Mom crew is there as like spectators, and they're basically just supporting her. And it is a significant boost. It is something that actually is making her a little bit more energized to fight. Her whole family has come out to cheer her on for this fight. They don't get involved. They don't get involved, but they're there, and it's like Big Mom's almost like just the advantage of just having her whole family there, right? And where's it taking place? A water park. Okay, so the whole Big Mom decided to do something nice for her family for once. One day a year, she does something nice for her whole family. Just the one day a year. So she decides to I was like, all right, mama, we're going on a trip to Water Park Island. Everybody pack your bags. So all of the Big Mom family, from Parasparrow all the way down to Anana, all get ready to go. They all bring their swimsuits and all of their little duffel bags and everything, and they all head out to Water Park Island. So they're at Water Park Island there, and then Baskerville shows up, and then Big Mom starts fighting against Baskerville, and every single one of the Big Mom crew is all hanging out to the side. Katakuri's got a giant beach ball or some shit. Everybody's hanging out at the water park. Wait a minute. Water park. Devil fruit user. I don't think it matters. I don't think it matters. I don't think Big Mom is going to be defeated by some squirt guns at a water park. I don't think Big Mom's going to be defeated by those little mister things that you walk through. I don't think that's going to be something she's going to be beaten by. I don't think Big Mom's going to be defeated by getting knocked into a 4-foot deep pool. I think she's going to be okay. She'll just destroy the fucking water park. Yeah. Oh, and the one day is her birthday. Yeah. This is not for kids. Squirt guns do not defeat devil fruit users. Yeah, this is another sweep. Judge Baskerville, man, one side is angry that this is happening. One head is sad that this is happening, that they're going to die. It's like, man, I'm so sad. It's been so great hanging out with you guys. You're the best friends I could ask for. And it's just like, shut up, you idiot. We're going to die. I know, and I miss you. And then what's the other one? Fucking anger, sadness, and fear. And the middle head is just, oh, God, I'm sorry. And then Big Mom is just, just one-shots and just obliterates them. Prometheus somehow dry the entire water park. They don't need to use Prometheus. She has Hera, which is a lightning homie. She could just, like, knock Baskerville into the water and then electrocute the whole damn thing. Like, there's so many ways Big Mom can kill Baskerville here. She could take out Napoleon and just cut him in half. Sideways, not vertically like Polly did, like sideways, just cut him in half, you know? So, like, if that happens, he's dead. There's no way he's surviving that shit. Yeah, they're all dead. They're all dead. But hey, at least the Big Mom family has a nice day at the water park. At least that's cool. You know, they could chill out at the water park, yeah. I don't think the buffs changed much on this one. Probably not, no. Not really. Baskerville or Big Mom. Yeah, like I said, they could have gotten something really good, or Big Mom could have gotten something really bad, but Big Mom's just been really good with the buffs so far. She keeps getting the buffs every time she fights. Yeah. Yeah, Big Mom's got this, yeah. Wouldn't some of them drown in the water park? Like, you can go into water, like you see Katakuri might be in, like, the pool that has, like, just, like, the ankle-high water. Like, he would be fine in that. Like, he wouldn't die from that. He wouldn't drown in that. You go to a water park, there's different levels of the water park. There's even parts of our water park I go to that just have, like, water that just falls on you from the top, but you're standing on solid ground. It's like those little umbrella things that shoot water down. Like, so, like, things like rain doesn't hurt devil fruit users. So, Katakuri and Smoothie, they could still have fun at the water park. There could be things that they could do. Yeah, sure, why not? Yeah. Big Mom rips out his soul and turns the 3 Baskervilles into homies. Yeah. Sorry, Baskerville. Yeah. You really had nothing to work with here. The poor employees of that water park, though. Yep. Big Mom falls, hits her head, and gets amnesia. Sure. Yeah, no. All right, Big Mom's got it. That's a sweep. That was a sweep. All right, I think we're going down into... No, not yet. We still have one more battle. We have round 8. Which will be 227. Yeah, Katakuri would not even sit down in the water park. Yes. What happens to the other 2? I think they still fight to the end. They're not like one being. They're just 3 dudes. 3 dudes in a trench coat, basically. Or in a robe. 3 dudes in a judge robe. All right, next battle is going to be Law and Augur. Okay, Van Augur. Sometimes Augur's name is Ogre. I think it might actually supposed to be based off at least like Ogre. I don't know. All right. Yeah, they're bros. Okay. Round 8. The last round of the first, like, seeds of the... We're going to go down in the loser bracket after this. But we have Van Augur of the Blackbeard crew, the sniper, one of the best snipers in the world, up against Trafalgar D. Waterlaw right after his victory against Vivi at the zoo. So I really hope Law gets another handicap, and it's the same one, and he just starts wearing goofy outfits the entire time. That would be fun. Okay. So Law's up first. What does he get? He gets neither. Law just has himself. He has his devil fruit, the op fruit. He's got hockey. He has the awakened room. He can use R room and re-room and all that other stuff. Okay. Then we have Van Augur, who also gets neither. Every now and then we'll get some of these, just like 2 neithers back to back. So they do not have buffs or debuffs. All right. Oh, God, this is going to be fun. This is going to be just a straight up fight. Straight up fight. Where are they fighting? Where are they fighting? The Australian Outback. Mate. All right. They are in the Australian Outback. Which, I Actually, hold on a minute. I think I'm actually have an image of that. Give me a second here. What was the, I think it would have been in 2023. Give me a quick second here to look something up. Law wins because he's done it before. Has Law beaten Van Auger before? Law fought against the Blackbeard Pirates, and he lost, but that was because Blackbeard was there. Yeah, here we go. The Australian Outback. I'm going to say it's right there, right in front of that famous mountain the name of which I forget at the moment. Yeah, so they're fighting. This is where they're fighting. It's very beautiful. I'm going to say it's at sunset, and they just show up at the Australian Outback. Now, actually, I already said it, so the very first thing that Auger is going to do is warp on top of that fucking mountain. That's the very first thing Auger is going to do. He's going to warp on top of that mountain, and he's going to have a vantage point to just boom, 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 just fire shots at Law. Now, though, here's the thing. Law can also teleport, but his teleportation is a little bit different. He can't just warp wherever he wants. He can see. Auger has limitations, too. He's even said he can't warp long distances. So he can warp anywhere he can see, and then Law can also warp, too, but he has to open a room up first. And Law can open a room up the size of that mountain. He just says that it does weaken him. It does take his, stamina a lot to do that, but he could. And in fact, I think Law's going to have to. I think because of Auger's ability, Law is going to have to be, he's going to force his hand, and he's going to have to open up a giant fucking room to even stand a chance, because then Law will kind of nullify Auger's advantage, but that's also going to drain a lot of Law's stamina doing that. But he could do that, and I think he's going to have to, all right? Now, Law can also use awakening techniques to surround Auger with his barrier. They're not barriers, they're just the rooms. This is a very, very important question I need an answer to right now if we're going to continue, okay? If Law uses his his remote room on Auger, could Auger not immediately teleport out of that room? Because if that can happen, Law's awakening is next to useless, all right? If Law just uses room and then puts him in a room, and then Auger is like, oh shit, I'm just going to warp out of here really quick. I'm just going to... can't get me, can't touch me, can't touch me, can't touch me. It's going to be like trying to grab a fucking fly with your hand, and it's just going to be, damn it, stay still, damn it. It's going to be that. It's going to re-room, and it's going to be so hard to capture this guy. All right? Yes, he can. Yes, because it's not a barrier. He attaches it to you. I'm pretty sure Auger was actually shown to warp out of it. In the anime. I think he kind of can. Oh, dude. This is going to be hard. This is hard just because they both basically, it's just going to be teleporters all over. They're going to be warping and it's a big, hey, there's nothing to really use here. They are in the Australian outback, okay? There is nothing for hundreds of miles, okay? So they can't just warp to the nearest city or get the hell out of there. No, they are just in this is actually in a weird way, this ended up being a perfect fight. Neither of them got any buffs or debuffs, and they also are just fighting in this essentially flat plain with a mountain in the center. We'll just say that. There's a segment of the outback that they're fighting in, and then the mountain is right in the center, and then that's it. That's all they have. And then they're just teleporting around like fucking crazy. Law swaps Auger's soul with a scorpion. I don't think it would work on Auger. First of all, I don't think he would be standing still enough for Law to do that. But also, Auger, I think, has enough hockey to prevent an instant kill attack from that. Can he just make a really big room like he did? No, that's my point. Law would have to. Law would have to make a really, really big room in order to teleport around, but that's only in order to be on the same level as Auger, because Auger can do that already. Remember, this is very important. Whenever Law uses his teleportation ability, he has to swap himself with another object. He doesn't just be able to warp around wherever he wants. He has to throw. Remember, there was a fight during Wano when he was throwing pebbles around the battlefield and swapping with them. That's all he can do. Auger's is a free-form warping. He can just warp at least wherever he can see. There is a limit. He can't go certain far, but in this particular environment, he can warp on top of the mountain. He can warp below the mountain. He can warp around. He can warp in the air. He has the ability to do that whenever. Law has something that he can do similar, but it's going to drain his stamina more to do that. Do we know Augur's bounty? We know his original bounty. We don't know his current bounty. The original bounty he had was pretty respectful. Van Augur. Yeah. Imagining this fight is insane. It is. His original bounty is 64 million. He was originally from the East Blue. I don't know if he had his bounty in the East Blue, but he's from the East Blue originally. Yeah. So that was his starting bounty, though. That was a while ago he had that. That's like the first bounty that like Luffy had. Would have been like 30 million. That was Augur's. All right. The Australian wildlife wins. Yeah, there are some kangaroos and wallabies and stuff watching in the background as all this is going on. Yeah. Augur outranges Law. Honestly, I think you can make an argument for that. Law can make really, really big rooms, but they're not infinite. He can't make a room the size of all of the Australian outback. Augur, he does have limits with his teleporting, but he could just warp to one location and then warp to another location, warp to another location. Oh, man. Augur would have to stay at max range from Law. Now, it would also be very hard for Augur to get a beat on Law. That would be really hard for him to do that, too. Oh, man, but Augur's observation hockey is high-spec'd out the ass. It is really good. I wouldn't say that Augur can't do much to Law, dude. Like, okay, let me put it this way. It might be hard for him to get a shot on him. If Augur does manage to shoot Law, if a bullet hits him, that's going to fucking hurt. All right? That is going to hurt. That is not just going to be like, oh, a bullet, I'll just use some armament hockey and shrug that off. It might not be a kill shot, but if Augur can manage to shoot him in the leg or the arm, that's going to fucking encumber him. That is going to hurt like a son of a bitch. All right? Like, yeah, you don't get shot from Augur and just like, oh, yeah, I just used hockey to deflect the bullet. Yeah, like, that's not happening. Yeah. You can't leave. You can't leave. You're there. You're in the Australian outback. You're fighting. Law can operate, though. He can. He can operate. Is Augur going to give him time to operate, though? He still takes time to do it. Law can't just be like, I got shot in the leg. Let me just snap my fingers. Okay, I'm better now. That's not how it works. He can operate pretty quick, but he usually has other people to run interference for him while that's happening, and, Augur is right there. He shoots him in the leg. Law's like, I'm going to warp out of here, hide under a rock or something to try to heal my leg. If Augur sees him, second shot goes right through the head. Oh, this is so tough. Law can slice every bullet in his room. Yeah, Law gets... I'm not saying it would... Okay, Law's bullets... Dofi's bullets are not the same as Augur's bullets. They're just not, all right? That was just like a regular-ass gun that he shot him with. Actually, because Doflamingo was being a sadistic asshole, he was literally loading it up with lead bullets. He was using lead bullets against Law because Law and, Amber Lead Syndrome. So he was literally just doing that to Law just to kind of stick it in a little deeper. But yeah. Couldn't Law stop any bullets via a localized room guarding him? Like, the bullet enters the room and it just stops immediately? I don't know if he could do that. Also, it is strongly implied that Augur is using, like, hockey with his gun. Just nullifying the velocity. I refuse to believe Augur's bullets are, like, regular bullets that you can just cut up. But we don't know that for certain, so I can't use that. Yeah, nah, Law's badass. He wins. I think we just put it to the poll. This is tough, though. This is gonna be a long, drawn-out fight, I think. I think it's going to be a long, drawn-out fight of Augur trying to constantly get a beat on Law, zipping around the battlefield. Law's going to constantly be zipping around the battlefield trying to cut up, the rifle. Now, if Law takes out that rifle, that's a whole... If Law does actually manage to slice that rifle in half, then Law kicks his ass. Because there's not much that Augur can do after that. That is a thing. Law is ultimately dependent on... Augur is ultimately dependent on his gun. He has a Devil Fruit, which is a good Devil Fruit, but that Devil Fruit is more support rather than offense. It's a really good offensive fruit with the gun. If he doesn't have the gun, Law, even if Law gives up his sword, Law could still kick your ass without the sword. All right? Yeah. Okay. just room it away. Yeah, but the bullets are moving fast, dude. They're moving really, really fast. I don't know if Law can throw up a room. Like, the idea of, like, reaction time of Law throwing up a room and then just flipping the bullet away or switching with the bullet. I mean, these are a lot of bullets. And the thing is with Augur, he can fire multiple bullets at once. He could, like, fire a bullet from the right, and then as that bullet is heading towards Law, he could zip over to the left, fire another bullet from that way, and Law might be able to, like, switch with the first one, but the second one gets through, because that's kind of how Augur fights, because he has the warping ability. Yeah. Bro can just take his weapon. I don't think he can. I don't think he's just going to rip the gun out of his hand. Yeah. Law can attach his room. Can't Law attach a room to someone? We talked about that. Law attaches the room to Augur. He just warps out of the room to, like, 100 feet away, and so he's not in the room anymore. Yeah. He tries to do re-room, and then Augur just warps away. I don't think the room stays attached to you. I don't think it stays, like, wherever you go, it warps too. Like, it goes with the warp. I don't think that's how it works. He's able to create rooms away from him, at a spot that's not around him, because his normal room is, he is the center of the room when he uses his power normally. And then he uses re-room. Actually, in the anime, when he uses re-room, he's almost like throwing it. It's almost like he's throwing it at Blackbeard, and then it, like, covers Blackbeard. But that's incidental. Okay, let's go to the poll. Oh my god, why is it not? Who wins? Hold on, copy that. All right. Oh, this might be the toughest one so far, honestly. These are really strong characters, and there's not a lot of buffs, debuffs, and they're just in the fucking Australian outback, mate. Yeah, he's not like, I use room and I have your gun now, you lose. I doubt that's the way it's going to work. He can extend his sword, and, okay, I don't know how that's going to immediately stop him. Law, like, Augur is in front of him, and then Law extends his sword, and then Augur is now behind him. Law can't, like, make his sword go, like, around. There's, like, on a three-dimensional plane, this is going to be Augur is, he has more freedom of movement. Augur just has more freedom of movement than Law. Law's teleportation has to be done under certain circumstances, and it drains his stamina a lot more. Augur's going to have freedom of movement way better. But it might just come down to stamina, and maybe Law has more of that. No, that's Outback Steakhouse. You're thinking of Outback Steakhouse. It's just Australian Outback, yeah. Law's looking like he's got it, which I think is fair. I think it's fair. Oh, I am favoring Augur here, but that's what the poll is for. Yeah, I personally think Augur would win, but here you go. I think Law has a serious shot too. I'm not saying Law would have no chance of victory, but if we're doing, like, out of, like, 100 battles or some shit, I would say Augur has a better chance of winning. Yeah. Yeah, I'm favoring somebody in pretty much most of these. That is true. Augur has more freedom of movement, but Law has more abilities and better stats. I would say that. And also, Augur has the, Law has an awakening, whereas Augur does not. And Augur's fairly new at using his powers as well. Yeah. And Law's also hot. I'm just going to say that. That might sway some votes, too. Augur has to snipe him, and it's going to be really hard, but I think he is eventually going to shoot him. I think it's eventually, he's not maybe going to give me a kill shot, but he's eventually going to shoot Law on, like, the ankle or something. And or graze him, and I think it's going to slow him down enough that Augur could eventually get a shot to kill him. It's going to be tough, though. But I think Law's got it. Yep, Law's got it. That's a crazy fight. I want to see, out of all the fights we've seen so far, I want to see that one animated. I want to see that one animated so bad. All right. 243. All right. We're going to go move down to the losers bracket here. All right. Oh, and we have Van Augur right away, 2 back-to-back. Yeah, if he gets eliminated here, he's out for good. Or whoever gets eliminated here is out for good. Oh, my God. Okay, hold on. All right, we got round 9. We got Van Auger versus Bartolomeo. Okay. We have a sniper and a guy that makes not infinite, but makes indestructible barriers. Can Auger teleport inside the barrier? Honestly, right out of the gate, we're going to have to think about that. Because this is going to be insane. This is going to be fucking insane. Okay, well, you know what? Let's roll for the buffs and debuffs and see where this goes. All right. Who's first? Van Auger. Van Auger gets a handicap. Okay. What does he get? Extremely sticky hands. Everything they touch gets stuck, including weapons, tools, and possibly teammates. He can't use his gun. He gets one shot with his gun like that, and that's it. He pulls the trigger. His hands are stuck. He gets one shot with that gun, and that's it. He's treble now. Oh, my God. He can't reload his gun. He cannot reload his gun with sticky hands. Try reloading a gun with hands made out of super glue. That is a sticky situation. That is for him specifically, that relies on the gun. That is brutal. That is brutal. Oh, that shot had better be the best damn shot the Wild West has ever seen. Okay. What does Bartolomeo get? He gets a buff. What's Bartolomeo's buff? He gets armor. So he gets armor that already... He's already his defense stat is already maxed out the ass, but he also gets really cool Sea King armor that also is really intimidating. So imagine Bartolomeo wearing very well-protective, scaled Sea King armor. The face, the helm kind of looks like a Sea King, like, grar. I don't think Van Auger is going to be very intimidated by that, but he's got badass armor, and he's got his barrier fruit. All right, so his defense stat is just through the roof. And what is the location? Mocktown. All right, Van Auger ends up back at Mocktown. All right, so they're in Mocktown, and they're right outside Terry's pub, right where Luffy, punched Bellamy into the dirt. And, yeah, I really don't see a way. Okay, Auger shows up with his gun. He's holding his gun. He's got sticky fingers. Let's say his hand is already, on the trigger, so he could make one shot. But he's not moving his fingers after this. He can't reload the gun. No, the barrier is indestructible. The barrier, it doesn't matter if he's using Haki or not. Odin was using Haki on the barrier against Semimaru. That didn't break it. The barrier is indestructible, even through Haki. Nothing breaches the barrier. That is literally a rule that we've seen so far in the story. Nothing breaks the barrier. There's one in the chamber. That's what I mean. There has to be one in the chamber. So there's one in the chamber, shoots the gun. His finger is now stuck with the trigger in the push down position. I don't know. His hand is stuck like this. So he can't do shit. He can't even release the trigger. He's just stuck like that. Yeah. So he fires a shot. The barrier blocks it. Auger can't use the gun after that. I mean, he could use it as a weapon. He could use it as a club, maybe. He could teleport still. But his main advantage is taken away from him. He could use his mouth to reload. Could he? Could he use his mouth to reload? Or could he zip around to an object and, use the gun against an object to reload that way? He probably could, but the barrier is still going to block him. That doesn't get over the barrier problem. I mean, you could say it reloads like a shotgun, or it reloads he has to... I don't know exactly how it reloads. I don't think Oda really focuses on it too much. The point is, he pulls the trigger. He cannot release the trigger. He can't release the trigger to pull the trigger again a second time. It's stuck like that. Yeah. It's all gunked up with super glue. Augur as a sniper should be capable of waiting for hours for the right shot. I mean, Bartolomeo throws up a barrier, and then Augur just doesn't shoot, and he just sits there on top of a building in Mocktown and just kind of like holds the shot because he knows he's only going to get one shot with his sticky ass hands. So he's just like, all right, gonna wait for the shot. Wait for the shot. And then eventually Bartolomeo puts down his barrier. But, like, he can also warp to different vantage points, but that doesn't matter if Bartolomeo throws up, like a sphere, like a ball or a box around him. Yeah. Okay. The barrier does drain stamina. Yes, it's a Devil Fruit ability. Bartolomeo cannot just keep the barrier up for, indefinitely. For, like, I'm going to put my barrier up for an entire month and you won't be able to shoot me. Like, no, he's eventually going to run out of stamina. Can he... Well, we don't know if he can warp the shot. Can he warp inside the barrier? If he warps inside the barrier, it's fucking over. Because Bartolomeo would throw up a barrier thinking he's protected. And then Augur is on top of a building, and maybe he waits like 15 minutes to give Bartolomeo a false sense of security. And then if he can just use his power to warp inside of the barrier, he just headshot, bam. But the armor. He does have armor, but I would say a point-blank shot from Augur right in front of him, that would probably kill Bartolomeo. Yeah. A point-blank shot from Augur. Right in the head, surprise attack, warping in the barrier. The barrel of the gun is like right here, and then boom. I don't think the armor's stopping that. It's not invincibility armor. It's just some really good armor. Yeah, Augur just one-shotted Crackers Biscuits. That is true. Oh, dude. Okay, I guess this really just comes down to, like, can Augur warp into the barrier? And if not, can he just wait him out long enough until Bartolomeo has to lower the barrier? And then if he does, Augur takes one shot, and that's all he needs is one shot. Augur has to be really smart in this fight, and he is smart. He's not a dum-dum. Yeah, that armor isn't doing anything point blank. Now, from a distance, maybe the armor could do something, like the gun maybe grazes, knocks off part of, like, the vam brace or some shit like that. Maybe. Vote now. Yeah, I think it's just a poll one. Honestly, this one, I don't think there's anything in Jaya that really gives it to him. There'll be a bunch of people at Terry's bar laughing at them or some shit. I guess. The environment is Mocktown. They're in Mocktown. Yeah. I mean, he could put armor around it. He could put a barrier around his head, but the rest of his body, I don't think we've ever seen him use, like, a barrier armor before. We've never seen him do that. It's just usually, like, spheres, and he could put a barrier around his hand, but he didn't have anything else around his body when he did that. He just focused it on his hand. He also very notably cannot have two barriers up at the same time. It has to be one solid structure. So when he used his barrier to make a hand, like, on his hand to punch Gladys, he couldn't have a barrier anywhere else. It's just, that's his one barrier. He can't have, like, barrier wall over here and then a separate barrier wall over here. Look at this idiot. He can't reload a gun. I mean, this is another one where I think it's up to, you want to flip a coin on this one. Is Augur a camper? Like in Modern Warfare? Yeah, I could see him doing that. I could see him camping at that spot and then just waiting for him. And if that spot doesn't work, he just warps to another spot. I could see Van Augur. It's close. It's close. But I think Augur wins it. I think if we factor in the waiting game, if we just factor in this waiting game, I think Augur's got better patience. He's a sniper. That's what he does, is he waits for the right shot. Yeah. If he knows he's only got one shot, I don't think... If he knows that his hands are super sticky, which he's going to know immediately when the fight starts. He's going to know that, like, my hands are sticky. I'm only going to get one shot with my gun. So I'm not taking that shot until I 100% know it's a kill shot. Right? Like, that's the way he's going to look at it. I don't think Augur's going to be like, all right, time to fight. Oh, shit. I don't think that's going to be the way Augur's going to do it. I think Augur's going to know he gets one and that's it. What's the sticky stuff? Some super universe. It's sovereign glue from D&D. It's a legendary item. It's sovereign glue. It gets on you. It binds something to you. It is stuck there forever unless you use, like, literally, like, I think you literally have to use a super high-level magic spell, like an 8th level spell, or... There's a solvent you can get. That's also a legendary item. And it's one of those two things. And that's the only way. That's the only way. It's sovereign glue. Let me look that up, actually, really quick. This viscous, milky white substance can form a permanent adhesive bond between any two objects. It must be stored in a jar, blah, blah, blah. 1 ounce of the glue can cover a 1 foot square surface. Once it has done so, the bond it creates can be broken only by application of a universal solvent or oil of etherealness or a wish spell. There's only 3 things that could do it. These very specific oils or the wish spell. Augur wins. Augur wins 53%, but it wins. He's very close. It might be a long, drawn-out battle, but I think he's got it. He gets it. Augur wins. Bartolomeo, you're done. You had your chance, but you lost. I don't actually have the ability to vote in the polls, I don't think, because I started the poll. I don't think I could vote in the poll. Maybe I can. I don't know. I've never actually done it. Round 10. All right. Okay. 256 it's going to be. Oh, Baskerville versus Stussy. This is less epic. I think we have like Augur and Big Mom and Law and these really strong characters. This is characters that are a little bit more grounded. Nope, we don't do the too close to call. Whatever's higher, because we don't have draws in this one. We don't have draws in competitions. If it's dead even 50-50, we flip a coin. But other than that, we go with it. All right, we got round 10. Judge Baskerville, shown here, versus Stussy, who, hold on, I can show up image of Stussy here really quick. Where was that video where I think that was the video I called it Stussy is sus. Something like that. Stussy, vampire, here we are. There she is. Vampire Stussy versus Baskerville. This is going to be a weird one. It's going to be a weird fight. I already tell this is going to be a weird-ass fight. All right. Judge Baskerville better get a good one. He gets a buff. He gets a buff. He had a bad handicap last time, so he gets a buff this time. He gets the final arc power-up now. He gets the power. They all go Super Saiyan 3. The power of friendship. No, you know what they get? You know what they get? I'll tell you what they get. They're best friends. They get the power to merge into one being like they always wanted to be. So they are not just 3 separate dudes wearing a judge cloak. They are now one being, and they have gotten a superpower. Their friendship has transcended like a fairy tale power-up. They go Super Saiyan 9. Roar! So you just say whatever you want to say. I mean, with Bogard, we gave him like a magic sword. That was his transformation. For him, it's like they just basically, they become one person. They become their best version, their strongest self. They just turn into a Megazord, basically. They become a Megazord. We can do that. Yeah, they're already kind of a Megazord. Yeah, the Megazord idea is funny. Let's do that. They turn into a Megazord. Okay. So Megazord Baskerville in his final form that he didn't know he had against Stussy. What does she get? Stussy. Oh, Stussy gets a handicap. Stussy, I'm so sorry. You got your ass kicked by Big Mom, and now I think you had your ass kicked by Queen. Now I think you're going to get your ass kicked by Baskerville. That's rough. That's tough. Okay, what do you get? What do you have? A sea stone splinter. A tiny piece of sea stone is lodged somewhere uncomfortable. So she's got a sea stone splinter somewhere like on the bottom of her foot. And unfortunately, that means she cannot use her Devil Fruit ability now. She can use Hiroku Shiki. She can use Haki. But she does not have the ability to go into her bat form now because of a sea stone splinter. Ah, man. She stepped on a nail. Fuck. That's bad for Stussy. That's really bad. Baskerville! Baskerville! And that also weakens her. I mean, like, remember when Law got the sea nail from Hawkins in Wano? It didn't immediately drop him, but he couldn't use his Devil Fruit ability, and it did weaken him. So that's going to make him feel like, oh, it's going to make Stussy feel like woozy. Like, what? Oh, man. And then we have a location. It might matter. They're fighting in a swamp. All right, you're fighting in a dark, dismal swamp. I don't think that really matters for either of them. I mean, maybe if Stussy had the ability to turn into a fucking bat, but maybe. She has a nail in her. She can't use her Devil Fruit power. She's sick and woozy. Yeah, let's say Shrek's there too. Why not? Shrek's hanging out. Yeah. Get out of me, swamp! Oh, that's more water for Stussy! Oh, man. Swamps are nothing but water. And just snakes and mud and all sorts of shit. Do I have a swamp here? Yeah. The swamp. There, they just get landed in that. That's the image I had. Oh my god. Stussy. Oh man. Even if she could, I was gonna say, could she reasonably pull out the splinter? Alright? But she's in a swamp. Even if it doesn't matter if it's seawater. It doesn't matter. All it matters is what amount covers you. It doesn't matter if it's seawater. Also, by the way, most swamp water is usually brackish water, which is like half seawater, half fresh water. So you could probably make that. You could probably make that argument as swamp water works on Devil Fruits anyway, but it doesn't matter if it's fresh or it doesn't matter. Yeah. A giant anaconda eats Stussy. Oh, man. Yeah, then Shrek shows up and knocks them both out. You know, get out of me, swamp! Oh, man. Yep. This isn't good. This isn't good. Judge Baskerville has unlocked his true Megazord form. Stussy is weakened. Maybe she can use Geppo a little bit. Maybe she can use Tech Eye. But she's in a swamp. One solid hit off of that fucking Megazord is knocking her down into the water. That murky, brackish water fucking stinks like shit. Shrek just took a piss in it. Fucking anaconda snakes. Gnats are everywhere. Fucking, like, I don't... It's like, I don't know, man. Oh, we vote for all of them. We vote for all of them. There's swamp puppies in there. There's big gators in there, too. I mean, Baskerville is heavy. He's a Megazord. Maybe he sinks a little bit in the swamp, but he's like a giant robot. I think the Megazord can walk through the swamp a little bit. I don't think the Megazord would be completely submerged in the swamp in a matter of seconds. Yeah. Yeah, this doesn't look good for Stussy. This don't look good for Stussy. Yeah. It doesn't matter how tall Baskerville is. He's a Megazord now, bitch. He's a Megazord. He has the final arc power-up. All right. Let's go to the poll. Oh, yeah. Oh, dude. Stussy. I'm sorry. You just got wrecked in this tournament, Stussy. I'm so sorry. You got wrecked about as hard as Caribou did when he got kicked out by the bouncer. Oh, man. He's really heavy. He's got a sword, too. Yeah, it's like the Megazord's power sword. He's got it. It's done. It's done. I'm sorry the sexy lady lost, everybody. I'm sorry the sexy lady lost. Hi from Belgium. Hello, all of Belgium. I am going to greet all of Belgium. Baskerville might win tonight. He might. He lost that first round against Big Mom at the water park, but he's coming back. He's coming back. Oh, yeah, I got to order that pizza soon. I don't know what a Megazord is. Oh, you got to, dude, you got to go. Just go type in Power Rangers Megazord and have prepared to have your mind blown. All right. We'll do, because Baskerville's definitely winning this. It's actually not as uneven as I thought it would be, but Baskerville does win. Okay. Next battle. Are we still in losers? Yes. All right. All right. Next up, we got round 11. Queen versus Charlotte Smoothie. Now, this is a big deal for Charlotte. I mean, this is a big deal for Queen because Queen has to beat his way through the losers bracket for a chance to fight his son. So this is a big one for Queen. If Queen loses this, he's out. He's just out. And now Smoothie's coming back after being devastated by Big Mom. So this is going to be this is a fight. But hey, they're both Yonko commanders. Actually, honestly, if you want me to be honest with you, it goes Kaido, King, and then Queen, right? Queen is like the second Yonko commander, like number 3. You could make an argument that it goes Big Mom, Katakuri, Smoothie. It's either Cracker or Smoothie, and I think Cracker is the 4th strongest. I think Smoothie's the 3rd strongest with how much Oda's kind of gassed her up in SBSs and stuff. So I think Smoothie is the strongest immediately following. And her bounty is actually, yeah, no, her bounty's higher than Cracker's. Cracker's is in the 800s, hers is in the 900s, and then Katakuri's is 1,057,000,000. Yeah. So this is actually really interesting. This is literally a battle between the number 3s. Both are Yonko number 2s. Yeah. That's cool. That's cool. How this went up. Okay, who goes first? Queen. What does Queen get? Queen gets a buff. What is Queen's buff? Ooh. Calm before the storm. They start not every match, but they start this match perfectly composed and emotionally centered. All right. So they're just, it's kind of the same thing as that Clarity one, although that one's more of like Zen peace. This one is more of just like, I know what I gotta do. This is the exact opposite of the one that Stussy had earlier, where Stussy had brain fog. I don't know what's the opposite of brain fog. Whatever it is, Queen has that. Queen has that. All right. Now Smoothie. Damn, Smoothie. Oh, man. All right. Maybe it might not be a bad one, but she got a handicap. Hockey disruption. All right, we had that one too. Okay, so we don't really see her using hockey that much. It's more about her devil fruit. It's more about the Shibo no Mi. So it's not as bad. We keep getting the hockey one for characters that don't really rely on hockey as their main weapon. So that's interesting. But anyway, yeah. So Smoothie has her devil fruit. She can't really use hockey even if she could. But Queen doesn't really rely on hockey either. So it's not really going to be a hockey battle anyway. So yeah, both of them ended up getting this debuff at different matches. That's weird. Okay, anyway. Where are they fighting at? Impel Down level 1. The Crimson Hell. Ooh, Impel Down. So I already have, definitely have geography as everything on that. Impel Down. Impel Down. There it is. Level 1. Crimson Hell. Lot of spikes. And there's also poisonous, venomous spiders there, too. There's spiders, and there's lots of stabby spikes. All right, so I mean, like, if Queen was in his regular form, it might cut him up a little bit. I think Queen going into his dinosaur form, oh no, level 1 is huge. Level 1 is huge. A Brachiosaur could comfortably fit in level 1. It really could. Queen in his dinosaur form with his thick scales and leathery skin, I don't know if those spikes are going to be cutting him up all that much. I don't know if they're really going to be cutting him up all that much. And Smoothie could suck up all the blood because there's lots of blood. The whole point it's called Crimson Hell is kind of because of the blood. So maybe Smoothie could absorb the blood of the prisoners and kind of like grow in size and shit. But I think she's going to be less resistant to those spikes because she doesn't have hockey. Even if she did, it's disrupted. So I think she's going to be cutting up. It's not going to be enough to kill her, but like she's going to be like sliced up a little bit by those spikes. It's the spiky grass, it's needle grass, and then spike trees all over the place. Can they stand on the spikes like Joseph? I mean, not really, no. Not really. They can't really do that. They can't, like, use Hamon to balance on spikes. Now, Queen can use the ability, I think, to juice Queen. I mean, Smoothie can use her ability on Queen. There's no reason why she couldn't. I said that she couldn't on Big Mom because Big Mom has crazy powerful armament hockey. Queen's skin is a little bit more durable, but it's not on the level of Big Mom. It's not on that level. So I think it is possible that Smoothie could juice. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on a second here. If Queen uses that ability to shoot out his, like, snake body and try to wrap around Smoothie, Queen's going to try to juice Smoothie, and Smoothie's going to then in turn be juicing Queen. Because the way that Smoothie's ability works is she can stab things with her sword and absorb it like a straw or like a proboscis. But what she can also do is grab an object and literally wring it out. Like, the name of her devil fruit is literally like the ring fruit. But like as you're wringing out a towel is the name of the devil fruit. So she can pick up like a rock and literally get juice from a rock and you know, twist and contort the rock in a way that doesn't even make sense. And then she can drain the liquid out of a rock, which also doesn't make sense. But this is going to be hard because Queen is already really smart. So I think Queen might not even get within range for her to use the juicing ability because he's smart and he probably knows about Smoothie. They're both Yonko commanders. So, yeah, I mean, like, poisons aren't going to work on Smoothie because she could just wring them out. So, poisons and viruses, I will say that Queen kind of has, I mean, Smoothie kind of has a hard counter to that. She kind of does. So, the thing is, though, Queen has other methods other than just poisons to fight. I think Queen can poison her, but she'll just wring it out and it won't work. She can literally get blood from a stone, yes. I don't think hockey would really matter here, and honestly, like, we don't really see Queen using it, and we don't really see Smoothie using it, and she can anyway, so you know what? I don't think hockey's even relevant here. Yeah, she can shoot out a blade strike. She can fire condensed water waves as like Getsuga Tensho's kind of at her opponent. She could do that. She could suck up the blood from the area and fire off like that. It would probably cut Queen. But Queen can also go invisible. The invisibility thing is a big one. Queen can go fucking invisible. And lasers. Yeah. Invisible plus lasers, Queen is really good. What does she do against laser beams? Really nothing. That's the problem. She has a counter to some of the poisons and the diseases. I'll give her that. She doesn't really have a counter against the fucking laser beams. And Queen is armed to the teeth. Dinosaurs were so cool. It's a shame they went extinct. Yeah. I don't think Smoothie's got it. I think Queen's going to try a bunch of different things. Some of it might work. Some of it might not. I think he's going to try to avoid getting close to her because if he knows and if he's focused, then he knows her devil fruit ability of like, I'm not getting close to her so she can wring me out and make me thin because Queen's like, if I got too thin, no one would like me. I mean, I'm be too hot if I was thin. Zuma, zuma, zuma. And he's doing the dance and he's away and he's just like, I don't think it'll work. Yeah. I don't think this is going to work. Queen and Stussy. Not Stussy, Smoothie. There we go. Go ahead. That's tough. Tough break for you, Smoothie. I'm sorry. The sexy ladies are falling out of the tournament like crazy. Oh, man, we need... Come on, who's the only... We have Vivi. Yeah, come on, Vivi. And we have Big Mom, I guess. We have Vivi. I believed in you, Smoothie. Well, I don't think Smoothie's got it. All right, Queen's got it. All right. F in the chat for Smoothie. All right, round number 12. Goldie Roger versus Bad Timeline Vivi. Well, we already had Stussy removed and then Smoothie, so why not Vivi immediately after? Why not immediately? Is tonight only battles? Yeah, this tournament's only the straight-up fights. Yeah. Okay, well, you know, Roger got the worst possible handicap last time, and it was pretty bad, and that's why he lost. So unless he gets that again, I don't know. Bad Timeline Vivi, who's that? Well, I'm glad you asked. That is Bad Timeline Vivi, sir, or madam. There we go. All right. Roger's up first. What does he get? He gets another handicap. There's other ones that are just as bad, by the way. That's not a thing. That was not okay. Shaky hands. His precision attacks are difficult. His hands are shaking. All right, so it's going to be kind of hard for him to hold on to ace a little bit, but I don't know if that's going to be a big deal for Roger, honestly. I mean, if Roger's only handicap, he's got a shaky hand sort of thing. I don't think that's going to be that big of a deal. What does Vivi get? She gets a buff. Okay, there is a chance. There is a chance. Signature move polish. One special attack or skill they already have is noticeably stronger and cleaner. Okay. So Vivi has mastered the art of the peacock slash. The ultimate peacock slasher. She pulls out a peacock chainsaw or some shit like that. The ultimate move that she could possibly come up with, she has. I don't think it's going to matter. I don't think it's going to matter. Where are they fighting? If it's the island where Roger always loses, I don't think Vivi's got this. They're fighting in a snake pit. Is Roger... Okay, we all know that Roger, of course, right, is deathly afraid of snakes. Right? Right? We know that Roger is terrified of snakes. And Vivi comes from a desert where there's lots of snakes. So Vivi's used to snakes. Roger's terrified of snakes. Yeah, I think Roger just knocks out all the snakes and then cuts Vivi apart with Ace, but his hands are a little shaky while he's doing... Arg, matey! Oh, my hands are a little bit... Oh, man, I got to focus on this one. Oh, man. Yeah. Now you see how busted Roger was, unless he had that crazy debuff. All right, yeah, this one is... This one isn't. Yeah. Aw. Even if he couldn't hold on to Ace, even if he physically couldn't, if the shaking was so bad he couldn't hold on to the sword, he still wins. He still got Conquerors. I'm sorry, Bad Timeline, Vivi. Your ultimate peacock slash it's not enough to take on King of the Pirates. I'm sorry. You could say the ultimate move is distracting Roger with the dance, but I still think Roger wins here. The Conqueror's Hockey just kind of does it. I don't know if he can use Conqueror's Hockey to make the snakes attack VB. I don't think that's how it works. But yeah, Rogers firmly got this. This one tournament is just straight up fights, yeah. Okay, now wait a minute. Hold on a second. I'm going to stop the poll a little bit here. Hold on, because I did forget about something kind of important here. Okay. I wouldn't normally do this, but there is a major issue of this that we did miss the plot on. The buff that she got was signature move polish. What if it isn't the Peacock Slasher? Yes, I need to order my pizza too. What if it isn't the Peacock Slash? What if it's the ultimate seduction dance? And Roger did canonically lose to Shockey. However, that was Roger when he was younger. He was in his younger days. Maybe he was a little bit more manipulated by, the feminine wiles of Shockey or whatever. That was when he was in his younger age. He was a little bit, he was a different guy back then, right? So I'll put this poll up again. This time factoring in the idea that, let's say Vivi does do the dance, but I don't know if it would affect Roger the same way as if, like, Shockey affected Roger back during the God Valley flashback. Because this is a little bit different now, you know what I mean? Let's say she uses, but it's the ultimate super technique. It's the super hypnosis. I'm not going to say anything more to that. I'm just going to say Vivi has super advanced hypnosis that she can use against Roger. You're the one that decides if that works on Roger or not. Decide if that works on Roger or not. I'll put up another poll because we did miss that major one. I'm going to order a pizza. I'm ordering a pizza. Definitely could do that right about now. Pizza, 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 pizza. Yeah, I don't think it's going to go the way that yeah. I don't think that yeah. Oh, whole mushrooms with extra onions and extra cheese. Ah, yeah, that sounds good. That sounds good. They also used to have those sushi bites, but I think they got rid of them. Oh, those were so good. Ooh, a fettuccine Alfredo. You know what? I might just order. I'm probably not going to eat all of this at once, but maybe a small order of wings. I don't think I'm going to have the pizza and the wings all in one thing, but like having the wings might be nice to munch on. All right, what kind of wings am I ordering? Hot, mild, barbecue, garlic, sweet chili, Old Bay, plain. Hot garlic, mild garlic, stinging hot honey. Yeah. Yeah, this is it's a thin crust. It's a thin crust. Yeah, I'm ordering the wings for you guys. Yeah, I'll order the wings for all of you. How many wings do you guys want? I just order 1,000,000. I order 419 wings. Everybody gets a wing. Hot honey. Yeah, the hot honey does sound good. I'm getting the wings. Sure, why not? Oh, I want them crispy. Yeah. All right, fine. We'll do that. Yeah, hot honey is always good. I thought it was a trend for a little while, but it's really good. All right, what do we got here? That's pizza. Yeah. All right. Just wait for this to go through, and then payment succeeded. Okay. We have successfully ordered a pizza. Yeah, Old Bay. If you're not familiar with Old Bay, it's a seasoning. It's a seasoning for seafood usually. It's pretty good. I like it. I'm going to dox all 419 people to give them chicken wings. All right. So, Goldie Roger wins. Even with the if this was younger Roger against Shockey, it would definitely work. Older Roger, he's faithful to Rouge at this point. I think he's matured a bit, as it were, right? All right. Goldie Roger wins, and with that, man, all the sexy ladies got knocked out of the tournament, just one after another. Boom, Stussy's out. Boom, Charlotte Smoothie's out. Boom, Vivi's out. Man, it's all up to Big Mom now. It's all up to Big Mom now. Oh, man. All right. Round 13, I think. All right, what time are we doing? 3 hours, 24. The sexiest of them all. All right. Where's round 13? Okay, here we go. 3, 2, 1. All right, round number 13. Back up to the winner's bracket. All of the sexy ladies have been eliminated, except for Big Mom. And Frankie, I guess. We have Frankie versus Bogart. Okay. Bogart got really lucky with that divine sword roll in the last battle. But it's a Vice Admiral versus Frankie, and Frankie was really good at fighting and defeating like Red King and some other Vice Admirals during Egghead. So Frankie is definitely Vice Admiral, if not stronger level, or around there. So I think this is going to be a good fight. Yeah. Let's roll. Frankie gets a handicap. His handicap is he has a fear of water. They now have an intense fear of all water, even puddles, tea, or sweat. All right. So, oh no, cola is a liquid. Ah, shit. He has liquid phobia. Oh, man. Now, that's also going to matter on the, even cola? I guess so. Frankie has become afraid of cola. His greatest love has become his greatest fear. No! Oh, man. So, I'm going to say he's afraid of cola, but the cola is out of sight. You know, it's inside of his stomach. So maybe he doesn't immediately see it. I'm going to say if he sees water, if he's in water, that scares the shit out of him. Thank God we already rolled the water park. Thank God we already rolled the water park. So, you know, if he was in the water park, he'd be screwed. You know, oh, man. Okay, well, what does Bogart get? He gets neither. Bogart is just Bogart, so he's a Vice Admiral with a sword. All right, where are they fighting? It better not be a place that has water. The Alabasta Desert. Okay. The driest fucking place in all of One Piece. The driest place. All right, that kind of nullifies. You might say he's a little afraid of cola, but the cola's inside his body. He's not seeing the cola. His attacks don't come out with cola. It's just laser beams and shit. So that kind of counteracts the debuff, sort of, yeah. The fucking Alabasta Desert, the most dry place they could possibly fight. No, you don't actually. I don't think you sweat too much in the desert, right? Because, like, it's a dry heat. You don't really sweat that much, right? Let me double check this. Do you sweat? I'm going to say, like, the Sahara Desert, because that's basically what it's based off of. Okay, no. Yeah, you do. Well, wait, hold on. That's a fucking... Yeah, you totally sweat in the desert. Well, isn't there a thing where there's like a level of heat where you don't really sweat as much, but you still got to maintain, like, you still got to be like hydrated and shit. You know what I mean? Like, I thought that was a thing. I thought there was a thing where that like kind of happens, where if like the humidity's low enough, you don't really feel as hot, but it's pretty hot. I don't know. I don't know shit about weather, so that's not me. How's my pepper garden doing? Well, it's dead now because it's winter, but I might try growing it again in the summer. Yeah. Yeah. It's winter in Arizona, and I'm still sweating my ass off. All right, so they are sweating. The heat doesn't matter to Frankie. That is an interesting point. Hold on. Can Frankie even sweat? Does Frankie sweat? Hold on. Blackbeard being influenced by Wang Zhi when he was on Pirate Island. Maybe Blackbeard, Wang tried to do it, but then Blackbeard turned around and learned about him, and maybe it was all subterfuge and then killed him. Hold on a minute. I feel like Frankie could still sweat. I feel like that's not a thing that's like taken away. I mean, I can't really pull up anything. There's really nothing that shows Frankie sweating. You know? But Bogard would sweat, and that would scare Frankie. Yeah, Bogard would 100% be sweating, wearing a full suit and a hat in the Alabasta Desert. Yeah. All right. He could sweat from his back, but he wouldn't see his back. So Bogard's sweating, though. Bogard's all sweating. He's taking out a handkerchief. He has a handkerchief, right, in his lapel. He pulls that out. And he's like, oh, son of a bitch, it's hot out here. And then he's sweating, and then Frankie's like, stay away. I mean, that also could just mean Frankie stays away from him and just tries to shoot Bogard with weapons left, or his rocket launchers, or his flamethrowers. He has Frankie Fireball. He has all this shit, you know. Frankie does not have the General Frankie, no. Frankie in Punk Hazard. I mean, it was really the cold region they were in Punk Hazard. I don't think Frankie went to the hot region. Frankie was in the cold region. Does Frankie get sunburnt? Dude, no. Frankie absolutely does not sweat, at least from his front. Because when he was in the lab at Vegapunk's lab, he blew off he blew off his skin. And it's just metal underneath. Like, you see what Frankie's body looks like, at least the front. The skin is synthetic. The skin isn't real skin. Frankie literally blows off his fucking, like, seriously, look at this. Like, you get to see him. Hold on. Gallery. Yeah. Yeah. Look at this. This is Frankie. Oh, God. It's doing that stupid thing again. I hate WebP files so much. Convert, JPEG. Why can't everything go back to being a JPEG? All right, here we go. So this is Frankie after the lab detonates. That's what he looks like. That skin isn't real skin. All right? Yeah. So anyway, that's that. We resolved that, I guess. But he would still be afraid of Bogard, I guess. All right. So they're in the Alabasta Desert. Frankie's afraid of water, including sweat, and Bogard has his sword. Who wins? Right? Who wins? So Frankie's going to, I guess, stay away from him because he doesn't want to get close to him because he's sweating, and that's gross. So Frankie's going to take out his guns. He's going to start firing like boop, 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 boop. Bogard's pretty fast. I feel like he could maybe avoid the gunshots. And then Frankie's going to bust out his missile launchers, and he's going to bust out his fireballs. And then eventually he's just going to bust out the radical beams. All right? And I mean, like, Bogard could probably dance around some of that, but I feel like some of those attacks are definitely going to get through to him. And then Bogard is going to try to, like, close the distance between them, get in close with his sword, and try to, like, Iaido, like, one-slash Frankie, right? He's probably going to try to, like, one-shot Frankie in the arm or in the head or something like that. It's probably the best method, I would say, that Bogard has in dealing with Frankie here. Yeah. Someone's going to get sand in their eyes. Yeah, I don't think it would matter for Frankie too much. Bogard, and also, they're on sand. Sand is not, you can't really stand and run too well on sand. So, like, even if we're giving Bogard, like, he has the ability to use, like, Soru and shit, and Geppo. I mean, Geppo would be way more useful here. But he's a swordsman. He's got to get up close. He's got to get up close to cut up Frankie. Frankie's going to be terrified when he gets up close because he's sweating. Frankie can blow away the sands with Coup de Vent. He can't blow away all the sand of Alabasta. They're in a fucking desert. He can't blow away every single bit of sand. The sand is worse for Frankie because of his weight. He is also canonically the heaviest straw hat. That is also true. Yeah. So Bogart's going to be getting up close to him, trying to dodge everything. Unless you think Frankie can just hit him with a missile or a fireball and kill him before he even gets close. I think Bogart is, like, skilled enough, though, to, like, get in close. I feel like he can get in close with Frankie. Yeah. But the other question is, even if he does get an attack off on him, is Bogart's sword going to be able to, like, decapitate Frankie or slice his arm off? And I don't think it will. Frankie's strong enough that I think he'll be able to resist that. So, yeah, I don't think Frankie getting an arm cut off would, like, physically hurt him. Like, actually, he would feel pain. Like, my arm! Like, I don't think it would happen like that, no. He has coup de bout, which could create, like, a sandstorm, and he has coup de vent. Coup de vent might be actually the best move to use here rather than the radical beam. I think the radical beam could be useful here, but, like, I think the coup de vent might be better. A coup de vent or a coup de bout could be really useful in knocking up a bunch of sand to kind of blind Bogart. Yeah. Yeah. Could Bogart figure out the weaknesses the back? Dude, Nero, the sea weasel, figured out that Frankie's weakness was his back. I think Bogart could figure out that Frankie's weakness is his back. If he's Vice Admiral, he has at least observation and armament. Yeah. Oh, no, I think if Bogart gets a lot of solid hits on him, like he has his katana, and Bogart is just like, shoo, 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 just doing that, yeah, Frankie's going to feel it. Frankie's going to tank some damage. Yeah. But if he just gets in close and he uses, like, one attack, and at the same time Frankie's trying to jump away and he's trying to use, like, coup de bout to, like, evacuate, like, jump backwards really quick by shooting sand in Bogart's face, Bogart might not be able to get a clean hit. Maybe he'll be able to cut him a little bit, but wouldn't be able to get a clean hit. No, they don't have green powder. They don't have dance powder or anything like that. Yeah, I mean, like, I don't know about sand getting inside of, like, Frankie's salvos or shit, but, like, the sand is definitely, like, Frankie's body is not built to fight on sand. The sand is definitely going to get everywhere in this fight. The sand's going to be everywhere. It's going to be in your eyes. It's going to be all over. It's going to be stuck to Bogart's sweaty. You know, he's, like, getting sand stuck to him all over the place. It's going to get in his shoes. It's going to suck. It's going to suck for both of them. I don't know. But I think that's that. I think, man, it's a weird handicap. It's not, like, a super, like, debilitating one that just, like, one of them loses or wins, but, like, it's still something that's a factor. I mean, if he's afraid of sweaty men, Frankie's gonna try to avoid. Yeah, Frankie can breathe fire, so that's another technique. He shoots a fireball. Honestly, I mean, Bogart might be able to slice the fireball in half or just dodge out of the way. Frankie starts hallucinating Water's oasis. Yeah, and then he's afraid of that. Oh, man, if it's straight fit. Oh, my God, we flip a coin. We're flipping a fucking coin. Okay, at 50%, we'll flip a coin. We're flipping a fucking coin for this one. All right, fine. All right, we flip a coin. That's what we're doing. All right. First coin flip. All right. It's 51. No, it isn't. There's a margin of error. I said if it reaches 50, we'll do it. We'll do a coin flip. All right. All right, let's just say heads Frankie, tails Bogart. All right, here we go. Heads! Frankie takes it. Frankie manages to take it. Maybe one of those attacks along the way. I think one of the coup de vents or one of the radical beams or Frankie has so many long-ranged attacks. That, you know, he just shoots him and then, like, Bogart gets off, he shoots him with his Gatling gun. And then Bogart dodges all the bullets and then he fucking fireball hits him in the face. And he might dodge that and then a fucking laser beam comes at him. I'm going to say I'm going to say Frankie wins. He's afraid of sweaty men, but it saved his day. All right, Frankie wins that fight. All right, always in the final battle for the winner's bracket. All right. All right. Oh, we got a rematch. Yeah. Okay. Round 14 rematch. Big Mom versus Law. Big Mom, I'm going to say for the sake of argument, they are both aware of the fight they had before. So they know. So Big Mom knows what Law is about. Law knows what Big Mom's about, and she's pissed. All right? So she's mad. She's not going to lose again to this freaking twerp, okay? She's smart now. She's like, I know. Fuck you, Law. Law's like, yeah, bring it on. You want to lose again, you old bat? And like, all right, here we go. I am a fan from Vietnam. Well, thank you. Thank you for being a fan. I love hearing all the places all over the world that people watch me. Geography is everything. Yeah, not biased. No way Frankie loses that fight. Well, he won, so there you go. All right. What buff or handicap or neither does Big Mom get? Big Mom has been getting nothing but buffs this entire tournament. Nope, and she gets neither. She's just Big Mom, which is still really powerful. Law gets a handicap. Oh boy. All right. This might break even for Big Mom. What does Law get? He gets the Sea Stone. He gets the Sea Stone nail now. Damn it! Hawkins is off to the side like, fuck you, Law. Oh no, it's Flampe. Maybe Flampe is the one with the blow dart. He's like, oh man, it's the same shit that happened earlier in the arc. This actually is canonical. Law takes the freaking nail. Oh, can he take it out? Okay, now, yes, I'm going to say he can take it out. It's a splinter. I don't see any reason why. The backpack specifically said she could not take it out. This just says a tiny splinter lodged somewhere uncomfortable. So Law has a splinter lodged in his ass, but that's not going to be good at the beginning of this. At the beginning of the fight, like Stussy could take out the splinter, but we were already in the swamp, so it wouldn't even have mattered with her. Yeah. Oh man. Oh yeah, he is a doctor too. He is. If anybody could logically surgically remove a splinter, even if it's really dug in really deep, super deep into him, he's a surgeon. Even if he can't use his devil fruit, he's a surgeon. He knows how to remove splinters and foreign objects. Okay. But that's going to give Big Mom kind of an advantage where he cannot use room. And Big Mom's like, Mama, and Mama's going to be pissed. She's going to be charging at Law, trying to kill him before he has a chance to use his power. Remove it with logical arguments. I'm sure he knows how to remove a splinter. I'm sure Law carries, I don't know, a fucking scalpel on him or some shit. He can use his sword if he has to. He'll figure out a way to remove a splinter. All right? He just uses Kikoku. Just, son of a bitch. Just like uses the sword. Honestly, in a fight against Big Mom, in a fight to the death with Big Mom, if there's a splinter in your ass, you're just, I would just slice off part of my ass and just be like, if that meant I get superpowers. Gotta do what you gotta do, right? Yeah. All right. How did Bogard beat Queen? Go back and check. It was a fun battle. All right. Wait, actually, did Bogard fight? Yeah, Bogard beat Queen. Yeah, it was a fun battle. Go check it out. It was interesting. All right, where are they fighting? The Belmont Hold from Castlevania Netflix. Okay, now, here's the kicker. The Belmont Hold canonically has all of the power-up weapons and items and potions and armor and shit from the Castlevania video games. You see it in the anime. They have all that shit. So they have all the, like, weapons that are used to fight against, like, monsters and demons and shit. So I don't know if... Oh, wait a minute. Big Mom could use her powers to animate that shit. Oh, my God. She could make, like... She could make homies out of all of, like, the sub-weapons from Castlevania. Oh, hell yeah, she can! I mean, Law could pick something up to use that, too, but he has Kikoku. He could... Oh, by the way, I'll tell you what right now, though. Law could definitely find something in the Belmont Hold to remove his fucking splinter. He could find the tweezers of Yabdabouth or something to remove the splinter. So she can definitely... Big Mom could definitely use her ability to make homies out of these sub-weapons and all the things and the stakes and the guns and all the sorts of shit that exist in the fucking Belmont Hold. But Law could also find, like, a medical kit or something to remove the splinter. So he can find a way. He can get his Devil Fruit powers back, but it's going to take a second to find a surgery kit and start removing this shit. Yeah. Oh, dude, it's tough. Law can disassemble everything. How? He doesn't have a devil fruit. He has a sea stone splinter. How's he using his devil fruit? Yeah, I don't think Big Mom can use her power on Sea Prison, but it doesn't matter. She can use her. There are so many objects. Like, let me show you some stuff from the Belmont Hold. Like, there's a whole thing. The Belmont Hold is basically just an Easter egg treasure trove of everything from the from the Castlevania games. See if there's just images of all the stuff that's in the hold. Oh, here they are. Yeah. It's huge, by the way. It's fucking huge. Big Mom could definitely fit in it. Oh, here we go. Glad you streamed on my birthday. Well, happy birthday, Green Machine. Happy birthday. Okay, here is some stuff. This is just some stuff that's in the Belmont Hold. Skeletons, armor. Some of these are enemies you fight in the game. There is a bow and a skeleton. Those are the skeletons that fire they're the archer skeletons. Axe Knights. She could animate a fucking Axe Knight. She could literally, Big Mom literally just has the enemies, the monsters of the fucking Castlevania games, like the Axe Knights and the boomerang skeletons. She just summons all that shit to her side. She has a fucking army of Castlevania enemies now. You know, like that's what she has. There's a Medusa head down there. There's a Medusa head. There's the Skelerang. You could, on the top left right there, you see the boomerang and the skeleton. She has Skelerangs helping her out. Oh my god. She just summons all of these animated armors that attack you, the skeletons that attack you. She just gets all that shit. She just has all that with her power. Oh my god. Even Dracula would sweat at the shit Big Mom is doing. Oh, Lord. And then Law could find some kind of first aid surgery kit down here in the Belmont Hold, use it, rip out the splinter that's sticking in his ass or whatever. But meanwhile, while he's doing that, okay, here's what we'll do. If we're going to do the contention that Law has to seek this out to remove him and get his powers back, which he's going to have to try to do, while Law's doing that, Big Mom has a fucking army ready to go and fight Law at the end of this. And she still has Hera, Prometheus, and Napoleon. And Law doesn't have Kid to help him out this time. Oh. The homies are not the smartest, but they're there to help Big Mom. So she animates a Skelerang, and the Skelerang is going to be not super smart, but it's going to be there to try to help Big Mom. Now, when he does manage to get the splinter out and he uses room, he could do some wacky stuff too. But by that point, Big Mom has the army because while he's doing that, she's doing that other thing. Oh, my God. Is there a list of all the enemies that represent? Hold on. I think there is. There is. Hold on. Okay. So Big Mom gets a Skelerang, Gaibon, a Marionette. Oh, those are those things. You know, they're basically like mannequin dolls that are animated. The Plate Lord. Those things are strong. Oh, my God. Big Mom gets this fucker. Oh, my God. Look at this thing. Look at this thing. Hold on. She gets this thing. This is just Big Mom's army she's amassing in the background while Law is trying to remove a damn splinter. Let me put all this up in the background, actually. Hold on. I love Castlevania. That's why I put it on there. I love Castlevania so fucking much. Yeah. These are the Skelerangs. There's skeletons with giant boomerangs. The Plate Lords are really powerful. Like, none of these, I think, are, like, the strongest in the game, so to speak, but they're... Oh, the Flea Men. The Bone Archer. The Bone Pillar. Oh, the Bone Pillars are these things. Yeah, the Bone Pillars are pretty common in Castlevania. You see them in, like, every game. Yeah, the Bone Pillars look like this. Yeah, they're like two animated skulls that fire big fireballs in either direction. Yeah. So, and it's this and like all the other things in the Belmont hold that Big Mom literally has the power to animate. All right? Yeah. Now just picture all these things with goofy expressions because of the homie power, but still. Yeah. I think Law's kind of cooked here. I think Law's cooked. Law gets the splinter out of his ass. He shows up. Big Mom has a giant ass army. He'll take out a lot of them. He'll take them out. But while Big Mom, by like Law's using his room to try to like fight against like a Plate Lord and the Skelerang and the Bone Pillars, he's got to dodge fireballs. And then meanwhile, Big Mom's coming after him. And meanwhile, while that's all happening, Zeus and Hera and Prometheus are there too to help out. Like Law is just completely and utterly outmatched, and he doesn't remember during Wano he had Kid and he had all of Kid's crew and all of his crew to help him while that was happening. He's on his own here. He is by himself. He's got nobody to help him here. Kid's not going to show up with a railgun and save the day. This is tough. I'm sorry, Law. Dude, I am sorry. This is your first loss in the tournament, so you get to go again, but oh. Man, I love that. Belmont hold with Big Mom is just a recipe for chaos right there. A recipe for chaos. Yeah, can Law solo an entire demon army plus Big Mom and her 3 homies? That's going to be tough. That's going to be tough even for Law. Even with an awakening in Law, you got to imagine that's going to be hard for him. He'll wipe out a lot of them. He'll wipe out a bunch of the Plate Lords. He'll be tearing through those skeletons, but, like, they'll run interference, and Big Mom's going to get the drop on him. Yeah. Yeah, I think the only way you could reasonably say Law wins this is through plot armor bullshit. Like, well, but Law's hot, so he wins. Law, dude... The army of the undead. Big Mom's army of the undead. All because you had a damn splinter in your ass, Law. You had a fucking splinter in your ass. Oh, man. All right. Yeah, Big Mom's got it. 83%. Oh, all right. So, we'll do 351. Yeah, that's about as long as the other streams. We got a few more fights left. Where's my pizza? They haven't released my pizza yet. Wait. No. No pizza yet. Pizza soon. Alrighty, everybody. We're going down back to their losers bracket for round number 16. We got... Or was that round? No, round 15. Sorry, round 15. Van Augur versus Baskerville. Baskerville turned into a Megazord last time, beat up Stussy. So let's see if Augur can take Baskerville down. All right. Van Augur's going up first. What does he get? He gets a handicap. What's his handicap? He's itchy everywhere. Augur has got the chicken pox. He's like, man. Dude. Oh, it's freaking everywhere. Oh, man, he's got ants in his pants, ladies and gentlemen. Augur officially has the ants in his pants. That's going to be mildly annoying. That's going to be really... Oh, as a sniper, that's going to be irritating. Trying to, like, keep focused when you are itchy everywhere. Your face is itchy. Your arms are itchy. Your legs are itchy. Your dick is itchy. Everything is itchy. And Augur has to maintain a... Oh, that's going to be hard, dude. Chickenpox probably hurts more than it itches. I never had chickenpox, actually, so I don't know. Who here has actually had chickenpox? Because the idea is on every cartoon I've ever seen, it just makes it itchy. But apparently it hurts, like, I guess it hurts more? I don't know. I can't even reload. I gotta... Oh, it's so freaking itchy. Yeah. All right, so that's not good. A sniper with no concentration. That's going to be hard. Yeah. All right, what is... That's a bad one. That's a bad one for him. I like for Big Mom, I don't think it would have mattered too much. For Augur, yeah. All right, what does Baskerville get? He gets a handicap too. Permanent dramatic injury. They are not actually crippled, but they act like they are. Oh, a dramatic injury. Okay. Okay, so maybe Baskerville just has a flashback to when Big Mom like cut him in half during the water park fight. And Baskerville is like, you know, it's like you see that it's like when Freddy Krueger. No, when Freddy Krueger cuts you, you actually do feel it. It's like he thinks he got cut in half. He's really hurt. He's just like, no, we've been sliced in half. Oh God, our guts are spilling out. Oh my God, we're gonna die. We're gonna die. And it's like it's not actually happening, but he feels like it is. They act like they are. So Baskerville is on the ground, like growling in pain, like, oh God, no. Oh wait, I'm fine. I don't know. It feels like it hurts. No, dude, it really hurts. It really hurts. Yeah, I think they both lose. Nah, I think Auger's still. It's kind of the same thing with Bartolomeo. Auger might not be super focused, but I think he gets the one shot. Auger always gets the one shot. He gets one. He's super itchy. But he's like, oh, man, just bam. He's like, oh, I got to reload, but oh, I'm itchy. You know, but I think he's getting that one shot. He's getting that one shot. Where is the fight taking place? We already did the county fair. A shopping mall. All right, so Baskerville's on the floor of a shopping mall. Now, it is a shopping mall, so thankfully it's completely empty. There's like maybe 2 people shopping in the whole damn store, in the whole mall. So they're in a shopping mall. Baskerville is like, oh my God, I got hurt. It really hurts. Oh wait, no it doesn't. But wait, it does. And then Auger is really itchy. That's it. I think Auger, wait a minute now. This is something we never really had to come up to because every single time has been kind of like a one-sided brawl. Like Big Mom would just decapitate all of them at once. And Baskerville won against Stussy. He was a Megazord. Auger, it is physically, well, no, okay. It's not impossible for him to one-shot all of them, but he's going to have to shoot them all from the side. You know what I mean? Like, literally, in order for Auger to one-shot, to headshot all of the Baskervilles, he's literally going to have to be to the side, and the bullet's going to have to go through all 3 of them, like, boom, 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 that way. Now, Van Auger, okay, wait a minute. Drip D sauce. I got to tell you, you actually came up with a good idea. I'm not even kidding. This isn't a bad idea. What if Auger warps to find some cream? They're in a shopping mall. A shopping mall is going to have a pharmacy. It's going to have some kind of pharmacy, or if it does, I'm saying it does. There's some kind of store where he could get some hydrocortisone or some calamine lotion or something. Does Auger, while Baskerville is like, oh God, oh, it hurts so much. Auger's like, oh, I'm itching. I gotta get some cream for this crap. And he just warps to the nearest like pharmacy and grabs some calamine lotion and just, oh, that feels so good now. Okay, all right. Get that lotion, get that. Oh, okay, that's soothing. All right, yeah. You know, it's temporary relief, but that's all he needs. He just needs the temporary relief. All right, I think Auger's smart enough to do that, and Baskerville's just like on the floor, like, oh God, you know, like, and so I think he's gonna go and get some of that calamine lotion and like give him the temporary relief he needs to go back and just be like, boom, headshot, boom, headshot, boom, headshot, and then call it a day. Yeah. Do I still have? Hold on a minute. Let me check on something actually. That is an old meme. That is an old meme. I used it back in the Bleach days. Do I still have that? That'd be really funny if I did. Because I'm still shooting, and I'm still getting headshots. Boom, headshot. Boom, headshot. No, I don't think I have it anymore, but it's a meme. You could look it up. Yeah. Let me just pull it up on YouTube really quick, because I actually kind of want to hear it now. It was funny. My hands are shaking. My hands are shaking. All right. Yeah, this is it right here. This is it. It's at the end here.
My heart's beating, my hands are shaking. My hands are shaking, but I'm still shooting. I'm still getting the headshots. It's like boom, headshot, boom, headshot, boom, headshot.
Oh, that was 10 years ago already. That was 2015. I feel like it's older than that. It's older than that. I think that might be a re-upload. Maybe it was 10 years old ago. I don't know. Oh, man. Okay, anyway, I think Auger gets a headshot is where I'm going with this. Yeah. Oh, man. Yeah, Van Auger. Even if he doesn't go get the calamine lotion or the hydrocortisone cream, I think he could still win this. He's itchy. It's a little harder for him. Maybe he misses a couple of shots. But Baskerville, there's nothing that Baskerville can do to hurt Auger. There really isn't. There really isn't. All right, here we go. Yeah. Auger, I mean, Baskerville's got a sword. I mean, is there anything in the mall that Baskerville could use to beat Auger? I don't think there is. It's just a shopping mall. I mean, there's a lot of stuff. What is he going to go into Macy's and buy a fucking overpriced cutlery set or something? Like, what is he going to do? Sounds like a Call of Duty player. I think he was. Yes. What was your Call of Duty game? Mine was Modern Warfare 2. I mean, we played World at War and Black Ops and shit, but like Call of Duty Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2 was my absolute go-to game when I was in high school. That was my Call of Duty. I served my Call of Duty. Yeah. Oh, God. Auger got 100%. A clean sweep. Clean sweep, Auger. I'm just going to end it there. That is the first time that has ever happened. We got a 100% clean sweep. I don't even care. 100% clean sweep. Auger wins. Black Ops 1. I still boot up and play it online every once in a while. I do that with Modern Warfare 2. I have my Xbox 360 upstairs. I'll dust that thing off and play it every now and then. Yeah. All right. Auger's got it. All righty. Where does that put us? Oh, 4 hours exactly for round 16. That's pretty cool. And where's my pizza? I don't think it's been, like they sent it yet. I think it does take a while. It's a pretty busy place. All right. All right, round 16. Queen versus Goldie Roger. I mean, like, it's going to be really hard. I mean, unless Roger gets really shitty handicaps or Queen gets really god-tier level buffs. Like, if Roger gets a buff and Queen gets a handicap, you could pretty much call it there. But we'll see. We'll see what we get. First up, we got Queen. Queen gets a handicap. That's not good. That's not good. His weapon. No. Oh, okay. I thought it says weapons fall off. Oh, God. His weapon feels off. The main weapon just feels wrong today. I think his laser cannons just aren't working right. Maybe there's a malfunction. Maybe his weapons are malfunctioning a little bit. I'm gonna say that counts as a weapon malfunction for Queen. He could still use the Brachiosaur, but like his weapons are just glitching a little bit today. Yeah, that is still pretty bad. I thought all of his weapons just fall off. I'm like, oh no, it doesn't fall off. They feel off. You know. Yeah, he does have other weapons, though. Maybe his main weapon. It says his main weapon. So his main laser, he try to use the black coffee laser, and it just doesn't work. And, man. You know. All right, what does Roger get? Neither. Okay. So Roger is just Roger, which is already pretty Roger. And then Queen has maybe one of his weapons not working. All right. What do we get? There. Oh, wait a minute. You know what? This is one of those locations I think gives Queen an advantage. The codename Kids Next Door Treehouse. The KND Treehouse. Queen is a scientist, and he is now armed with all the 2x4 technology that you could ask for. The codename Kids Next Door come up with some crazy shit in that treehouse, okay? So Queen's main weapon might not work. He might be able to create some crazy, insane weapon to fight against Roger with. How big is that treehouse? The treehouse is huge. The treehouse is massive. It doesn't matter. He's in the treehouse. He has the treehouse. He can use the treehouse. It's mostly made of wood. I mean, it's a big... Oh, wait, I might actually have the... Because I think that was one of the ones... I'm using a location table I also used for the tournament I used a few years ago, so... Might actually already be on there. Hold on. Yep, here it is. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, there we go. There it is. I mean, it's huge. There's a freaking ship and a space shuttle as part of it. All right, look at that. Look at that. They have there is a cargo freighter as part of this. It doesn't make sense, but here it is. Here it is. That treehouse is insane. Can he fit in the treehouse? Yes. Yes. He could probably just fit in number 2's quarters over there. Yeah. The giant bunny, like there's giant robots. They have a bunch of giant robots. I don't even remember all the craziest shit they can use because they're all named after, they all have not alliteration, what are they called? Where like each letter stands for something. God, I'm blanking on that right now. Hold on, I'll look it up. All right, let's see what we got here. Okay, 2x4 technology is the term used to refer to all devices created and used by the codename Kids Next Door. Their technology is highly improvised, using duct tape and staples mainly, but it can make some crazy shit. It makes some crazy shit. Let's see. There's giant robots, and there's like, I'm just gonna pick on some. Here's one thing called Chop Shop. What's this? Oh, it's a giant crab robot. Like, look at this. Look, this is the kind of shit that they're working with. This is the type of shit Queen's working with. Look at this thing. It's a giant barber shop with a tanker truck sticking out of it with a giant robot claw. This is the kind of shit they're using. The weapon, Chop Shop. Crab-like headquarters obviously possesses super hair obliterating power. There you go. Yeah. Roger can destroy that easily. Sure, but can he destroy, like, an army of them? And not, like, a single acronyms. There you go. Thank you. Acronyms. You know, but, like, I don't know, man. Queen has access to all this shit. Queen's smarter than Roger. Queen's going to be able to use all this stuff way more, like, way to more advanced. Let's see. Is there anything that they could use to shut down Roger's bullshit? The cone cannon. Okay, that's just an ice cream gun. That's just an ice cream gun. But they have a giant school bus that's a flight weapon. There's a vacuum cleaner that shoots out a power cord. Yeah, okay. Man, this show was crazy. I remember this show. Yeah. All right, anyway, unfortunately, though, I think Roger's still going to win this because even armed with all of the 2x4 technology, I feel like Roger, one Kamusari, is just going to rip through all of Queen, rip through all of the treehouse, just slice it in half in one attack, and just completely obliterate it. Yeah, we all know how that would go down. Plus, it's child's imagination. Of course, Queen wins. I mean, Queen probably does have more in line with a child's imagination than Roger does. I don't know. Yeah, Roger is removing Queen from the face of the earth in 0.2 seconds. Yeah. Dude, Aramaki was able to just one-shot Queen, basically. Now, granted, they were tied up and, you know, chained up and weakened, but still. Why are there adults in the treehouse? Number 2, report! One thing I love is that the voice actor for number 1 plays Joseph Joestar in Battle Tendency. It's so good. He's perfect. Perfect for that role. Yeah. Yeah. All right. Well, anyway, let's go to the polls. It was just fun to talk about, you know, Codename Kids Next Door. That was a great cartoon. That was such a fun cartoon. They keep teasing about doing it, like bringing it back, doing like Galactic Kids Next Door. I don't know if they'll ever do that, but is number 1, does he play Silaporo? Holy shit, he does. Wow, I never even knew that. Holy shit. Yeah, I guess that's his voice. He did a little bit of a different voice for that one, but holy crap. What's the dude's name again? I'm like blanking. Who voiced number 1? Hold on. Number 1. Ben Diskin. Yeah, that guy. Dude, that guy's... He's so cool. He has a great voice. He played Joseph in Battle Tendency. He played a guy from the Kingdom Hearts series, young Zeknort. I've never played the Kingdom Hearts series. Oh, he was Sai. He played Sai in Naruto. I didn't even know that. And he played Jack from Beastars. Okay. All right, then. Cool. Doesn't say Sai Laporo, though. Let me just double check on that. It does sound like his voice, though, now that I'm actually thinking about it. Yeah, it's him. It's him. All right, shit. Yeah, Jimmy Neutron voiced Satch Bell. Yeah, that's the same. It's crazy when you start thinking about the voices, right? They're making my order. Okay. All right. Oh, 409. We gotta go. We gotta go. We gotta go. All right, 409. All right, 17. Round 17. Roger won that. And round 17 is right here. Bogard versus Van Auger. Auger's been really good at these. Auger, I mean, he lost one because he's in the loser bracket, but Auger is... He's really good at this. He's a smart guy. He can teleport, and he has like an instant kill with that rifle, potentially. So, holy crap. There we go. What does Bogard get? He gets a handicap. Hockey disruption. Man, the hockey disruption keeps hitting characters that don't solely rely on hockey. It's crazy. He does have hockey, which he doesn't really now, or it's weakened, but he mostly relies on his sword. He's a swordsman. So, damn. Yeah. All right. Well, what does Van Auger get? Neither. Okay, that makes that simple. And then where are they fighting? Ruskaina. Ruskaina, the place where Luffy and Rayleigh trained for 2 years. So it has volcanoes and crazy weather. And actually, I'm gonna flip. I'm gonna roll a d4 to see what season it is, because that's the whole point of Ruskaina. The seasons change every week. That's how it works. So I'll roll for that, I guess, and see which season we get. Because it might matter. It might matter. You never know. If it's summer or the dead of winter, it might matter. I think Auger has this in the bag. I think so too, but let's just see what he got. Just see what we can do here. All right. Let's just go 1 for spring, 2 for summer, 3 for fall, and 4 for winter. Oh, okay. It's the dead of winter on Ruskaina, which is the way it looked when Luffy left. When Luffy was leaving Ruskaina, it was winter. And the giant animals are there too, so they might get involved. I specifically put Ruskaina because of how dangerous it is and how the fucking huge... Like, King Kong is there, and the giant lion and the giant alligator. All the things Luffy beat up are there. So maybe those might come in handy. Those might be relevant here. For those of you that don't remember Ruskaina, I do have a Geography is Everything on it, because I have Geography is Everything on everything. So here are some of the animals on the island. Here is the island during the winter when this battle's taking place, when Luffy was leaving. Yeah. So, yeah. There's also a giant elephant. Yeah. That poor elephant. Yeah. But yeah, that's Ruskaina. All right, it's in the Calm Belt too. All right. What have we seen Bogard do? This. We've seen Bogart do this. Which is, I mean, you have to admit that's pretty impressive. I mean, you can't just say that, like, that's nothing. I'm like, that is pretty impressive that he could do that. The precision that would be necessary to do that is insane. All right. We can roll for a giant monster interrupting the fight. Yeah, that's kind of the whole point of Ruskaina. We could do that. We can do that. All right, but anyway, so yeah, Bogard, though, can't use hockey, and Auger is just himself. So Auger teleporting around and getting a high spot and getting a sniper perch and just launching attacks after attacks. He's not itchy this time, and his hands aren't sticky. So he avoided that problem. Hold on, it's starting to get cold down here. It's starting to get cold outside. Let me pull my heater on. So, are we sure Bogard can survive the wildlife? He was trained on... Okay. Bogard was trained by Garp. Do you know how Garp trained Luffy? He threw him into a jungle at age 4. Luffy was already fighting giant tigers and shit by the time he was like 10. All right? Can you imagine that? Bogard, I think, will be fine. I think he could cut down King Kong or the giant elephant or some shit. I think he would be okay with that. I think he can handle that. That is true. He did cut up a gun. And Bogart, what does Van Auger use? A rifle. And hey, what did Bogart do to Kobe's guns? He is the anti-gun. Just picture Van Auger's face on oh wait, hold on. Let me try to do some really quick. This will be funny if I can pull this off. Hold on a minute. This is really funny. See if I have it here. I do. I do. Hold on. There you go. It's not great, but, you know, best I could do on a quick edit job there. Yeah, that's going to be really hard for Bogard to reach him, though. All right. So they're on Ruskaina. Let me roll for giant monsters. Let's see. Let's roll a d20 for that. Let's roll a d20. That sounds like fun. All right. How many giant monsters interrupt this fight? 5. So maybe, yeah, the elephant gets caught up in the crossfire. Then there's the giant tiger. Then there's a giant alligator. And then there's the big blue gorilla. So yeah, there's some giant animals that get involved. But I think either Bogard cuts them down or Auger just pumps them full of, like, just shoots them in the head. You know what I mean? I don't think they're going to be that much. I mean, maybe to, like, block a shot, maybe Bogard runs behind the giant King Kong, and then Auger has to be like, okay, boom, boom, boom. He, like, shoots through the gorilla first, and then Bogard is dancing back and forth between the giant animals, I guess. I don't know, man. But Auger could teleport, so even if Bogard runs behind an animal, Auger just teleports behind him and just, yeah. Auger being able to teleport here is just OP as hell. It really is. It's just too OP, man. It's just too OP. I don't think I have to end the other poll. Roger won that. Yeah, Bogard, man. I tried something, but, like, Auger can just nullify all that by teleporting. Yeah. Even if the wild animals get involved, I don't think it's anything that'll work. Yeah, they would actually probably be polite to the monsters. They'd be like, could you please let us settle this, you know, without being interrupted so rudely? The teleporting sniper is too OP. That's the whole, yeah. That's the whole idea. Getting to the end here soon. I hope my pizza gets here before we end. Oh, my God. Pizza. We do need more Bogard feats. We do. We do. But Auger's got this. All right, end poll. Sorry, Auger. All right. I mean, sorry Bogard. He's dead. He's out. All righty. We can wait until the next minute. 4:18. All right, we're getting down to the final battles here. Oh, shit. This is going to be fun. Law versus Roger. That's going to be fun. Since we're only 400, can everybody get 2 wings instead of 1? Yeah, I forgot I ordered wings. I just forgot I ordered... Oh, yeah, I ordered wings, too. I'm not going to be able to eat all this food. Yeah, you guys can have the wings, yeah. I think I might have ordered too much food. But I'm really hungry right now, too, because, you know, talking a lot, believe it or not, burns calories. I've been hungry as shit after some of these live streams. Yeah, if Law has a handicap, he's kind of screwed. Okay. All right, round 18. Trafalgar D. Waterlaw versus Gold D. Roger, 2 members of the Will of D. I think they're the only 2 members of the Will of D on this entire roster. I think Bad Timeline VV forfeited the Will of D. But yeah, here they are, fighting against one another. All right. This is going to be a big one. Law, I think, has the ability. I think he has the potential to win, but no handicaps for Law, please. Please. Here we go. What does Law get? He gets a buff. All right, first hurdle cleared. Law gets a buff. Flashback. Sudden emotional memory gives him a temporary massive boost. Okay, this is like Law is remembering Corazon and his sacrifice. And Law's like, I'm going to do it, Corazon, in your memory. I know I can beat Roger. Maybe there's a moment where Law maybe feels like he cannot beat the King of the Pirates. And then he has, like, the ghost of Corazon appears in his mind, and he sits him down. He's like, Law, I love you, man. You can do this. I believe in you. You got this, man. And then his mom's there, and his dad's there, and Lammy is there, his sister, and they're all like, you can do this, big brother. You got this. And Law's like, and then Beppo and everybody's like, Captain, you got this, Captain. And this is all happening in his mind, but he's just remembering all of the positive vibes throughout his life, right? I'm 100% voting to keep him next time. There is no vote for next time. Next time it's just the 8 winners. It's the final tournament. There is no legacy. It's just the 8 people that won. All right. That's a good one. All right, Roger, what does he get? He gets a buff too! Oh! He gets a buff too! If it was nothing, or if it was the handicap, oh, it might have been something. Law got a good one. But what does Roger get? Okay, his crew is there to support. Oh, everybody's cheering him on. It's the same thing Big Mom got at the water park. So all of the Roger crew, where are they fighting? The Sabaody Archipelago. All right. So we could roll for which grove it is. Oh, wait a minute. We're going to have to do that. They're at the Sabaody Archipelago. Rayleigh is there. Cheering on his captain. Shocky is also there. So Shocky is going to be cheering on Roger, but Roger might be distracted by Shocky too. You can't take that immediately out. And also Law is really running on the vibes and the motivation of all of the positive energy from his past. His parents, his sister, Corazon and his crew are all like, you got this. Oh, man. This is just emotional support from both sides. I think it is, yeah. Now, here's the kicker. Most of Roger's crew is scattered or dead. So if they're at the Sabaody Archipelago, does Roger basically just get Rayleigh and Shocky? Because I think that's all he would get. Maybe Gabon could be there too. Maybe? I mean, I don't know if Shocky would distract Roger. I mean, the way I'm picturing this is that they're fighting out in front of Shocky's ripoff bar. And Rayleigh and Shocky have lawn chairs, and they're sitting outside of the bar like, go, Captain Roger, go, Roger, you got this. And then Shocky's like, yes, Roger, you got this. And then Law shows up, and he's just in his mind. He's just having this really energizing flashback, right? Roger has a whole retirement home cheering him on. Maybe Gabon is there too. Maybe Gabon is there to cheer him on. I don't know. But I don't know, man. Have Roger roll a wisdom save. We've never done that before, so I can't do that now. That would be unfair if we do it now. That we didn't do that at all times before this. All right. So what are we thinking? This is for the winner of the losers bracket, I think. Yeah. This is Roger when he was fighting Whitebeard at like when Odin was there. So Roger does have the sickness. Roger only does have like a year or two left to live in this point. Yeah. Yeah, Crocus could be there too. Why not? I mean, Blackbeard knows hockey, and Law was able to affect him, but Roger's hockey is absurd. It's really insane. Really, really, really insane. I'm really trying to think of a way that Law could do something with his room, but I think he opens up a room and Roger just creates an explosion. A waterfall of Conqueror's hockey that just nullifies anything that he could do. I think it's a stamina battle, and Roger just has more stamina. Even when he's sick, even when he's literally like dying, like he literally like, I got a year left to live, matey. Yarg. Even at that point, he still has more stamina. I don't know, man. He's fucking sick. He's puking and shit. We see it in the flashback. He's really sick. He was holding it together. But then again, he still has enough stamina to fight against Whitebeard for 3 days. That's true, too. So shit. I guess he does. Oh, man. He also did canonically get killed by 2 random guys with spears. That is true. That is true. All right. Oh, this is going to be a contentious one. Or maybe it isn't. I don't know. Law or Roger? Ugh. Law or Roger? Take it away. Roger is in the loser bracket. He did lose. There was a mechanism for him to lose. I mean, he did have enough endurance to fight for 3 days solid with Whitebeard. That is shown in the manga. So, yeah. Yeah, Roger's going to use a Hockey Lightning Tsunami. Law does start with L after all. Oh, God. Yeah, Law's cooked. Law's cooked. Sorry, Law. Sorry, Law. You made it far in this tournament, buddy. You made it far, but not far enough. Roger. Oh, I know. Roger's not done with the. Oh, we're not done with the losers bracket yet. I thought that was the end of the losers. We still have 1 fight left. Not the next fight, but Augur's going to go up against Roger. Shit. Oh, yeah, the thumbnail was realized Law did fight against Roger. That did happen. All right. Well, we just missed the cutoff. It's okay. We'll just do 427. Pizza check. Still not delivered yet. Sorry, I'm responding to texts. Pizza check. Yeah. Is it still being made or is it on the way? Oh, damn it. I missed the cutoff again. The pizza check went too long. Oh, man. All right. Damn it. All right, 428. 428. Oh, we'll get the next one. This is build up for the fight. I'm having tacos tonight, yeah. I ordered, it's a pizza that has, like, chili sauce on it and pineapples and onions and a little bit of meat, like ham and extra cheese and mushrooms. And then I also got some shrimp on the side of that. Not on the pizza, just on the side as an appetizer. And then I also got some wings. Yeah. All right. So it'll be round 19. This is the final round of the winner's bracket we're going into. This is what we're going into right here. Oh, boy. All right. Okay, 9 seconds. I'm not going to miss this one. I got 900 wings for everybody. Yeah. Yeah, sure. All right. Round 19, the final match of the winner's bracket. Whoever wins this will win the winner's bracket, okay? So we got Frankie and Big Mom. Frankie did run over Big Mom with a motorcycle once. So they have fought before, technically. Although, no, that was more of a motorcycle than Frankie himself, but whatever. Okay. Frankie versus Big Mom. Does Frankie get a buff? He better. Ah, damn, this thing really... All right, Frankie gets a handicap. What's the handicap? What has he got? No, now Frankie's wearing the wrong outfit. Well, we don't know what the location is yet, so we'll hold off on that for a second. Big Mom, buff or handicap? She gets neither. Okay, at least she doesn't get neither. All right, fine. All right, whatever. All right, this might not be that big of a bad buff. I mean, bad of a handicap for Frankie. It depends. It depends. It depends. Okay. We have location. Now, this is going to be relevant here. The gym. All right, it's a big gym because Big Mom and Frankie are in there. All right. What is the worst possible outfit to wear at a gym? So what is the worst outfit, I guess, to work out in? Like, it would be like something where you couldn't work out in, right? It would be something where it made it impossible to lift weights or run on an escalator, not an escalator. I do that stair stepper thing. And then, yeah. No, you can't be shirtless. You can't be naked. A tuxedo. All right, sure, fine. Frankie is wearing a multi-layered, it's very tight. It's got like, 3 or 4 layers to it, clinging to his giant body. He's got the tight bow tie. He's got the suit. He's got all the vest and everything. He's got the pants and the fancy dress shoes that are not meant to be. They are not non-slip. They are not meant to be used in a gym. I would say that or a mascot costume. All right, what's funnier? Frankie in a super fancy tuxedo or Frankie in a mascot outfit? What's funnier? What's funnier? I like the mascot outfit. The mascot outfit at the gym is really funny. But they do fight in the suits at Dressrosa. That is right. That is true. I'm going to go with the mascot outfit then. Frankie is... okay, you know what Frankie's in? I just thought of it. It's this. It has to be this. Hold on. This is the dumbest shit ever. But for a gym... No, watch this. I know exactly what he's wearing. I know 100% what he's wearing. Frankie is wearing this at the gym. He's wearing one of those giant inflatable dinosaur costumes. That's canon. You can't do shit when you're in one of those. You can't run on an escalator or a treadmill. You can't pump iron with that shit. You're wearing a fucking giant latex suit. Frankie's wearing whatever equivalent size for that. That's what Frankie's wearing. Frankie's wearing that at the gym. Yeah. So he can't lift it. He can barely see out of this fucking thing. All right? Yeah. Taking after his dad. Yeah. Now Frankie could rip through that. He could take it off. It doesn't say he's forced to wear it. The meat dress that Law was wearing at the zoo, that might have been worse because he's just covered in meat. But like this is, he's wearing this costume, whatever. Okay. So he's wearing a giant dinosaur costume. Okay. And Big Mom is there, and Big Mom is in the gym. She could use her powers to create, turn the weights in the exercise machines into homies. She could do that. Not as cool as turning the items from the Belmont Hold into, an army, but she could do that. But then Frankie could also just, radical beam, and then fire that right out of the damn thing. Yeah. So Frankie versus Big Mom in a gym. Frankie's got some stuff to do, but he's in the stupid outfit he has to get out of first. And he's got to rip his way out of the outfit. Yeah. Yeah, it's just the handicap suit. I mean, it's just not the handicaps. It's just the dinosaur suit, right? Yeah. Big Mom can make the costume a homie. Oh, I guess she could. Yeah, I've never seen that before. A homie being turned into an outfit that somebody is then wearing. I think Frankie would still be able to rip through it pretty quickly because he's like super strong. But yeah. Frankie is taking a Mazer cannon to the dome. I mean, Big Mom might be taking a radical beam to the dome. Yeah. Could Frankie beat up Big Mom? I'm going to be honest with you. When Frankie came rolling in on the FRU-4 on that motorcycle and just ran over Big Mom, he had no fear in his heart or mind. He just straight up ran over a Yonko, and Frankie's like, yep, that's what I do. You know, like, so Frankie didn't seem to have any compunctions or fear about dealing with Big Mom. He didn't seem to give a shit. I don't think he could turn Frankie's weapons into homies. I don't think she's turning like the radical beam into a homie or anything like that. Hold on. I'm hearing a somebody honking their horn outside. I am hearing that. Hold on. Okay. So, a couple of things. You know how earlier when I went upstairs like 3 hours ago and I said that, oh, it's snowing a little bit outside. I want you guys to understand. There was no snow on the ground when I started this stream 4 hours and 34 minutes ago. It was a nice sunny day, cold, very frigid, but no snow. When I started the stream like an hour in, it was, oh, look, a little bit of snow outside. It is a fucking blizzard outside right now. It is a straight up blizzard right now. If I'd known that, if I knew it was going to get this bad, I probably wouldn't have ordered pizza. If I don't get pizza, that's okay now. Because holy shit. There's a lady outside in her car honking her horn at a snowplow. So I don't know if the snowplow like hit her car or was about to hit her car because I heard like somebody like wailing on their horn outside. Holy shit, the weather is bad. It is very bad. It is way worse than I thought it was going to get. Yeah, I didn't expect it to get that bad today. Holy shit. I heard it was going to snow today. I heard a thing earlier that was just like, oh yeah, it was going to snow a little bit today. I'm like, all right. It was like, earlier, I'm like, just a little bit of snow. It's not a big deal. It is a fucking mess outside right now. Oh, dude. Yeah, I'm giving the driver a huge tip for that. If they manage to get here, I might just cancel the order though, honestly. Because if they're still prepping it and nobody's even here to pick it up, yeah, that's totally understandable given the weather. I didn't know it was going to get this bad out. All right. Well, anyway, we'll deal with that after. We have Frankie versus Big Mom, round 19. I forgot where we were at. Oh yeah, Frankie's wearing a dinosaur costume at the gym. And Big Mom has all of her powers. If it just comes down to Frankie versus Big Mom, I did not. Okay, I also ordered a shit ton of wings. I ordered 900 wings. Yeah, it's gonna take a while for them to get over that. Yeah. I hope you own a snowblower. I have a snowblower. Yeah, I have a snowblower. I do have a snowblower. So I'll be fine. But it is bad outside. It is really bad outside. All right. Frankie, Big Mom. Yeah, when I ordered that pizza, I did not know it was going to get that bad. All right, Frankie, Big Mom. Yeah. Yeah, that's about right. Yeah, that's about right. I'm sorry, Frankie. Dude, you came back to the tournament. You were the last representative of the Straw Hats here, but it's okay. Usopp's got you in the final tournament. Robin and Brooke are gonna like leave on your legacy. It's okay. It's okay. I want to vote Frankie, but you know, it's Frankie up against Big Mom. I think Frankie would get his hits in. Frankie and Robin were both able to get hits in on Big Mom. It's not like they couldn't do anything against her. But ultimately, Big Mom, when Big Mom is busting out, like, the Misery and the Mazer Cannon, I mean, like, that's tough to block. I don't think Frankie's blocking the Mazer Cannon. I think if he shoots the Radical Beam, I think the Radical Beam's getting defeated. But it's like a beam struggle, and I think the Mazer Cannon is winning. All right, sorry, Frankie. Sorry, man. A single tear. We needed that Elbaf power scaling for Frankie. I hope he comes back in Elbaf and he's like the strongest ever. All right. So, Big Mom takes it. Big Mom is the winner of the winner's bracket. But now, Frankie, going down, is the guardian of the losers. Because that was the first time Frankie lost. So he's not out for it yet. He's not out yet. He's not out yet. I was too ahead of myself there. Okay, we'll do 439. Round 20. Augur versus Roger. This is going to be fucking... Can Augur... can Roger... If Roger can get a handicap, he's too strong. He's too strong. Shouldn't even have had him in the list to begin with, but I did, and here we are. He lost the last tournament. All right, here we go. Round 20, the final round, or not the final round, because whoever loses has to beat Frankie, but we have Van Augur versus Roger. Let's knock Roger out of this tournament. Let's do it. Augur's been having a pretty impressive showing so far. I think he could win. I think he could beat him. Van Augur is going to get a buff. That's what I like to see. What's he getting? Van Augur, come on, man. Yonko presence. They bear the same presence as an emperor for the start of the fight. Okay, I need you to imagine this, all right? Like Yonko power presence. In the case with Roger, I'm going to say it's a very overwhelming. You might have the presence of Roger or Rox or some shit like that, right? Van Augur enters the battlefield, and Roger feels it. He feels it like it's Whitebeard walking in front of him right now, okay? Whitebeard is like Roger's greatest rival, and he feels it. He feels that the goosebumps, the like, oh, okay now. All right, but what is an emperor to a king? Yeah, okay, now, this is the big one. This is the big one. What does Roger get? Roger got a handicap. Here we go. Here we go. All right. All right. The crew betrayal trauma. Memories of betrayal cause hesitation. Oh, this isn't looking good for Roger all of a sudden. So this is all of a sudden, imagine if his crew abandoned him. Rayleigh turned his back on him. Gabon turned his back on him. Shanks and Buggy were like, you suck, Roger. He has his crew betraying him. Douglas Bullet betraying him, maybe. I don't know. We could throw Bullet in there, too. Anyway, all of the betrayal. The betrayal. And now, all of a sudden, Roger looks up and he sees the overwhelming presence of Augur. Now, this doesn't do anything for either of their abilities. Augur still has the same abilities as he always had. Same with Roger. Oh, Roger just thinks about Rayleigh leaving for Shocky. Rayleigh, Roger's just like, I'm glad they're together, but like, I don't know. Maybe he does. Maybe he doesn't. I don't know. Oh, man. He just thinks about the betrayal. Like, if all of Roger's crew were to betray him, what would that feel like for him? Oh, man. I mean, I don't know. I feel like Roger's enough of a sentimental guy that would hurt him. I don't think he would just go rage mode right away. I feel like if Rayleigh betrayed Roger, I think Roger would be upset over that. I don't think he would be like, fuck you! I think he would be like, I think he would cry. I think Roger would like get super fucking drunk and genuinely cry if like Rayleigh or Gabon betrayed him and abandoned him. I feel like they would. I feel like he would, yeah. Wouldn't his emotions affect his will and therefore affecting his hockey? I mean, yeah. I guess they would. Where does this fight take place? We already did the Australian Outback. We already did Chuck E. Cheese's. We already did Rain Base. There are so many things on this list. A haunted corn maze. And it is haunted, actually. There are ghosts in the corn maze. All right, so, a haunted corn maze at night in the middle of Halloween. And there's, I don't know, spirits of the dead or the damned wandering the maze. Like, okay, I don't know if they're going to be relevant, but there they are. All right, so if it's the whole crew, then it's all down to if Roger is sober. I mean, how bad do you think Roger's going to take it if he's just remembering his crew betraying him? Do you think? I think Roger's going to get. You saw Rayleigh during Vegapunk's message. Rayleigh was getting plastered. So you know the kind of way that they deal with that kind of trauma and shit. If they deal with anything they don't want to deal with, they just get drunk. You know, I mean, it's like Rayleigh's just like, I don't like what Vegapunk's doing. I'm going to hit the booze. Probably the same thing Roger would do in that situation, to be honest with you, because Rayleigh and Roger are very similar. You know, they meet the children of the corn, the ghosts of the children of the corn. No, they're just ghosts from like our world. They're not like Perona's negative ghosts or anything like that. You can't leave the maze because it is like an invisible force field, and the maze is a maze, but it is still made out of corn. So like Roger could slice his sword and probably like just chop down all the corn with one swing, but he's not maybe feeling like that right now, right? But that does block line of sight for Augur. But Augur could teleport. Augur could teleport. I'm gonna say they're in a maze. So like Augur cannot teleport into the sky. It's like a maze that they're stuck in. So the corn is like 6-7 feet high, and then it's pretty high. And then Roger's there in one part of the maze. Augur's in another part of the maze. Yeah. But it's still made of corn. It's not like it's indestructible corn. They can cut through the corn. They can walk through the corn. 6, 7. All right. We don't have time for your 6, 7 jokes right about now. This is a serious crossover tournament. How depressed is Roger? Like, I don't know, man. Does Augur have the opportunity to solve the maze where Roger is and then shoot him? Like, I don't know, man. This is weird. It's weird because it doesn't have a line of sight either. He can't just shoot him directly from the beginning. If this was like a wide open place like the Outback, it'd be different. Yeah. The maze means very little. Yeah, it does, but they still have to reach each other. Or unless Augur has observation so good, he knows he's right over there. Boom. And the bullet just goes through the corn. It's just corn. Yeah. Oh, the observation hawk, the ghosts could fuck up observation. That is totally true. The ghosts became relevant. The ghosts did become relevant because Augur would sense ghosts. He'd be like, he's over there. Wait, oh shit. It's like the radar is like beep, 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 beep. Everybody knows observation hockey's like a ghost radar. That's crazy. The ghosts are of Roger's crew. Oh, Roger, you suck, Roger. We betrayed you. Roger's like, no, stop me, hearties. Stop, please. Stop it. Roger's just an insane guy getting yelled at by ghosts. Oh, my God. That's so sad. That's so sad. You know? It fucks with them both then. Yeah, kind of. Oh, man. The only thing is that Augur is not emotionally distressed. Roger is at this point. Just take that handicap to mean Roger is he has trauma. It says trauma. Roger is traumatized at this moment, okay? And Augur is perfectly mentally fit. It's just he has to find Roger first, which means, and he can't use observation because of the ghost, so Augur's just going to have to solve a corn maze, which isn't hard. I mean, like, I've done that when I was, like, 7. So, like, Augur can solve a corn maze, right? It's just going to take a little bit. You know, take a couple of minutes for him to solve a corn maze. That's it. All right. Augur solves the corn maze, makes it to Roger. Roger's being haunted by the ghosts of his crew that all betrayed him. And he's like, no, please. Leave me be, spirits of beyond. Augur can shoot Roger. I'm not going to say Roger is like, yeah, his observation's so good, the greatest sniper in the world, the bullet just, boom, just bounces off of him. No, he can still get shot from that. This is also Roger near the end of his life. He can get shot. Yeah. All right, here's the poll. I think this might be the best as you're going to get with maybe Augur having a shot against Roger here. So take that for whatever you will. Take that whatever you will. Roger's just sounding like the Flying Dutchman. Who dares backsass the Flying Dutchman? I mean, he doesn't have his conquerors as much as he usually does. He's fucking traumatized at the moment. Yeah, well, he was in here he lost the last tournament. But having him being in a tournament where just straight up fights might be different, yeah. I think it is crazy that Roger is just that strong. So just the idea that Roger being Roger, you know, he's so powerful. I think Augur would be able to shoot him. Like, that wouldn't, like, the bullet wouldn't just bounce off his flesh. But, like, yeah. Stay away from me, damn you! And then, like, Roger pulls out Ace and just swings at once and then kills Augur. I mean, that's also a very likely series of things to happen. Yeah. All right, Roger's got it. Roger's got it. I think Augur might have had a better shot there, but, well, it is what it is. Roger's in his 50s. He is like 26 years ago. All right. Yeah, this will be round 21. Okay, we'll go 450. We might end this at like 5 o'clock, 5 hours on the dot. Maybe. We're already in 4 hours. We're almost at 5. We've got 10 minutes left, which it could go that fast. Because there's only 2 rounds left, maybe 3. Depends. Okay. All right, we got round 21. The final round of the loser bracket. Frankie versus Roger now. Roger got pretty bad trauma in the last one, and he still managed to pull it out. So really, it has to be a crazy handicap, or Roger's not going down. But Frankie, I believe in you. Frankie, you're going to get a buff, right? You're going to get a buff. Yeah! What do you get, Frankie? Germa transformation? Frankie becomes a Power Ranger! Holy shit! They immediately receive the same abilities and raid suit as one of the Germa Double Six. Okay, so Frankie just becomes a Power Ranger now. On top of all of his other bullshit, he gets augmentation, steel skin, which he already had, but he has more of it now, and he gets a cool raid suit transformation. Yeah! Super! Actually, do I have? I think I have one of the. I think I have a Sanji's stealth black transformation. I do. I don't know how well you can hear that, but, you know, here we go. No. Yeah! All right. This is the role Frankie was meant to play. Now, what is Frankie's transformation, all right? Frankie transforms. He's already got firepower. He's already got, we could give, it says one of the Germa Double Six. What if he gets Sanji's suit? Sanji gave him the Germa Double Six canister. Hold on. Sanji gave him the stealth black canister, and Frankie modified it, and he made a version of it where he could use. So Frankie was like, Sanji broke his, but Frankie looked at it and he's just like, I could develop my own raid suit. And then boom, we have Frankie 6, you know. I am, by the way, this canister, I have ones of the other ones too. So these canisters I made out of cans of food that I bought from Dollar Tree, and I wrapped foam around them. These are cans of asparagus. and I bought them like 5 years ago. This can expired in actually July of 22, which is longer than I thought. So I'm basically holding a can of maybe botulism right now. But anyway, this is this is the Stealth Black canister. All right. On Frankie's canister, it just says super. All right. So he gets, let's say he gets a buff to his strength. He gets the boots. Frankie's mobility is out the ass now. He has super good, super mobility. He has the same boots. He has the suit. He's stronger. And let's say he can turn fucking invisible. Frankie now has a stealth mode. And he can fly. The Germa can fly with their boots. So he can fly and he's invisible. And he has cool theme music. All right? Stealth Black. There it is. Is this a fashion show or a fight? It's a fight. Yeah. Okay. He gets a Germa transformation. We'll say that. Now. What does Roger get? What does Roger get? Okay, Roger gets neither. So Roger is Roger. All right, but Roger is Roger. So it's going to be hard. He really needed the handicap here. All right, where are they fighting? The top of Heaven's Arena. A fight to the death on top of Heaven's Arena from Hunter x Hunter. Okay, so hold on a minute here. Oh, shit, my order was actually picked up. Oh, my God. Okay, tell you what. I did not know it was going to get this bad out today, so hold on. Where are they heading? They are not far from me. Okay, you guys, hold on for a minute. Think about Frankie versus Goldie Roger, because I need to actually, because it's really bad outside, I'm going to meet them on the road because I don't want them walking up my driveway because I don't want them to slip. So, and I'm going to give them a good tip as well. So I just need to go. I need to do this. Okay, I'm sorry. Sorry about that for a moment. If I could put something up in the background, I would. Yeah, that brave driver. I hope he has 4-wheel drive. Okay, hold on. He's like coming down the street now. It's probably going to take a little bit because it will take a while. Hold on a minute. Okay. You now see me in my winter attire and what I usually wear when I go shovel snow. All right. So hang on a second here. Hang on a minute. They're almost here. And then I am going to go meet them, at the end of my driveway. My front yard is kind of like sloped, like at an angle. And it's all covered in snow right now. So I don't want them to have to like try to walk up my driveway or something. Yeah, this is like Tekking's snow shoveling mode. My Penguins hoodie and my fucking and my fucking black my jacket, yeah. Oh, yeah. I can see them on they show you the GPS so I know when they're getting close to my house. Yeah. I'm eating chips. Good. I'm surprised they actually picked up my food. I wouldn't be surprised if they said, "Hey, due to inclement weather, we do not have anybody to pick up your food." And it's like, yeah, that's fair. All right, they're almost at the turnoff. Okay. A penguin zone would be cool. Yeah, except you wouldn't really be able to, you can't fly and you also can't swim. So it would look cool, but you really can't do much of it. Yeah. You're bringing them a big tip. Yeah, I'm giving them like a 50. Just what I had in my wallet. Because, like, they're really helping me out here. Yeah. Yeah, you can slip. I have boots. I have my boots. I have my boots. Yeah. That's a light jacket? No, it's actually really warm. It's actually super warm and cozy. I love it. Okay, they're almost here. I'll be right back. Oh my god, that's a lot of snow. Oh man. All right, we got food. I'm just leave that there for right now. All right, order complete. Order complete. They were very nice. They were very nice. The guy was super chill. I know he pulled up. They were driving like an SUV kind of thing. And I just kind of like, yeah, I'm so sorry. I didn't know it was going to be this bad out. And he's just like, no, we're good. We're fine, man. Here's your food. I'm like, all right, well, here's a tip. And he's like, thank you. I'm like, all right. I'm like, all right. So we're good then. Okay, cool. Now, top of heaven, back to it. Everything worked out okay. Back to it. Top of Heaven's Arena. Frankie versus Goldie Roger. We also live in Pennsylvania, so we're kind of used to this shit, but I still don't like to, drive in this crap. Anyway, so, man, I mean, Frankie can be invisible, and he has invisible lasers, okay? He can turn invisible in lasers. Is that enough to beat Roger? Is that enough to beat Roger? I don't know, man. Like, Roger uses Conqueror's hockey, right? Like, okay. I don't think Frankie's not, I don't think, weak enough to get knocked out by that. I don't think he's going to be knocked out by Roger's hockey. Okay? So, I think I don't even have to worry about that. But, damn, man, Roger just one attack, like one swing from Roger. But Frankie is really mobile now. Frankie is super mobile with that Germa suit now. All right? Yeah, we could have an audience for this. Yeah, it's a Heaven's Arena match. It's a Floor Master match or whatever. Yeah. So we have that. I feel like, yeah. Yeah, I feel like even with the Germa power-up, it's probably not going to be enough. Even if you gave Frankie his mech, I don't think it would be enough, guys. Yeah, he does have iron skin on top of his robotics. Yeah, it's even more. He's even more durable than he was. He is even more durable than he was. And remember, Divine Departure, it's a strong move, but I don't know if it would instant kill Frankie. Like, it didn't instant kill Odin. Odin was knocked back by it. Now, Frankie is no Odin, but Frankie with his steel skin plus the Germa skin, so like a double, and the raid suit, all of that defenses on top of it, and he could fly. Roger can't fly. Dude, okay, Heaven's Arena match. So there's really not much. If anything, like the Hisoka versus Krollo fight shows, you can make the audience you could turn the audience into part of the battle for sure. So yeah, we can have Frankie immediately going invisible, flying up into the air. Roger spews off Conqueror's hockey, but I don't think that would be enough to like just knock out Frankie. All right, okay, how about this strategy? Could Roger actually manage to hit him? Like the strategy of just like, okay, he's invisible, he's in cloaking mode, and he is pretty mobile given the fact of what a Germa suit does. Yeah, I know he can. Yeah, he can. He pretty much can. Yeah, okay, shit. All right. Yeah, he has observation. Yeah, all right. Let's just get it over with then. I'm trying to see ways that you could do this. But like, yeah, I'm like there isn't really. It is cool though. I think Frankie would dodge a couple of shots and maybe he could get a laser out on Roger. I could see Roger just cutting the fucking laser though. You know. Yeah. Though, when we do the final tournament, that one will go back to the regular format of having the different goofy little things. I got to come up with some new ones for that, because this will be the final tournament after this. But yeah, we're really basically hoping for Roger to get a horrible handicap or like the opposing person to get like a crazy powerful buff. But yeah, Roger's got it. I mean, dude, Frankie gets to be a Power Ranger. He gets to outlive his dream. That's actually pretty sick. All right, Roger wins the loser bracket. He climbed himself out of the loser bracket. Now, the way this is going to work, we'll do 505. The way this is going to work is Big Mom has to beat Roger twice. Or, oh, no. Roger has to beat Big Mom twice, because Roger is coming from the loser bracket. So, if Big Mom wins this first match, she wins the whole thing, and she goes on to the final tournament. If Roger beats her, then we go to round 23. Okay? So, we could be done right here, right now. And I'll say that Big Mom does have a chance of winning. She does. She's ridiculously powerful, too. One Kamusari is not killing Big Mom. That's just not happening. All right? She's durable enough to prevent that. All right, here we go. Round 22. Could be the final round. Big Mom versus Roger. Roger has to beat her twice. She's durable as hell. Yeah, I'm going to say, like, all of Roger's, like, Roger busts out Kamusari on Big Mom. That's not going to be an instant one-shot kill like it's going to be for a lot of other people on this list, all right? She can tank that shit. She can, all right? Yeah. It's damaging her. For sure, but it's not going to just, like, instantly remove her like everybody else. Okay, so, Big Mom. She gets neither. Okay, what does Roger get? He gets neither, too. Okay, so this is just Big Mom versus Roger in the first round. In the first round of the final round. Okay, where are they fighting? A graveyard. Okay, they're fighting in a graveyard. That's just a straight brawl. It's just straight brawl at that point. Big Mom has homies. So she has Prometheus and Hera and Napoleon. And then she can also, I guess, make the corpses into, you know, but that's more Moria's thing. She can turn the tombstones into homies. She could do that. That's a Big Mom buff. Is it? That is it, though? Like, I guess, yeah. I mean, if she's in a graveyard covered in tombstones, she can make a bunch of tombstones. This is Roger near the end of his life. Yeah. Yeah, Roger runs into the tombstone of Ace and is like, no! She makes, okay, if we're just going with Big Mom and okay, Big Mom knows Roger, too. So Big Mom also has a little bit of a, not an advantage, but she at least knows what Roger's capable of. Like, Big Mom is not going to go into this fight like, whatever, I'm just going to kill you. Like, no, she knows who Roger is. She knows how scary fucking Roger is. All right? So she knows exactly. And in fact, she's actually pissed at Roger because Roger stole one of her poneglyphs. So, you know, Big Mom knows all about Roger and knows about how he fights and knows what he uses. So she knows he uses a sword and he has techniques and he uses hockey out the... Like, she knows all that shit, okay? So maybe Big Mom does actually come up with a strategy of, like, making all of the tombstones, but then also, you know what maybe Big Mom might do in this instance? If Big Mom is that dead set on beating Roger, I'll tell you what, Big Mom might sacrifice one of her own homies. She might, like, send Prometheus out, and then Prometheus just, like, tries to, like, trap Roger in flames or whatever, and Roger just kills him, and then Big Mom and Hera and Napoleon come in with a sword, you know what I mean? Like, she might do something that desperate in order to win. But she knows how Roger fights. She knows how powerful and scary he is. Yeah. Big Mom gets no prep time. No, they don't. They don't get anything. They just drop into a graveyard. So she can start making... She could, in theory, send Prometheus and Hera after Roger while she's making a bunch of, like, tombstone homies. I don't know if that would be the best use of her time. Roger does not feel fear from Big Mom, so the soul pocus isn't going to work. Is Big Mom hungry? We could flip for it. We did that before. We could do it again. If you want to. Yeah, we do that. Yeah, this is... Okay, here we go. Heads, she's hungry. Tails, heads, she's in a hunger pang. Tails, she's not. Okay, she's not. She's focused. She's, like, not in a hunger pang, going up against Roger. I think that might actually help her here, because, like, hunger pang her, she would just be crazy, and that would probably not help her too much. I don't think Roger's walking over her. I mean, walking over her would just be, like, one attack and he's done, and I don't think that's going to be the way it goes. Yeah. This is Big Mom, is the same Big Mom in the tournament we fought up until now, so this is the one from Wano. Yeah. She can use Misery, which is like her ultimate move, like the 3,000 Leagues of Mother's Misery, which is a crazy powerful move, but, you know. I don't know, it's like, could she make Misery, which is kind of like an amalgamation of all of her homies together, and she makes Misery, and then she throws Misery at Roger. Roger is going to have to at least pay some fucking attention to Misery, okay? Roger cannot just be like, yeah, whatever, you throw Misery at me, you'll just, like, punch me and scratch me, and I'd just walk through it like it's nothing. You know what I mean? Like, no, I'm sure that, like, he has to pay at least a little bit of attention to Misery. Meanwhile, Big Mom could rear up and do another attack, too, like, at the same time. Like, Misery and her, like, you know, ganging up on Roger. I don't know, man. Because I'm trying to paint it in a way that, okay, let's put it this way. Let's put it this way, all right? Roger is freakishly powerful, but Roger is not so freakishly powerful that, like, he walks up to Whitebeard and just, bump, I'm Roger, I beat you. Bump, I beat you because I'm Roger. Right? Like, no, they were even keel there, all right? They were even, all right? It wasn't like Roger is a million times stronger than everybody else. So this is also another Yonko as well. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think she could turn Ace into... She would have to get her hands on it first, and that'd be really hard. That'd be really hard. Yeah, same thing. Whitebeard didn't attack Kaido. Whitebeard didn't want to attack Big Mom. Like, the Yonko don't just go after each other willy-nilly because they know they're fucking tough. Yeah. Big Mom is also not in her prime. Neither is Roger. Roger's near the end of his life, and he's sick. But I still think Roger. Yeah, I can see that too. Yeah. All right, well, let's go through this round here. This thing is crazy because they literally got nothing. There's really nothing else to debate. It's really, who do you think would win in a straight-up fight, Big Mom or Roger? Big Mom at age 68 and Roger sick in about a year, ready to die. Who would win? They're both not in their prime at this point. They are both not in their prime. So who's the best in their prime when not in their prime, I guess is the best way to say it. I think Roger, he's the guy. She could sacrifice poor... Dude, it's really hard to bring Big Mom down. Like, really it is. Like, we saw that during Wano. Like, she just kept, like, sacrificing her life to make her bones heal and shit. So it's hard to get rid of her. And I don't think she's even dead now. I think she's going to climb out of the lava, like, covered in magma burns. And, like, you're going to see part of her skeleton or some shit. Roger then digs a grave for Big Mom in the cemetery with a shovel. Yeah. All right. Roger got the first round. Okay. That means we go to round 23, the final round. For good. It's a close call fight. Dude, if there was anything to decide either way, like if Big Mom had a buff and Roger had neither, I think that's a case where Big Mom would have had a shot to win. All right. But here we go. The final battle is what it is. Okay. Round 23. Big Mom versus Goldie Roger. Final round. Same deal. Big Mom first. What does she get? She gets a handicap. Can anybody stand up before Roger? What is her handicap? She gets that fucking sea stone splinter. That damn thing has been a pain in so many people's asses through this entire tournament. It is so crazy how many things are on this list, and that thing has come up 3 times. All right? And she can't find it to take it out. Oh, man. Dude. Unless Roger gets literally one of the worst ones on the list, he just wins. He just wins this. Yeah. Can she turn the splinter into a homie? It's sea stone. She can't. No. Man, people need to stop stepping on these sea stone nails. Man, this is a pain. Who's throwing all these sea stone nails everywhere? All right. Dude, that is a way to troll One Piece. Like, if you went into the One Piece world and you could find a supply of sea stone and you just made sea stone like caltrops and like little needle, like sewing needles out of sea stone, and it's like, haha, screw you, Kaido. Screw you, Big Mom. I'm going to wedge a sea stone needle right in you. All right, what do we got? Roger gets a handicap too. Hold on to your butts, ladies and gentlemen. Hold on to your butts. Oh, okay. So the way that the reason it's called this is just because of like it's just a title. The sea hates you. What does it do? The environment, whatever the environment is, because we haven't rolled for that yet, works against Roger. All right? So it depends on the environment, because if it's like the grocery store, like I don't know how the grocery store could work. Like I don't know, the boxes fall off the shelves or the carts ram it. That's not much. But it depends on where it is. It depends on where it is. All right? And yeah. Okay, here we go. Where is this taking place for the environment to work against Roger? A 5-star tropical resort. Okay. Well, that's a fancy place for the final battle. Let's see. The 5-star tropical resort. He doesn't let in. He's not allowed in. They don't let him in. Roger loses. He can't get into the resort. Roger rolls up. He's like, "Excuse me there, mateys. I'm here for a fight with Big Ma'am." Sorry, sir, you're not on. Sir, you are dressed like a hobo of the seas. You are not allowed into this 5-star tropical resort. Wait, what? All of the resort employees are very rude to Roger. Yeah, that's probably the worst possible outcome you could get there. Sir, you're literally a pirate. We cannot let you in. Aye, matey, that seems like a good fair trade. All right, then. Well, later. Okay, not even kidding, but like if that was the downside, do you think Roger would slaughter an entire... Okay, all right, let's explore this. Let's explore this. They don't let him in. Does Roger just murder everybody? Yeah, probably. Yeah, probably. He probably does. Yeah. It's just like, or no, he wouldn't. I don't know. Would Roger roll up? Roger turned himself into the Marines, by the way. He did turn himself over to the Marines, right? So, like, would Roger just, like, he would just barge in. Yeah. He wouldn't kill anybody. He would just be like, sir, you are not allowed in here, sir. And Roger's like, aye, matey, I be king of the pirates. I go where I want. And he would just shove them aside. And Big Mom's inside. He'd be like, oh, no, the staff could not stop you, Goldie Roger. Damn you. He just knocks them all out with conquerors. That's true. Okay, and then it's Big Mom without her devil fruit power versus Roger with, granted, he doesn't have a devil fruit power either. But there's nothing here that it's actually worse than at the cemetery Because at least she still had her Devil Fruit ability. My God, that fucking Sea Stone Nail. I swear to God, that Sea Stone Nail is never going on a tournament again. I swear to God, that thing came up so many times. How many buffs do I have on the list? I mean, handicaps. I had 33. There were 33. And that thing came up 3 times. Can someone do the math on that to see how likely that is? And every single time it was for a Devil Fruit user. Not all of these guys are even Devil Fruit users. Frankie's not a Devil Fruit user. Roger's not a Devil Fruit user. Bogart is not a Devil Fruit user. Baskerville's not a Devil Fruit user. It only came up on the ones that are Devil Fruit users. That Sea Stone Splinter wins the day. It's like the bullet in One Piece Pirates D&D that Verona had that killed Arzen. It was just like, one-shot kill. Oh, my God. Those are the odds. 0.00278. Wow. Well, if nothing else, hey, we won that today. All right. My God, that is so low. That is so low of the chances. Can you imagine that Sea Stone Nail, man? That Sea Stone Nail. Fucked up shit today. All right. I put it in there just because, like, oh, yeah. It'd be cool to, like, nullify a Devil Fruit's power. Like, that'd be cool. I didn't expect it to come up 3 damn times. Damn. It's 1 in 33 power, in 33 times 3. And then you'd also have to account for, out of the 12 participants, how many actually have Devil Fruits? Like, I think, like, 8 or 9. So, like, then you'd have to count it for that even more. Man, the Sea Stone Nail basically wins. Yeah. Yeah, I guess the homies don't disappear, but Roger beat her when she had the Devil Fruit ability. He still won. So there's not much to go on there. The only thing here is if Roger got a really, really bad handicap and Big Mom got a really, really good buff. That was what she needed. She had a chance. Or even if Big Mom didn't have anything, but Roger got a really bad buff. Or if Roger got nothing, but then also Big Mom got a really big one. There were ways through this. But in this one, she's the one that got the handicap. Roger didn't get anything. Oh, no, Roger got, the environment worked again. They both got a handicap, but Roger's handicap just wasn't a big deal. And then Big Mom, in the first round, they got neithers, and the location didn't really matter. So that's the way it goes. So Roger wins. I guess this shouldn't surprise anybody, but Roger wins. There were chances. Hey, he lost once because the crowd had to literally turn against him. But yeah. All right, so Goldie Roger is going to go. You know what? That's fine. Because when we have a tournament of champions, I guess Roger, the King of the Pirates, should probably be part of the King of the Champions. But we're going to do with the challenges next time, so it's going to be a little bit up for debate there. But yeah. 12% for just a large lady is kind of crazy, yeah. Yeah, if there was some other locations here they could have fought, like if they could have been a junkyard. The junkyard, I think, would have favored Big Mom if she had her Devil Fruit power, or if it was against Roger. Ennie's Lobby would have been fun, like a Buster Call was just aimed directly at Roger. Yeah. Fishman Island. All of Neptune's army is fighting against Roger. We could have done some stuff with that. But hey, it's Roger that's the winner, so there you go. Why did I not do challenges this time? I try to do something different each time. I try to add in like a new rule or remove a rule. And this one I decided just to do, since it's the last one before we get to the final, I decided just to do a straight up fight. Just straight up battle royale to see how well it would go. I kind of forgot that Roger was part of this until I was actually planning it that way. And I could have changed it, but I didn't. So here we are. Yeah, it's just Roger's too damn strong, man. Roger's just too damn OP. Yeah, he also got really lucky because there were some handicaps that would have screwed him over. There's handicaps that would have just, everybody has to vote against you, and there's another handicap that just turns you into a normal dude. There's another handicap that I think just, like, you become a side character. Like, whatever status you had in the series, you are now a side character that nobody cares about. That would have screwed him over. But he just kept rolling good. He rolled good. Yarg! He's the King of the Pirates. I don't know what to tell you. Well, anyway, we don't roll for Legacy because now we just have the last tournament, the last one. And that's going to be the 8 winners of the tournaments from past. So Karasu, Robin, Usopp, Brooke, Dr. Kureha, Roger, Kuma, and I'm missing one. Who am I missing? That's 7. Who is the mystery winner? I said Brooke. I said all the straw hats. Brooke's there. Karasu was the first one. Kuma was the last one. Kureha won one of them. Vegapunk won another one. Hold on, let me write the. Did I forget Vegapunk? Hold on, let me just write them down. Karasu. It was not Rebecca. Karasu, Robin, Usopp, Brooke. That's 4. Vegapunk is 5. Kureha is 6. Oh, no, I got them all. Maybe I forgot Vegapunk. Kureha, Kuma, and then Roger. Yeah. Okay, I got them all. I guess I did forget to say Vegapunk. Okay. Karasu, Robin, Usopp, Brooke, Vegapunk, Kureha, Kuma, and Roger. Who's going to win? Who will be the ultimate awesome One Piece tournament Tekken 101 superior of all time? I don't know. I think Vegapunk won because who won the St. Jude's one? That one. I think that was either Robin or Usopp. I think it was Robin. Okay. So there we go. That'll be the next one we do. I usually do these every 2 months or so, so the next one might be in March. We might do the final one in March. The Ides of March. Maybe I will do it on the Ides of March. Why not? But I am very hungry. Thank you all for joining in. It's been about a 5.5-hour live stream. It's been crazy. We had some really insane matchups this time. We had some really crazy ones. But maybe I should do a trailer to announce it. Yeah, I should do it. I'll do a trailer. I'll do a trailer leading up to it. I'll do a trailer like a week before announcing it or something. Because I will build up hype for this final one. Yeah, I will do that. All right. Well, I'm gonna go eat my pizza and my shrimp and I gotta start giving out. I still gotta go to everybody's house and give them a wing. Give them all wings. Everybody gets wings. All 402 people that are still in here, you get wings. There you go. So yeah, I'm like gonna be Santa Claus, but with chicken wings. All right, I'm gonna go eat. Thank you all for watching. We're doing One Piece D&D Marines tomorrow on Rustage's Twitch. That should be around 4 o'clock. So hang out with us there. Should be a fun time. And yeah, these are always a lot of fun. I enjoy them, and it's gonna be fun to do the final one. All right, later everybody. Tekking signing out.